For everybody that's joining in, welcome to the 2020 DFIR Summit. We've got a little bit of time before we get kicked off here, but we're glad to have you here for sure, and kind of an opportunity for you to sit back, grab yourself a coffee, kind of warm up, because I'm sure it's early where you are. At least it's fairly early here on the East Coast, and anybody else in your time zones. We got a great event queued up for you. We're going to go ahead and get everything kicked off right at 9 o'clock U.S. Eastern time, but in the meantime, make sure you're jumping into our Discord server with the links that are in your SANS portal account as well. And we're looking forward to having you. So welcome.
Thank you, Phil, for the email and for your announcement.
Oh, of course.
Heather, please check your email.
Okay, let me take a quick look. I got the email. Thank you.
So apparently, since I was using Chrome, you could switch to Google Docs dark mode pretty easily, but Edge hates me right now. But I like Edge surprisingly better than Chrome as it stands. I've been really trying to play with it on the new case.
Yeah, I don't mind it either. I was testing it for the research with Chad. I still am very tied to Chrome, so I have to break that connection. And just out of curiosity, do I sound okay with my mic this far away, or do I need to move it closer? How does it sound?
I think that's fine.
Okay, cool. I just want it kind of out of my face so it doesn't look like a stormtrooper gun. Although it
Of
hides
course.
nicely in the shadow, right? You can't really see it unless I put my hand up to it.
Yeah, it's kind of ghosty.
I have to have the noise canceling on so I don't hear the kids until they leave the house.
Wow, Adam just told me how to do it. I am blown away. Thanks. This is it. It takes a village. It takes a village. Boom, there it is. All right, high five. That was a cool.
How do you
All
do
right,
it?
now it's well, if you no, he wrote into the questions. There's an edge. There's about colon flags. If you just type that in the browser, it would automatically pop up. Then you just do a search for dark, and it shows up there, and you enable it, and boom, I have dark mode Google Docs enabled now. So now no one has to freak out at my goggle glare because I have glasses. It's
Hey,
tragic.
Heather, in the intro, are you going to be mentioning the overflow to YouTube or no? Heather,
Oh, sorry, what?
in your intro portion, are you mentioning the overflow to YouTube, or do you want me to?
You can.
Okay. Easy.
Be right back.
We are just about at that 1,000-person mark already, which is amazing. 12 minutes before we get into the session. Just wanted to let everybody who's joined us since I last had a chance to check in with you to check in and say welcome. Glad to have you here. 2020 DFIR Summit is just a few minutes away from kicking off, and we're very, very excited for what we've got lined up for you. If you are not already in our Discord, please go ahead and jump in. That link is in your SANS portal account, which is the same place that you launched this Zoom session here. And it's a place where we're going to be able to allow you to converse a little bit, as well as kind of interact with our speakers after they're done talking as well in their various hallway channels. So check in there. Let us know if there's anything we can do to help you. But we're really, really excited to have you here these next couple of days. And there's still time for your colleagues and friends to jump in as well. So if you've got somebody that says, "Man, I really wish I registered," you still can kind of jump in there, and we'll be happy to have them as well. So bear with us while we're getting these last couple of minutes squared away. Give as many people as possible the time to jump in here. And we're super pumped to have you here. So welcome.
Hey, Phil. Oh, I have to turn it off. I don't know if you could recognize this.
Oh, geez.
The sigh.
I just learned that Yeah. I just learned that my trunk, which had all my stuff in it, was at my parents' house and had been um, uh, taken to the dump. So
With all the everything in there.
the only thing I kept was my ring and I think my plaque or whatever it was. So I think those were probably in there. My plaque might be around here somewhere though. I don't know.
It's under the Millennium Falcon behind you.
No. The Millennium
It
Falcon
uses
is
a
far,
stand
far
for
too
it.
important for that kind of nonsense. I would not tarnish the Millennium Falcon by putting it on that.
Oh. I ended up bringing the Lego A-Wing out here with us to build that over the next couple of weeks.
Which
We'll
one?
see. The UCS A-Wing.
Ah, nice. I told you
So
that
I
I've got
will.
mine set up with Siri, so I can just say punch it, and then it'll turn the Millennium Falcon lights on and play the Star Wars theme on the speaker.
See, now you're going to get a lot of requests for the next 2 days to have a demonstration of this. Hey Siri, punch it.
And maybe able to do that. We will see. That might be it. That might be an evening thing.
If we yell it loud enough, will it occur?
No, because of Siri's voice specific pairings.
That'd be amazing. Though I have to admit, I did order one of the Light My Bricks kits, and that is some kind of pain to try and
Yeah.
put the wires and then put the light diodes and all that other stuff in. It is it requires a lot of patience because
Yes.
you're doing surgery on Legos that you took together.
Yep. It probably took me a good 3 or 4 hours to retrofit the Millennium Falcon with a light kit.
It's actually a good time. That's a really good time.
Hey, Rob, I'm seeing questions coming in about your t-shirts.
We do?
How can people get something as awesome as that?
Oh, well, if you go out to sandsgear.com, I believe this is one of the ones you could order. I had to go double check that real quick. I think it is.
I believe it is, yes.
Sandsgear.com. We have that one and the one we're going to be wearing tomorrow. And we have our new one up there too. back. Actually, if we're doing this correct, we should have my kids running around behind me, screaming, right in the middle when we're trying to talk, have that background noise, having the typing on the keyboard. I said, make this a real virtual event.
No kidding. I've given so many threats.
I mean, yeah, I believe duct tape, and we have, let's see, we're equipped with iPads. They just told me, and they said, but we don't want to put on our earphones. So I'm like, all right, go outside then and play. But it's cold outside. Well, they didn't put on your earphones.
Yep, I hear you on that. It's crazy. I was looking at Natalie this morning. She snuck into our room and then fell asleep. And 3 years ago, she was such a teensy tiny baby at the summit.
Oh.
I was wearing her, and now she's a huge, sassy thing who tells me she's sick of me. She's tired of listening to me.
I'll just say that gets much better as they get older. That's. I think I've achieved a parenting merit badge the first time that your kids yell at you that they hate you. I hate you. It was over something like, what was it? It was something like supposedly fun. I was like, you actually have to go outside and pick up, it was something stupid like that. But they had to come off of Roblox, which Phil's an expert in Roblox, by the way. I don't know if you know that, Heather, but.
Really?
An expert in turning.
I don't know what it is at all. I'm very happy. I have no idea. Your kids cannot introduce Jack to it.
It's going to happen. Trust me. It's like an infection. You cannot stop. Though, as I have threatened Phil's child's name as becoming a verb in my household, I said, you do not want to become that individual. It's almost like, he who shall not be named. And they just look at me and it's like, remember the story of Phil's son. That's all that we need to say.
Well, we I just noticed that we rounded out 2,000 attendees as we're getting ready to kick off here. Just a couple of housekeeping notes before we do get started. We'll mention this all again when we actually start the content. But for any kind of chat, any kind of questions, such like that, please do use the Discord server. That's going to be where we are, where we're going to be primarily interacting on that front. Really just helps us to kind of centralize together all of our interaction with you, making sure that we don't miss anything. So that Discord server, the links, a bunch of the other information are in the FAQ that is in your portal account. That'll help to answer a lot of the questions that we are happening to catch as they're coming in. So please do consult that pack first. And if there's something else that you need, that Discord server is going to probably be the most immediate course of getting the support that you need, because we've got a big group of folks that are able to help you there. So just about a minute away. Welcome for everybody that's joining us in, and we'll get kicked off shortly.
All right. Morning, everyone. My name is Rob Lee. I am the curriculum director for SANS. I'm also the head of faculty, formerly the digital forensics incident response curriculum lead when I've been doing these for over 13 years. Just wanted to say welcome to everyone from wherever you're at currently. We are, super excited to be hosting this event. We typically are in Austin, which is, it is sad that we're not there this year. But, the great thing about it is when we ended up, several months ago, realizing that we were not going to be able to be in person, we started taking a look at this and said, well, let's double down on what the summit could be. And let's make this thing virtual, and also let's make it free. And so the summit staff, who is working tirelessly behind the scenes right now, and their management and SANS management all got together and said, we should make the actual event free and put it online, and really engage the community in ways that we've never been able to do before. I don't think that we would have gotten to this point without the crazy events in the crazy world that is going on currently around us. And hopefully everyone is staying safe and watching from the comfort of your homes or wherever you might be, maybe on a beach somewhere on a family vacation. But it really has made it a lot more interesting over the last few weeks. I think just this morning, we are nearing, I think we're short of it just by 100, but we'll get there today, I'm sure, crossing 20,000 individuals that have registered for this event. This has officially made it the largest SANS event that has ever been put on. And we were joking around, calling some people do official records for this type of thing, but be internal for SANS. But it really is the largest event that we've ever put on, and we're excited with all the speakers, the tracks that we have ready for you starting today. The material that we have, just give you an idea behind it, is that not only do we have an amazing advisory board that has worked at curating the call for presentations, but also has mentored almost every speaker that you're seeing in front of you, where we've done tech checks, where we've sat down with them, we've looked at their presentations, we've commented on it, really trying to make this the most engaging event that it possibly could be. And there's a lot of fun in store over the next few days. Not just a bunch of presentations, but we have things that are going to be occurring through the entire event in any of the tracks that are going to make this truly special. The format that we have here, the virtual format, is also gives us an opportunity to welcome a large number of you potentially never been to a SANS summit before. And what's really interesting here is that not only it gives you an opportunity to engage with the community, but the forensics community, the pen test community, hacking communities, all are now able to engage in a way that we've never been able to do before. And that's one of the reasons that when we're thinking about this, that we shouldn't just do a bunch of presentations. We set up a Discord server, we set up chat, we're engaging behind the scenes. We have t-shirts that you could purchase from sansgear.com. So you could feel like you're at the event, minus the ability to go hang out and socialize in some of the bars and speakeasies that are all around Austin, which I'll admit is sad, but this does give us a really amazing opportunity to move forward. Now, a couple things here. First of all, with me this morning is Heather Mahalik, who is co-curriculum leads with Phil Hagan. They're going to be jumping in here in just a second, but I've been working with both of them for over a decade. Phil and I go back even further than that, and I remember meeting Phil at DEF CON. And of course, we were not actually at DEF CON. I actually believe we actually started hanging out where you usually hang out in Vegas around a pool, and we became quick friends at that point. I met Heather Mahalik years later when she was working at a US government contractor, and she started teaching for us doing the mobile device forensics. But now they're leading the digital forensics and incident response curriculum together, and are doing a phenomenal job at that. The quick overview of what is SANS, for a lot of you who are brand new, is like, why, this thing that what is SANS kind of comes into an interesting question. SANS has been around for a long time. It was founded in 1989, and we do training and have done training for over 500,000 practitioners around the world. Our efforts in the digital forensics incident response community have really started to, back in 2009, they started to take a look. It's like, we should do a focused area. And I was one of the first ones that they selected to be a curriculum lead to start a focused area. And that was in digital forensics incident response in 2009. And, basically been doing that for about 11 years. We're practitioners. We are also, do the training, but we also want to give back to the community. SANS, in addition to summits like this, which are free, has a massive amount of resources that are available to the community in addition to the webcasts, the YouTube sites that we have. If you go to sans.org/free, it lists all the tools that authors have written that are part of SANS, all the different programs that we have, trying to engage the community and more. SANS, in addition to all the training programs we have, it is one of these that we try to go above and beyond to be the leader and touch point for a lot of you to stay up to date with the latest information in the information security community. Just yesterday, we ran an emergency free webcast talking about the Microsoft DNS vulnerability, while in the background, we have that Twitter hack that happened, that was blowing up all this social media at that point, which again, even at this point, there's, here we are talking about digital forensics incident response, and we have one of the probably largest incidents that have occurred in the last couple of years just occurred on our doorstep of this event. So it's interesting that, I'm sure that's going to be brought up in many of the presentations as we move forward over the next couple of days. Our mission, is to empower current and future cybersecurity practitioners through training, education, and the validation skills to create a safer community. Before we move forward, I just wanted to take a quick second to mention that while we're all virtual and we have all these different social media channels, we do have a code of conduct that, even though that there's thousands of us that are going to be in these community forums, that we want to create an atmosphere that is good, it's decent, it treats everyone fairly. And if you're basically not able to abide by that, we're going to ask you to leave. We really have to make sure that if, it's unlike some of the other forums that you start poking at each other. We wanted this to be as inclusive as possible. We want those who are new and those who are experts to be working together, thinking about this, and to react positively and constructively for the next couple days for the events. So without further saying on that, just if you have any questions on that, there's an email address here, conduct@sans.org, that ask any questions. Now, to continue the discussion, I'm going to hand off to Heather Mahalik, who's going to talk about Discord.
Thank you. Before I get started, and I promise to tell you all how to get rid of the dinging in Discord, I promise. I know it's driving you all crazy, but I want to say thank you to Rob. Phil and I are very excited to be helping deliver all the D for greatness to all of you. We have thousands of attendees, and I see the number ticking up as everyone's joining in. This year, we were really careful in selecting a really rock solid advisory board. And these people work behind the scenes to do the call for paper down select, mentor all of the speakers, make sure everything is up and running. Some even, like Jessica, had some great feedback on recruiting keynote. So a lot of stuff goes in behind the scenes, and we would just want to say thank you to the advisory board for all of that. In all honesty, this event, and if you have met me at this event, you know this is true, it is one of my favorite 2 days of the entire year. It motivates me to do more research. It gives me a chance to network and see the people that I consider my family, which is always great. But what's even better is it lights a fire inside of me to keep going in this career and keep diving deeper. And you will walk away with something you did not know before. So it's fantastic. I thank all the speakers for all the research you've done. We know it's not easy, and we appreciate your efforts to deliver a talk that will be seen for the first time at these events. So let's talk about Discord. The first thing I want to mention, the Discord link is right here, and you can see it on the screen. If you have a question during the talk, you're supposed to use the Q&A in Zoom, and that's the only thing that you should be using the Q&A in Zoom for. So only questions for the person who is speaking. Everything else should go onto the Summit Discord. Now, if you look at your Discord, down at the bottom by your name, you're going to see a little gear. Click on that gear, and then go to notifications and turn off everything. And what's crazy is you're going to hear all the sounds that have been dinging and buzzing. So make sure you turn those off if that is haunting you a little bit. If you accidentally click on the undeafen by the headset that looks like something I'm wearing right now, so I don't hear my children interrupting me, it will turn them all back on, and then you have to go and turn them all back off again. So I do recommend using the deafen unless you want to hear all of these channels buzzing. And when you're in Discord, if you look, you'll see there's a channel for all track 1 speakers, all track 2, there's hallways. We want you to network. That is one of the key aspects of this summit that makes it so special. So please network, and keep in mind, we do have the code of conduct. If you are caught not playing nice, you will be removed from the Discord. So please play nice. Obviously, constructive criticism is always welcome, but be an adult about it. Be a friendly DFIR person, and keep in mind all the efforts that people put into these talks. So continuing along, I'm going to introduce Phil. Phil and I go way back, and there are many memories, but now we also get to work together on a regular basis with SANS as co-curriculum leads. Phil is a voice you will hear many times during this because he adults for Rob and I and takes over and keeps things in order when Rob and I go down the rabbit holes. So without further ado, go ahead, Phil.
Cool. Thanks, Heather and Rob. Appreciate it. I'm really pumped to bring this content to such a huge group of folks. And what's really kind of fascinating is with such a large group of attendees, we've got this wide range of people who are brand new to DFIR, people who have been doing this for decades, which is so, so cool. And I'm confident that we're going to have good material and you're going to have takeaways regardless of how long you've been doing this. During these next couple of days, you're going to get information that's on cutting edge research. You're going to get information on case studies. You're going to get real world experience from a wide variety of speakers that we've selected and worked with over the last couple of months. And it's really going to be an opportunity for us to, to share that with you. A couple of other ways that you'll be able to consume that I'll get into as well. Rob, if you could hit the next slide, please. One of the things that we are really focused on here at SANS is we're very eager for your feedback. So we're going to have 2 links that are going to go out to you. We're going to give these to you in the Discord. We're going to give these to you. We're going to mention that they're available verbally, of course. And these are going to be pages that will solicit your feedback on our speakers for the morning and the afternoon of each of our 2 days. Please do take a couple of minutes to fill that out because we use this in a couple of different ways. This is what feeds into not just next year's DFIR Summit. This also feeds into our other summits, our other events, and just our content in general. So just take a couple of minutes and let us know. It's extremely helpful, and it's just a few minutes of your time. So you'll hear us mention that a number of times as well. Something else I wanted to mention real briefly is we've got a huge set of content. So we had to split into 2 tracks, and that was actually based on feedback we've had in previous years. And this 2-track mode is going to, or 2-track model is going to show up in your portal account. It's going to show up in your, the agenda that you can see. Example of which we've got on screen here. There are 2 different links. You'll have those links in your portal account, and you'll be able to jump into those. And they're by default going to be Zoom sessions. But I also wanted to mention that if we hit the cap on our Zoom license in either of those 2 tracks, it's going to fall back to a YouTube stream. So just realize that we do have a fallback, and that's perfectly acceptable for consuming the material. Just a way that we can make sure that we get as many people as possible into the sessions. We will also be recording these, which means that after the event is done, you'll have a chance to go back or share the content with your colleagues. And that's going to be through our DFIR YouTube channel as well. So a lot of ways to consume the material. We want to make sure that that's something that is not just valuable for you here today and tomorrow, but also into the future as well. Not to mention, you can go back into our previous years of DF Summits and check out the content that was there as well. So lots of ways that you can do that at your convenience, but I realize that we are just about to get into our first keynote. So with that, I'd like to hand this back to Rob for introducing our first keynote speaker, Matt.
All right, thanks, Phil. Hey, everyone. Finally, I know we did a lot of stuff there. The point of the next 2 days is we're here to have fun. We're here to learn. It's going to be amazing. Make this a really cool event. Talk about it online. Talk about it to each other. Have some fun. As much as we can from where we're at. I'm excited. You know, you could always message me on Discord. I'm hanging out here. I'm going to be moving between the rooms all day. Please reach out and say hello. I'd like to hear from you. Speaking of saying hello, want to introduce our keynote speaker. I have to give huge props to Jessica Hyde from Magnet Forensics, who's a really good friend of mine, one of the most amazing and awesome people on the planet. If you ever have the privilege of sitting down with her and sharing a tasty beverage, I will tell you, she is one of those individuals that is just full of ideas and just spark. She came to us and said, "I've a brilliant idea of who we can use for a keynote," and it was Matt Mitchell. So Matt is a hacker and tech fellow at the Ford Foundation, is working with build and technology and society teams at the Ford Foundation to develop digital security strategy, technical assistance offerings, and safety and security measures for the foundation's grantee partners. Matt's committed to using his digital skills as a hacker, developer, operational security trainer, security researcher, and data journalist. Matt has worked in various capacities at the intersection of technology and social justice. Matt is probably well known as a security researcher, operational trainer, data journalist who leads and founded Crypto Harlem, which is in impromptu workshops teaching basic crypto tools and skills to predominantly African-American community in Upper Manhattan. He spends his free time training activists in operational information security. His personal work focuses on marginalized, aggressively monitored, and over-policed populations in the United States. Matt was a tech advisor to the Human Rights Foundation, as well as a member of the advisory board to the Open Technology Fund, the National Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers, and the Internet Freedom Festival. I really am excited to hear Matt's presentation this morning. So please give a warm welcome to welcome Matt as he presents a different side of DFIR, forensicating for Black lives and other social justice issues. Matt?
Thank you, Rob. Thank you so much. Okay, let's get started. Whoa, okay. Whew. Right down there in the back. Thank you so much. Hello everyone out there. Good morning, good day, dobra den, ni hao, konbanwa, and guten tag. I realized really close to stepping up on this virtual stage that there are tens of thousands of people registered. This world is a big place. Some of you are listening and watching these talks from in the late night, some of you in the early morning, some of you in the middle of your day. And I just want to say thank you for being here. Before I begin, the views I'm expressing are mine. There are no endorsements here. I speak as Matt, not as an employee of Ford Foundation. Ford Foundation is amazing. I don't have any slides, so you can just crank up my voice if you want to jump into the Discord. And I'll ask you to, grab your favorite case management tool or text editor or whatever you got around. You can make some observations. You can, also write with pen and paper. That works too. I have an ask of you, so I will recruit you to an awesome cause. So be prepared for that. And I have a challenge for you, but all that's later. As you've already heard, I used to work as a software engineer and application security, a developer, a data journalist. I used to be at CNN, New York Times, a lot of different news and media organizations in the past, but that was a long time ago. And I'm here to talk to you about what I'm doing now and maybe what you might think about doing. First of all, I have to tell you how honored I am to speak at a SANS event. For me, SANS is breakfast, quite literally. So thank you to SANS. Thank you, Phil and Heather and Robert. Thanks to the amazing advisors to the DFIR Summit. Thanks for meeting this challenging time also with innovation and flexibility. And we are all at the largest SANS event in history because of your efforts. And that's amazing. So again, my name is Matt. As you can tell, I'm super honored to be here. Whenever I meet people who are interested in this field, I always tell them, no matter whether you want to go into red team or blue team or purple team, whether you want to get into digital forensics, you should check out the SANS Internet Storm Center because it's every day and it's really short. So you can spend 5 to 10 minutes listening to it. And I love it because I always ask myself, what would I do if see how the incidents unfold and go back later and fix those things. Okay. So yeah, I always think like, what if this happened on my watch? Okay. Okay, so that's great and everything, but who are you, right? I'm a hacker. However, I'm a hacker who works in service of civil society. And what is that? Because civil society is not a normal term that you might use every day, but I do in my line of work. It's the ecosystem of all the different good works and efforts of educational institutions, grant makers, nonprofits, non-governmental organizations, funders, etc. And we just call them all civil society organizations. And there's a lot of great work that happens on this planet that's done by regular people, friends and neighbors, governments. Civil society is the connective tissue, I think, that makes sure that we all can like rise up together with a motivation that's pretty neutral. You know, I'm the child of immigrants. My dad, he's an electrician, amongst other things, because I'm from the Caribbean, so we have many, many jobs. Work ethic is high. Immigrants get the job done, all that good stuff. And, you know, he would take apart tools and things that he found when he was working, equipment. And I, as a child, would take apart my toys and watch him put everything back together on his side. And I sat there with a bunch of broken toys. But it got me curious to think, like, what is inside of things? What makes up things, and how do we take them apart? And when I saw my first computer, I was mystified, and that was it. I knew that this is something that I would do forever. Early in my life, everything was pretty chill. We moved to this country from England, and then came October 1983. And what happened then was the US invasion of Grenada. In that, American forces lost 19 Marines, military. 116 troops on the American side were wounded. Grenadian forces lost 45 people who were dead, and over 300, almost 400 wounded. 24 civilians were killed, including an incident where a mental hospital was accidentally bombed. And this is all in a country that, I mean, it's so small. The population of the entire country is 96,000 people. And while this might be a blip in American history, or maybe something people aren't familiar with, in my family and in my world, it changed a lot for me. And one thing I remember that was most confusing was the folks on TV were mispronouncing the island, Grenada, the villages and towns and cities. And I was like, well, if they're not right, if I'm hearing different messages from family and friends over the phone, like, what is truth anyway, right? And I think all this to say, you know, in DFIR, we're always seeking out truth, right? What is ground truth? What is the forensically verifiable truth that the data leads us to? Fast forward to my first real job. And my first real job was working at a research facility. It was for a very, very big company. I was working on a team, and we were doing like massive rollouts of like machines to all the different scientists and researchers and all the folks at this space. And it was a sprawling campus, insane. I've never seen anything like it in my entire life. I didn't know things like this existed. I came up with a lot of cool tricks to get these images cloned and deployed and serialized and still personalized. And my team was amazed because we automated, or I should say I automated a lot of the things so they can take a really long lunch break. But I was fascinated. I always wanted to get things working better. And I remember one of the people we reported to said, hey, Matt, maybe you should work with the monitors. And I thought, why would I want to lift up these heavy CRT monitors? These things are huge, right? It's not the days of flat screen. But that's not what they meant. They meant a team that was kind of the hybrid of PR, security, and IT, and that was the employee monitoring team, employee tracking team. We had software that was built from the ground up for us. We contracted out. And I was like, okay, what is this stuff? And I had no idea that this was a thing. There's an article actually in the Washington Post, now that we live in the days of COVID-19. It's called something like Managers Turn to Surveillance Software, Always on Webcams to Ensure Employees Are Really Working. There's nothing new about this, right? There's this idea that work is an exchange of time for money and efficiencies and performance. And, you know, it's great that you can trust people, but maybe some people are working hard quietly. Maybe some people are working hard loud. This is a way that you can check on what's going on. And you also can protect yourself from insider threats, etc. But I didn't feel cool or powerful. I felt creeped out and wrong. I looked into, like, you know, how all this stuff worked and how this code was working. I kind of unpacked it, reverse engineered it. I just needed to understand more about this. Like how, I mean, I realized that everyone who worked there had signed an agreement, and somewhere in there it said, like, this is fine. And my team's version of the software must have been a lemon. Something was wrong, and the folks that we watched never seemed to do anything wrong. I don't know what happened. But it made me realize that there's a lot of stuff out there in this thing that I love, which is technology, that I don't necessarily agree with. And when that happens, my performance isn't as awesome as it should be. I love solving puzzles, and I know so many of you love solving puzzles. But only when they help people does it really resonate for me, right? Only when my work is really assisting a greater good do I feel. That's what gets me out of bed. That's what makes me work in a rainy day or with a headache. And I think that's true for so many forensicators out there, right? Who, regardless of how you're working, your motivation is the same. One of like goodwill, one of protection, one of safety and concern. You know, whether you're hunting down the bad guys who target nations, or the bad guys who target children, a lot of the work is still the same. It could be building cases, it could be finding suspects, it could be protecting corporations and their patents. A lot of the work is with this idea that what we're doing is for the best and for the good. And I was talking to my friend Jessica, who said, you know, forensicators see themselves, and I think in the conversation we said, unbiased arbitrators of truth. And that's a really great place to see yourself. But oftentimes when you zoom out, there are things that we don't control that affect our ability to take that stance. And that might be the office that you're working inside of, or the workflow or framework you're in, the country that you're in, the rules of that nation, the ethics or lack of ethics that are associated with your profession where you are. It's really hard for an individual to draw that line. I mean, it's probably the most difficult thing to say, well, wait, I'm not sure if I agree with what's going on here. I know exactly what that's like, as I've said, from my personal experience. You do so much, and I'm actually using this platform to ask you to do a little bit more, maybe a little bit different or different. So I'm going to spare you with a laugh track, because even I didn't like that joke. But what kind of impact could you make if you used your skills, these amazing skills that you've amassed over cases and years, in a very different place? And it is common for some forensicators to assist their peers in other countries, in other jurisdictions, in other areas, to even volunteer their services to domestic violence shelters, to survivors of abuse. And I'm talking about even a larger distance traveled in taking our work to the next level, not something that's even so closely associated with the work you do each day. And I think if you do this, as I've experimented and seen, it really gives me new life and energy for the day-to-day work. So I currently work at Ford Foundation as a public interest technologist, is what we call it. And you might have heard of public interest law. And this is an idea that many philanthropies, many funders are trying to create a field where technologists and people with a passion for forensics and digital security, incident response, cybersecurity, don't go to the usual suspects, which would maybe be like a large tech company or a tech platform like Twitter, where you're very busy if you work there right now, or even to the government or the military. Ford Foundation is a philanthropy, if you're not familiar, that sits on a $13 billion endowment. And of that money, Ford Foundation gives about at least like 400 million a year to fight against inequality. On our very new website, it says, justice begins where inequality ends. And I get to wake up every day and just push back against inequality in a global sense. And no matter what your viewpoints are, I think inequality is something that you can say, yeah, I don't like that. I want to change that. And I've only been there since the last fall. And I've already traveled to many parts of the world and talked to practitioners who do work similar to the work that you do, but there's a big gap, right? These are folks who are very skilled in protecting dissidents, journalists, human rights defenders from the worst of the worst that they know, but not the ones that they don't know. And forensics is probably the Achilles heel of most of these networks. I had the benefit of traveling through Latin America, the Middle East, parts of the States in this short period of time. And time again, I realized that a lot of the groups that are doing this work, their understanding of forensics is not where it needs to be. There's so much room for improvement, and that could be where you come in. I worked at a great organization called Tactical Tech. They're based in Berlin, and I was the director of digital security and safety there and privacy stuff. And, you know, they put out something called Holistic Security. I would definitely recommend checking it out. It's really interesting because it's such a different viewpoint on some of the same things that we hold as our foundation, but it's coming from the space of activism and grassroots. And I think that taking a look at that would be like really interesting and eye-opening to many of you if you have the time. You know, I've consulted with organizations all over this world, and I've just felt like, you know what, in my role, no matter what I was doing, I was just addressing a symptom. I wasn't working on the main cause. And it reminded me of the work I did as a child, as a teenager, working at soup kitchens, because it's like, I know what it's like to be hungry. I don't want you to be hungry, but tomorrow hunger finds you and you have to come back. And then you bring a friend, but then they have to come back. And it is good work and it is meaningful work, but working on the digital security, cybersecurity front lines, meeting people in country where they were, while gratifying, it just felt like the next job was right behind the one I was about to finish. And the next person I was protected, and the stakes are very high. It can include disappearance, death, detainment, or arrest for insane amounts of time. Not everyone has the same legal system around this planet. And I just felt, you know, maybe if I work on a different way, leave the people who were doing that, my peers at the time, continue this good fight, I'm just gonna take it and try to move the needle a little bit on the greater cause. And that's what Ford Foundation really allows me to do. And I really appreciate that every single day. So I also have this social justice part of my talk. So let me jump into this. You know, there's a TED Talk by an individual named Michael Kimmel. And he's a scholar of men. It's kind of interesting title, a scholar of masculinity. The talk is called Why Gender Equality is Good for Everyone. And in this like conversation, he goes into this moment that he says changed his life. He was a grad student. He was in a study group. It was on feminist theory. And there was a conversation between a Black woman and a white woman in his study group, right? At his potluck. And the white woman talked about oppression of women and how it links all women in a kind of sisterhood, a kind of shared adversity. But the Black woman said something along the lines of, I'm not sure about that. And so that obviously is like, well, very striking, provocative. So it's like, well, and then she says, what do you see, to her white counterpart, when you look in the mirror? And the white woman said, I see myself, I see a woman. And the Black woman said, that's the problem, right? When I look in the mirror, I see a Black woman, because to me, race is visible, but to you, it is invisible. And that's how privilege works. That's what she said. She said, it's invisible to those who have it. And when I listened to that for the first time, I thought, wow, that's really powerful. And I thought about all the different ways where things in this world were invisible to me, the size of this world, the struggles of places, the commonalities we all share. Even like booking a business trip, I could just decide where I wanted to go, how long the trip was, and how much it cost. While many of my colleagues were wrestling with visa requirements and restrictions and how would it look to have that stamp in their passport and all these other things. And I had like a passport privilege. It's a different experience. There are things that we don't see. And you know, these things, a lot of them, we have power to change, and they offer quite rewarding puzzles. And we are a community of, at the end, people who really love these kind of logical challenges. I feel like no matter who you are, no matter what you care about, there are ways that you can connect to this drive to creation of public interest technology as a field. It doesn't mean that you leave your job, although that would be awesome. It could mean maybe at the end of your career, you switch it up. But it also means that there are inroads for you to work now for a few hours or a few days or a few weeks, and we're building those at Ford Foundation. I feel like no matter what you're passionate about, apply your skills to that. And that's how I find myself working in defense of Black lives. Find something that you see that others don't. When you look in your mirror, right? Find things that are associated with maybe your identity, or maybe your interest or your passions, maybe your faith or lack thereof. Whatever it is, work towards doing that good thing. So even though you're just waking up and getting your coffee, or some of you are ending your days, take a deep breath, stretch it all out, energize yourself. And that's my challenge to you. How can we use our skills to forensicate differently? I've been to places where protesting is illegal, where any kind of speech against what is the status quo, any kind of dissent is crushed. I don't want anything like that where I live. And that's what led me to work with Black-led organizations pushing for civil rights and racial justice. For me, this advice meant that. For you, it can mean something very different. One of the people who are in the space of nonprofit, NGO, civil society actors that do great work are Citizen Lab. And the lab is run by a gentleman named Ron Debert, and they also happen to be a grantee of Ford. They do forensics in this different way. They do forensics, mapping malware, stalkerware, data exfiltration, weapons, hackers for hire, large companies that are peddling these things, tracing it all, mapping it, researching it. In a recent report they call Dark Basin, which I definitely recommend you check out, they spent years looking at a hack for hire operation that went after journalists, lawyers, nonprofits, and funders. And it's the kind of thing where it's not the job of an amazing select team. It's the kind of thing where every region and every location should have something like the lab does at the University of Toronto, Munk School of Foreign Affairs. And because there's so many of you out there, probability is on my side. And if I would like to see, whether you're in India or Japan or Indonesia or the US, that you think about what can I do to build this new kind of forensics or assist the people who are already doing this work. I have hope and see amazing things at the University of Berkeley. They have a thing there called the Center for Long-Term Cybersecurity. And in it, there's one program called Citizen Clinic, which gets students on board to take up this task. And these students are exposed to real world threats where they get amazing experience. And so when they go on to their careers, when they leave grad school, maybe they go into defense, maybe they go into the commercial sector, the private sector, maybe they go into their own practice, they have skills that none of their peers would ever have. because the threats that face civil society and nonprofit organizations are so unique, right? And there's a real connection between digital crimes on that end and real physical crimes and serious ones, which like murder and disappearance. A friend of mine, she takes up this challenge in her own way. She's a very gifted pen tester, and she works in assistance in deploying sensors with spectrograms and audio measuring and some mapping capability in African countries that are looking at primates, and gorillas, animals that are on endangered species list, things that we might not realize technology can be used to solve a very old problem, poaching. It's not her full-time job, but 1 hour or 1 day a week or 1 day a month of her time changes the trajectory of the good work of these folks who do this every day in a way that you cannot believe. It amplifies their work like no funding can. So social justice, whether it's Black lives or other causes, whatever you believe, I'm asking you to find a way to give back. And I'm gonna help you a little bit of a mapping, a little bit of a options and ways to think on how to get started, because this isn't the first time I've reached back to this amazing community and brought up the work I do and some of the amazing people in this work. But I also seen the challenges that you'll find when you are trying to begin this journey or maintain a project or meet other people, form a cohort. I know that next year at SANS DFIR Summit 2021, I want to have a presentation on all the amazing ideas that you came up with, the community that's forced to just listen to these words at this moment. So if you could meet me in the Discord, right? I'll be here today, I'll be here tomorrow, I'll be checking it out. I would love to connect you if you feel like, hey, you know what? How small a commitment of time do I need? Or how large can it be? Or what can the conversation be? I'm happy to talk to you about that. Some of the obvious things that come to mind are the embattled Open Technology Fund. OpenTech.fund is a funder of open source projects of any like, right? The idea is if this technology is open source and it's fighting repression outside the United States, they will invest in it. And it's part of the money that's generated for OTF comes from tax dollars, right? And currently they are fighting for their lives and trying to maintain an independent, unbiased and balanced organization. And I wish them the greatest of luck. Please educate yourself on Open Tech Fund. If they make it out of their current issues, they might be your first funder, right? They might be your first support. They offer a red team that can just look at a tool and, you know, it's hard to get an audit. It's expensive to get an audit, and they will cover that for you. They'll walk you through that. They'll help you assist and secure the product that you're working on or the idea that you have or the lessons that you're generating. And, you know, some really, really big names in the field, you know, like Include Security and Cure 53, NCC Group, Subgraph, others. Now, I talked about Ford Foundation, all the amazing things Ford Foundation is doing. Well, there's a project called Net Gain, because this is, you know, for a lot of different reasons, like a lot of play on words, but I see it as this is a win-win for everyone. This idea of developing the field of public interest technology. Knight Foundation, Open Society Foundation, MacArthur Foundation, Mozilla Foundation, and Ford have created this Net Gain program, and they've all pitched in money to the amount of millions, but also the idea that we'll share ideas and have a coordinated effort to solve these problems and to support this field, which means supporting you on accepting this challenge. Mozilla, which is known for Firefox, the browser, is a nonprofit that owns a corporation. And the Mozilla has a thing called the MOSS or MOS, the Mozilla Open Source Support Program. And they will allow you to get an idea in, a board will look at it, and if they agree, like, hey, this is a great idea, it's open source and you're doing good work, they will help you fund that idea. There's no strings attached. It's not like venture capitalism. It's not like tech for good. This is what their mission is. This is what they do every year, and you should definitely check it out. And lastly, I will talk about the NGO ISAC that I'm a new member in. It's so exciting to be there with other non-governmental organizations. As you know already, an ISAC is an information sharing and analysis center. And in this ISAC, we can share threats. We can talk about the commonalities. Working in defense of grantees of a foundation, you see so many varied attacks, very sophisticated. I mean, definitely APT level sophistication, ongoing for financial gain, or most likely to dissuade and deter and slow down the great progress of some of these organizations. And being in that ISAC, I learned so much every day. We share indicators of compromise and fingerprints and strategies, and it's really exciting work. So I want to end here. I see some of you are moving around in your virtual seats, and I would love to take questions if we have them. Otherwise, I could talk all day. So thank you so much, Sands. Thank you to all of you who are listening to me. It's an amazing agenda today. So many great talks. I can't wait to just circle back in and become an attendee and let's level up my mind. Knowledge is power, and thank you for empowering all of us. Be careful, be safe out there.
That's excellent. Very, very good information. Thank you for sharing your perspective and your experience. And we were talking in a couple of the chat channels while you were speaking, and I'm kind of letting a few of the questions come in through the Q&A here. And it's really just the kind of thing where a lot of times we look at what's going on in the world and try and figure out, well, what can we do? And especially from a technology perspective, it's really fascinating to hear, what is being done, not just what the potential is, but what you're doing and what your organizations and colleagues are doing, and certainly try and inspire us to find ways that we can contribute as well. And looking through some of the questions here, try and take a look through. And in terms of contact information for anybody that wants to engage, do you have a Twitter handle, or what's your preferred means of communication there? Yeah,
there's on Twitter, I'm Gemini with an extra I at the end, Matt, M-A-T-T. So if you go to G-E-M-I-N-I-I-M-A-T-T, that's me. I have open DMs, and I'm always happy to follow you, to talk to you, or learn more. There's a Medium post, how to reach Matt Mitchell privately, or how to reach Matt Mitchell securely. And that's every way you can reach me. You can contact me anonymously. You can contact me via email, etc. My number one platform is this, probably not well known to this group, communication app called Wire. But I love Wire. It's pretty cool. And, that's probably the best way. So look, I have an amazing admin. Thank you, Raven, who helps schedule time. I love meeting people who just want to learn more about this stuff. That's how it starts.
Absolutely. And sometimes it just takes that one kind of that spark of interest and kind of hearing somebody else's perspective and experience to really kind of grow that interest, very rapidly. So hopefully this is going to serve that purpose for some of our attendees. Good question here. And I know you touched on a couple of these during your talk, but maybe just a little bit more to the extent that you can expand. Specifically when it comes to digital forensics incident response. I was wondering, there's an attendee that was wondering if you might be able to share some specific DFIR implementation, or not implementation, but effects in your experience.
Yeah, so I'll talk about maybe the unveiling of the Pegasus software, let's say, right? So we have in our spaces, civil society spaces, a group called Access Now. They're a nonprofit, and they're known for this thing called the Access Now Helpline. And what that is a group of people around the world, so they always can field your questions, and activists, human rights defenders, journalists, anyone who needs assistance can write them an email, encrypted or not, and get a response. Usually, I think they say something like 2 days or something like that, but I've never met anyone who had to wait that long. And what they noticed were groups that had nothing to do with each other, journalists, lawyers, activists in different countries of this planet, with similar, what looked like phishing emails, phishing WhatsApp messages, symptoms of strange activity on their phone and glitches. And they were like, we're not experts on this, right? We're not going to have the resources to take the time to analyze this. Let's push it up to Citizen Lab, which I talked about in my presentation. Citizen Lab reached out to these individuals and got their phones, got images of their devices. We're able to take a look at, whether you're on an iPhone or Android, your operating system, what changes there are to your memory, do some analysis of memory, do some analysis of network activity. And they noticed unusual pings, very short, small ones, to an IP address. And what this led to was the unveiling of a malware, very expensive piece of malware called Pegasus, which took advantage of, not quite a 0-day, but a very large vulnerability in iOS devices. And upon that one user action of clicking or following, the perpetrator would be able to access camera, phone, location, etc. And there was no defense against that. Once you clicked it, it was over. And what the lab was able to do was show this through forensics, right? So Bill at Citizen Lab and John at Citizen Lab and the rest of the team there, Adam, etc., are experts on how can we, because it's difficult to point the finger at a multi-million-dollar company like NSO Group and say, hey, we think that you're building tools that are hurting, in this case, anti-sugar activists in Mexico. People who are talking about changing to a tax or a bill or a law, but what does that actually do? To them, they believe this is just a nice, good thing, but millions of dollars could be lost by governments or by companies because of these decisions to just change to a healthy diet, etc. And so the NSO Group was employed to track these individuals, find out what they're planning, what they're doing. So, I mean, I'm happy to go into the details more, but there are many cases like this. And there are also strange things that like I see where people who are taking part in the protests that we see, either on one side of like, hey, this is what I care about, or the other side of like, well, this is what I care about. I just want to meet in the middle and talk and converse. They're reporting strange activity on their phones. Maybe it's their phone seems to drop off the network, right? So is there a signal jammer? Is there malware? Is it something that caused from a cell site simulator? Is it something else? Is it new? And these are things that myself and other people who do this work, we speak about it all the time. We share this information. We go through it, the details of it. If you're hearing my voice, you would be a great person to bounce ideas off of. It's really unique and interesting, the things that you see. It's very different from what you might see if you work, in the ideal of a legal capacity. I could talk about the work I've done with people who are like, you know what, I'm a survivor. I have a Me Too story. I'm concerned about myself. I'm concerned about my family. I'm concerned about my privacy. I want to be able to talk and say something, but I'm concerned about a lot of these issues. And I'll look into their devices. I'll look into, the whole ecosystem of technology around them. And what you do find is when you are speaking truth to power or, making an accusation or telling a truth, oftentimes that's expensive to someone and it's worth the money to hire an investigative team, a hack for hire operation, a malware developer to go after those individuals. And sometimes we can bring it right to the adversary's footsteps and, there's some attribution that can be done. And other times it's quite difficult where you can defend your client, you can help support and these individuals, but it's so difficult to figure out what is this a larger part of. And that's why it takes many years for these kinds of forensics to point to something, right? Great question.
Excellent. That's, there's another question that came in that actually I think dovetails really nicely to a little bit of what you were just saying there. Let me scroll to the right question so I capture the essence correctly. Do you have any guidance or suggestions for resources where somebody who is interested could potentially go to find out where there might be an entry into helping with some of these organizations, whether it be Citizen Labs or Open Tech Fund or any of the others that you had mentioned, like is there a clearinghouse for those kinds of opportunities, I guess?
And I would say there's not a one-stop shop. I see a lot of interesting opportunities on the website for the Internet Freedom Festival, and it's global, it's international, so that's a nice place to look at. They have a job board, it's called, but it's mostly different things, which could be fellowships. It could be like you can take, like when I was working 9 to 5, I would find myself like, oh, I want to help a little bit. I mean, I have a full-time job and I have other things I want to do in my life, and you can work as a fellow. You can work in counsel and support. You could work on an advisory role to a board of an organization. And I found many of them through the Internet Freedom Festival. In my work as an advisor, when I was doing that for National Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers, I was like, oh, like who helps a lot in this field? And I wasn't sure. So I reached out to, luckily I have a pretty large network. So I reached out to people who are doing amazing work who I read about, right? And I was like, oh, hey, I'm Matt. Hey, someone can introduce me to this individual. And I was like, well, who's doing good work on the ground about this issue? And it was just that easy. Many of the same groups came up over and over again. And that was one where I fit in quite well and I assisted. Open Tech Fund has a rolling application. It's not one time a year. So you can read the requirements, see how they do it, and just throw something in there. Be like, look, you know what? I have an idea. I want to do something. Or look, I don't have this idea. They have a couple different cool projects and funds that they're working on, but you can say, I want to work on someone's idea because I have this particular skill. So like, I would love to do that. Mozilla, Open Society, Ford Foundation, all these organizations, I can be that bridge for you. That's what I volunteer. Hopefully, if I have 20,000 people sending me a message, that's a great problem to have, to help plug you in once you figure out like, okay, I think I have an idea on how it works. But it's a lot easier than you might think. It does require, because there's not one clearinghouse for this data, a little bit of footwork and pounding that pavement, but I'm definitely happy to point you in the right direction once you have some thoughts on how you might want to do it, or if that makes sense. And oftentimes our employers, when I was working, in the private sector, they were able to say, you know what, we have a 5K walk that we would give you 8 hours to do, or 10 hours to clean up a park. We'll let you do that by helping this group or supporting this effort or being that advisor for what turned into 10 hours over, 10 months or something like that. So a lot of times it doesn't even need to be something that disrupts your normal work. It could enhance your normal work.
Excellent. Yeah, and that's another good point too, as far as the incremental or I don't know if you're familiar with the good to great kind of approach.
That's right.
The flywheel mentality, where just finding some kind of a small contribution will lead to more and lead to more, and hopefully that becomes the kind of momentum for each individual as well as for us as a community that we can use to build upon. And you can't achieve amazing, great strategic things without having those tiny little building blocks to get you there.
That's right. I spent 5 years working on Crypto Harlem, and just reach out to a university that's close and say, hey, do you have a cybersecurity program? What do you guys do? What do you know about what goes on with forensics? I have so many mentees that I've met through that, and some of them are now like working for defense contractors or for nonprofits, and I'm so proud of all of them.
Absolutely. It's kind of funny. I'm keeping an eye on some of the chats going on as well. If for those of you who are asking, we've got actually quite a few questions in the vein of like, how do I get involved with this? We actually have another talk coming up later in the agenda where Lee Whitfield's going to be talking a lot about some of those progresses, some of the small progresses that we can make to try and do good and then scale that to do good at scale. So lots of really good talks that kind of interrelate. It's another testament to our advisory board of making sure we pick talks that are going to all work together in a lot of those ways. Let's see, let me scroll down here. We've got just a couple more minutes for some questions. People asking how to get in touch. I'd actually like to take just a moment here to refer you to the individual hallway channels that we have in Discord. So Matt and all of our speakers will be spending some time after their respective talks in those channels. So if you've got specific questions that we didn't get a chance to ask here, maybe it's a little bit more unique to your situation, you can certainly head over there as well and get a chance to ask those questions and get some of those resources. Like I see a couple of them getting in touch, and what else can I do to help? So those are things that you can ask there, of course. Let's see. In terms of the URL that we've got up on the screen share right here, this is where we're going to be doing the evaluations that I mentioned earlier. So if you can take a moment to pop over there, it certainly would be helpful for us. I just wanted to take a minute while we're kind of closing out and say, Matt, thank you so much for your time and sharing your passion and your experience with us. I gained a lot from it. I know that a lot of the folks in the channel and in the broadcast have as well. It's really fascinating to me to hear, someone who has a very completely orthogonal path in your career compared to what I have, and realize that even though we're very different in a lot of those pathways, like there's some interesting parallels of finding ways to do good, and it's certainly inspiring to hear that as well. So thank you again for the time it took to put this together. Absolutely.
Thank you, Phil. Thank you, Sands. Thanks to everyone in the Discord and everyone who's watching this. I look forward to engaging with you, and there's nothing that makes me happier than making it so after 365 days, this talk turned into something that you wanted to do or wanted to change. So thank you, everyone.
Yeah, absolutely. And I also want to give you what I like to say is imaginary bonus points of no particular value. I don't know that we've had anybody that's done a DFIR Summit talk with a soundboard before. So well done on that. I'm impressed. All right. Well, let's see. We are just about at the time when we're going to be moving to our first track sessions. I wanted to give it just a couple of minutes here so that you can jump over to track 2 if you'd like. I promise it won't hurt my feelings. Matt will be in the hallway channel. So we've got a lot going on here simultaneously. Hey, that's what they came up with Alt Tab or Command Tab for, right? So we can all kind of bounce back and forth between things in Windows space or in Meet space, I guess. If you are going to jump over to track 2 with Heather and see some of the content we've got ready to kick off there, this is your chance to do that. Make sure that you don't miss anything before she gets started over there. And if you're going to stay here with us, this will be the channel that you'll be using for track 1 as well. I'd like to take a minute here to introduce our next speaker just for a moment. Michael Goff is going to be talking to us about memory forensics. So before we get deep into the content here, I just wanted to say, like, this is how we form our summits. We've got 2 different styles of talks. Our keynotes that we have are very high level, very aspirational, very strategic in thought. Absolutely critical for us to know where are we going as a community. And a lot of our other talks are going to have some of that as well, but we also now pivot hard right into very deep down technical information. And Michael's going to be sharing with us some of that. Michael comes to us with a very extensive background in incident response and consulting. He's currently with the NCC group in actually Austin, Texas. So along with 2 of our other speakers that'll be coming up later in the agenda, I think Michael's one of the few folks that actually showed up for the live event, so to speak. So he's coming to us from the original source of the DFIR Summit, but we're glad to have his support here. He also brings to us a lot of experience, as I said, in the incident response realm. So you're going to see some of our talks center more heavily on the digital forensics, some more heavily on the incident response. This is going to kind of be a bridge between them both, so it's exciting to kind of kick off with that. So with that all being said, we are just about at the kickoff time for that. Talk about how to find things that are hidden by using memory analysis, because as I know Michael is going to talk about here, sometimes it can be easy to hide from system artifacts like the disk, but memory is going to, in many cases, be your ultimate source of truth. So without any further delay, I'd like to go ahead and bring Michael into the broadcast, if you will. Thanks for joining us, and I will turn it over to you.
Thanks, Phil. Good virtually seeing you, because I'm down here at the Hilton. There's nobody here. What's going on?
Well, please enjoy a beverage in the lobby bar when you're done for me.
I will. All right. So what I'm going to talk about today is the need for us to check or create a running process. So process, so you can differentiate processes from a process. Shout out to Andrew Hay, because I'm going to use the Canadian version of process to differentiate the two. So we are all professionals. We need a process to find and look for these running processes. I am a blue team defender ninja, malware archaeologist, logaholic, principal incident response engineer for NCC Group. And I love properly configured logs. Many of you probably heard me do talks on logging, because they tell us who, what, where, when, and hopefully how something occurred. I am the creator of these cheat sheets. As Phil mentioned, I have a long list of things I've done for the community and within it. I'm also the co-creator of LogMD, as well as the co-host of the Incident Response podcast. So why this talk? Fileless memory, or fileless in-memory only malware, right? To expand this expanding threat that's becoming more and more common, too common actually. The idea here is commodity malware, red team engagements, and of course, APT attackers use it. This method can avoid many security tools. So let's rethink or redefine fileless malware. We did a podcast recently on this subject, and it troubles me when we hear the generic term fileless malware, because I think as you listen to the definitions I'm about to talk about, you'll immediately know where to take your mind and how you might go about looking for these various fileless malwares. So rethinking it, fileless malware that can only be found in memory, right, of a running system, malware plus memory equals memware. So if I say to any of you, hey, we got to go look for some memware, I think as incident responders and forensics people, we can wrap our heads around, we got an in-memory scenario. No files can be found if you scan the disk, as Phil mentioned, the system, while the system's running anyway, or very short-lived, right? They download the file, they execute the file, they delete the file. A lot of this is also bypasses your file integrity monitoring solutions. And the typical infection vectors are injection, DLL sideloading, hijacking, process hollowing, download source code, and compile on the fly, .NET, JSC, etc. Also, users can double-click this to start the attack as well. Fileless malware, the file that lives somewhere, right? It has to live somewhere. So let's do a better job guiding people on signs of where to look for it. So let's look at these terms. Regware, malware plus a payload in the registry is regware, right? It's not fileless. It's just hidden in a different place. WMIware, malware plus the payload in a WMI database is WMIware. PowerShellware, malware plus payload in PowerShell equals PowerShellware. Compileware, this is malware plus a payload compile on the fly, can be called compileware. Downloadware, malware plus payload downloaded each time through text files or whatnot, compiled on the fly, can be known as downloadware or maybe lolbassware. And if you think about this for a second, as I mentioned these, I think we all can kind of say, oh, I have to go look here for that, or I might have to look this way for that. And that's the purpose of looking for very specific fileless malware types, so we can focus at how to find it, how to hunt it. Keep in mind, not all malware will have an auto-run ASAP. If you saw the latest TrickBot recently and saw its MO, they actually infected the workstations and used SMB, and then jumped over to the domain controllers and injected the malware on the domain controllers, and nothing was running or nothing was found on the box itself except in memory. So this is a great, tactic to go and detect it, as systems will look, analysts and security systems will look on obvious indicators. They just won't be there, only in memory. And especially the red team doesn't like to leave IOCs, so they're obviously not going to write auto runs as well, right? They get in, they launch stuff, and they'll live as long as the system doesn't reboot. Or like Drydex showed, auto run is created on shutdown, then deleted on startup once the malware loads, so there's no signs of persistence. Pretty typical for some of these commodity malwares. We saw this with WinNTI, dealing with them in the gaming too. So what is in memory may be all we can see. And like I mentioned, TrickBot on the domain controller doesn't survive a reboot. And so this is something we need to really pay attention to, because now TrickBot's a commodity malware. Lots of us have seen it, lots of us have evaluated, lots of us have gotten it. And so we now need to think, I can't go run tools and check user directories for things. I can't go look for an ASEP because it's probably not going to exist, right? So we're going back to old school forensics in some aspect of making sure that memory is something we look at, or something that's running is something we look at. So how do we find this stuff? First, everything you should do should be mapped to MITRE ATT&CK. If you haven't done this or don't understand the logic of what I'm talking about, it just got a lot better with sub techniques. For example, the items in memory only, or the types of things I've talked about thus far, are Technique 1500, compile after delivery, Technique 1127, trusted developer utilities, Technique 1055, process injection, Technique 1196, control panel applets, etc. And there's more. And then the sub techniques that just got released last week break those down even better. And this allows you to target your hunts, target your tools, and try to figure out, can you detect these things? Do you have a way to go about checking these running processes, new control panel applets, signs of injection, misuse of lull bins, and then things that compile on the fly, as just an example. So we need to create a process to start looking for this condition. Tools are just not preventing this technique. I worked with a very large EDR where we were definitely beat up by control panel applets because it was so noisy, there was no alert for them. And so this was the technique that was used, and the red team did very well at it. So we need to build a better process, hourly, weekly, monthly, build some routines to detect and alert for this type of technique. We need to build a process into our daily, weekly, monthly, yearly routines for threat hunts for this techniques. Fighting memware. Traditional forensics has us dumping a memory image and running tools like volatility against it. Now, for me, that's very useful in many cases, but it's also not very scalable if I want to try to run this on 100 or 1,000 machines. So I need another way to look at it. But volatility lets me dump the files, lets me dump the DLLs, the drivers, which then I can post-process to see if there's anything going on with them. And we'll show you some of that here in a second. Logs can contain a lot of data. This is going to be a big win here. You can see the CSE compiles. You can see lull bins being executed, right? So logs contain a lot of detail. And you can alert on this behavior if you collect, then detect, or hunt. Checking running processes and their modules on a live system is a great option, because then I'm just scanning what's running currently. It's quick. I can do this across all the machines, lower impact, a lot more speed involved here. And better yet, look for signs of injection would be awesome, because that's where these guys are side loading, injecting into Explorer and other processes. Look for other artifacts, autoruns, ASEP, registry keys, storing scripts or large payloads, WMI databases, storing scripts and or payloads, and odd PowerShell, large blocks, obfuscation, base64, etc. These things definitely, these in-memory components will often write to that. Cofter stored its payloads in the registry, so did WinNTI. So looking and eliminating that is a big win there too. So here's some examples. I got Cofter, Quackbot, and Dridex. In Cofter's case, they did an implant to sysfile64 service host. Well, anytime I see sysfile64 anything, I'm going to investigate it. And if I see signs of implants like we show here, then definitely it's highly suspect. And here's an example of Quackbot doing a similar technique. So Quackbot is implanting into sysfile64 Explorer. These are all 64-bit machines. Microsoft doesn't really support 32-bit much anymore. And so it's real obvious to me that something fishy is here when I see two Explorers and one of them's in sysfile64. And then looking at Dridex, it's a little different. Dridex sideloads a DLL using a trusted known good binary in an odd location. And that's really the trick there. It definitely injects into the parent, which in this case is run DLL32, how they launch the DLL in this case. The item, obviously the DLL is not signed. It's not from the catalog. So these are dead giveaways to us in the logmd area when we do a static analysis with our B9 module, and that the file is definitely malicious, no matter what they name the file. I made it named Dridex just for ease of being able to read it. And in the case of extracted files, so things we extract or dump with logmd, or we would do the file extraction with volatility, here's the same kind of scenario. I take the files and I post-proc Quackbot, and I can immediately see through a string query that we do that the PDB string is very odd. You know, it's something that definitely doesn't look normal to me, and it would be suspicious. Here's Coveter doing some weird things with their naming. So again, what the external file name is not often what the internal or original file name is. And so those two stick out as artifacts that we can definitely parse the strings for and see, or the metadata. And in DragDeck's case, they use this great PDB location, C stop, soft duck, liquid build, wide, divide, dictionary.pdb. You know, that would stick out to most analysts, I think. And these were evaluated with the logmd B9 module as we extracted these files. So some more examples, right? They, the bad guys, can call out to the internet, download code or compile it. They can use the HTTP capability within Excel, for example, right? As just one. They can use all the lol bins to fetch this stuff as well. And they fetch the malware so it doesn't live on disk. They drop it, and then they can do many things, right? Cobalt Strike and Scythe make custom malware packages that you can configure to do whatever it is you want to do. The lol bins are trusted, signed Microsoft binaries that have the ability of loading, like we saw with DryDex and RunDLL32 in the previous slide. RegServe can call out the internet, RedAsm can call out the internet as well. There's a whole list, which I think started out with, I don't know, Casey did a list of, I don't know, 15, 20 lol bins, and it's well over 100 now, and here's a link to the GitHub page for that project. Then there's the compilers. So if I download these .cs and command line files into the temp directory, I launch csc.exe or msbuild or JSC, whatever the combo of files you downloaded, and then I just compile them on the fly and inject them into memory. So watching for these executions are key as well. And then they may write to disk on shutdown or delete on startup, like in the case of DrydX's previous cases and other malware I have seen. So in the course of the compile on the fly, now here's an example where you can see the .cs and .command line files on the right, and here's what it looks like in Process Explorer, showing command.exe, calling PowerShell, calling CSC. So the parent-child relationship is definitely odd here, and clearly CSC compiling would make me investigate it. So look for the random.cs, the random name.cs, the random name.command line, and executions of CSC, exe, no config, full paths. Control panel applets. I really don't like these, right? These are these things over here, all the control panels full of them, the Flash player, Java, etc. And they're generally executed with a RunDLL32 or control.exe, whatever directory they want to use, they can use. And they call it whatever it is they want to call it, fake Java, they make it look like Java, make it look like Flash player. And because they're launching it where their CPLs live, it's highly noisy, and it pretty much can live under the, go under the radar and live there and nobody will really notice. And many EDRs, one I've had experience with, just doesn't have an alert for this. And it is a MITRE attack technique ID, thus why mapping to MITRE is a great thing. It launches a bad DLL into memory using a lol bin. The CPL files load all the time, so it's very noisy. So you're going to have to really work on excluding all the noisy normal traffic, the baselining of this scenario. Third-party applets are not well signed, unfortunately, furthering the investigation of making it look obvious. Well, the bad stuff will be unsigned. Well, surprise, some of the good stuff will be too. Many EDRs don't learn this method, and red teams love this method. It comes with Cobalt Strike, Scythe, and others will utilize and provide modules for you to infect from a red team perspective. So monitoring for and threat hunting. We need to develop a process to monitor and detect for and or threat hunt for signs of these techniques. Step one, you have to enable the data. So if you're doing logging and you need to go back to the cheat sheets I mentioned earlier, configure your system to at least collect this data. In the case of the Windows, it's not on by default. Sorry to say, Microsoft does not do a good job default logging. Mac does a better job. Linux, you're going to have to do some work there as well to make sure that you are collecting this information so that you can look for these signs of these command parameters of compiling and whatnot. And enable for Windows, be sure to enable and collect process command line. This is crucial. This is a lot of EDRs do this automatically. And I know there's a FUD of, hey, I may see a password, but trust me, the red team and the bad guys are not looking at logs for passwords. They are doing Mimikatz, they are doing Responder, they're doing keystroke logging to get your passwords, or you're just going to give them up as potentially we saw with the Twitter account hack, or somebody might have been paid. So there's lots of ways to get passwords, and reading the logs is not one of them, especially because they will rotate as local logs are very small normally. Step two, create detections for many of these techniques I've spoken about so far, and process command line is going to be key in seeing these initial execution. It's in the parameters from a log perspective. Step three, Come up with a process to scan running processes and their loaded modules. Running processes, as we saw with the injections in the case of Quackbot and Cofter. In the case of Dridex, it's a side-loaded DLL and injection into Explorer. So it's real key here to look at what's running on the box. Again, you can do a volatility memory dump and process it with volatility, or go that route as well. More time consuming, larger files. But seriously consider looking for a way to scan running processes and the modules that they load to look for signs of these bad foo. And to detect these in-memory only infections. This should be both for regular detection and for threat hunting. So I can threat hunt, go out and connect all these machines with something like Arthur, WinRM connections, or any other tool you have, Big Fix or whatnot. Run a tool that looks for this condition, dump it out to a location that's known, and it goes to your SIM, or you just pull back the results and parse it manually. If it's a detection mechanism, again, you can run this as a scheduled task or whatnot and get this sent to your SIM to alert on. And then, of course, you're going to filter out the known goods, and hopefully you'll have a pretty good alert for any signs of injections. There are definitely signs of normal hooking. That's normal. Chrome and Firefox will hook all the time. And so look for the injections and the implants. And again, watch for these indication of injections is the biggest key here. If you want to go the next route after you dump files from, let's say, volatility or LogMD or other item you want to dump files from, you can scan the string output of that file and look for indications of these strings. So here's a short list. And these are normally occurring in other programs for sure, but definitely if you were to evaluate the 3 samples that I showed you, these strings show up a lot. It's not it's a high false positive rate, but it is a good first step of doing some string parsing for injected items. Lulbins, Lulbass that can download stuff. So here's a short list of items that we know can download files. According to Cisco Talos, and I would concur with several of these. I've seen these quite extensively. MSHTA, heavily used by Cofter, for example, and WinNTI. These on the right will show a lot more use in the wild as regards to downloading stuff. PowerShell, obviously, Register 32, we see that. Bits Admin, the background intelligent transfer service, can all download things to your box. And so these are 2 lists you can use to help craft your alerts, hunts, and or detections. And remember, it's not that these execute, it's the process command line that is key here. It's what executes after the name of this binary. And of course, map these to MITRE ATT&CK. Many of these items are in MITRE ATT&CK as technique IDs or sub-techniques. Best options for process tools. Well, log management is going to be your best friend here, right? If you can send the log data of these executions with their parameters to a log management solution, by far going to be your best option to catch these things as they execute versus worrying about or trying to detect these later. If not, then you will need a process to manually check for running processes and their modules and signs of injections, or you're going to have to do large-scale memory dumps with a tool, enterprise tool like Encase or something, or manually go dump all the memory in machines every so often as part of a hunt, and then process as volatility, et cetera, and then maybe process that output LogMD. But you'll have to come up with something. If you don't, you're going to get nailed, like TrickBot has shown with the injection of the domain controller. You may find patient 0, which is the user that got infected, and reimage them, but guess what? You got malware running on your domain controller. So this is kind of a critical thing we're going to need to start doing. LogMD Premium, sysinternals, tool suites, Sysmon ID 8 and 10, using WinRM with Arthur, memory dump with volatility are all possible options here. There's many ways to skin a cat. Just pick 1 or 2 and try it and get it integrated into your process. So conclusion, create a process to look for running processes and their modules. Look for signs of injections, more importantly. And test your EDRs, right? Use some of the automated attack tools to test if this condition can be detected, or actually go, sign up for Skype or Cobalt Strike and try it, or hire a red team like NCC Group or others to actually use this technique and see if you can detect it, or afterwards go hunt for it and look for the signs of injection. Log the process command line execution, collect that and alert on that. This is going to be key in seeing its initial execution. And of course, monitor for the executions discussed in this presentation, and you'll be way ahead of the game here. Here's some tools to consider. I've listed a bunch here that are pretty well known, some open source, some freemium items. Some are older projects, may not be as compatible with Windows 10 nowadays. GUR recall, Invitero, MemHunter, couldn't get that to work now that the later versions of Windows and an old .NET version being used. But there's some tools to give you some ideas that you can go play with. Let me know if you have any others as well. Some other homework and resources to look at that definitely will help you understand this area. Again, MITRE ATT&CK sub techniques coming soon, so go read up on that. It's now released. You can go look at the matrix and expand it with the sub techniques. I really like that. I tell people to go plot that at a 36 by 48, print lots of copies, laminate it, and get your color coders and start highlighting stuff. And if this is a project you take on just for MITRE and map all these process injection and interesting ways of doing things, then great. Make sure you have this covered so that you can catch that example of TrickBot or the other QuackBots, Coveters, and Drydex that I discussed in this presentation. And again, some other reading that you can do. So some resources, here's where you get Arthur, here's where you get LogMD, here's where you get the cheat sheets. And with that, we can go ahead and do some questions. I will be hanging out in the my channel down there, so you can ask me all kinds of questions. And with that, we'll start answering some questions.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Michael. I've been keeping track of a lot of these in here. I guess I should first of all say you're probably getting a lot of traffic to your cheat sheets right now because there are a lot of requests for that URL. So we were happy to share that link out. One that came in fairly early on, but I think actually works really well here is if we hibernate a system with some of these processes running, is that findable in the hibernation files? And I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about kind of the post-mortem kind of flavor of memory forensics through something like a hibernation file.
I think in the case of hibernation and extracting that, you're going to have to go traditional forensics. I don't have a good way of doing that outside of doing just typical forensics. So using your typical in-case type tools, to be able to take that file and analyze it. There are quite a bit of artifacts in there, right? So you should be able to see the fact that once you hibernated this box, that everything's still there, and there should be great artifacts for you to detect. But again, it's very time consuming. And the idea here is why I said a process is because I think this is something that needs to move more towards the live system analysis, more in the hunting area, more into find a tool that can protect you better here. I know one of a red teamer blurted out, I'm not promoting this particular solution because there's way around all EDRs, but CrowdStrike seems to do a pretty good job in some of these areas, and it really annoys some of our red teamers, right? So the idea here is to look for more detection capabilities, more proactive live system capabilities, because as we go into hibernation, page file, traditional forensics, disk images, they're time consuming. And disks are getting large. They take forever to image. They take forever to consume into the tool that you're using. And so what I'm proposing here is we start looking more at live systems for this area. And so when we get and cross that line into traditional forensics, hyperfill, page file, disk images, at that point, you're going to have to go low and slow and do it the old-fashioned forensics way, is my take.
Yeah, absolutely. Another question that kind of actually follows on nicely to something you were just saying. Question came in about performing some of these types of investigative steps at scale. Wondering if you had any suggestions or pointers on how in a large enterprise you would approach the idea of memory forensics when you've got 50,000, 100,000 endpoints or something along that line.
Well, memory forensics, that scale is why I say, let's go do it live, right? It's less intrusive. I remember a little test I did, stopping a process on a game environment, each process, stopping it, dumping the memory for each one of those, and then scanning it for signs of the WinNTI strings. And the minute you stop one of the processes that aren't supposed to be stopped and are trying to write data to a database, you'll get a lot of hate email. So you have to be real careful here, right? So in scale, you do have a challenge. You need a tool that lets you go from one to many, whether it's a configuration management tool. So for those who have BigFix, you have probably the best security tool on the face of the planet. because BigFix not only lets you make a query, like let's say OS Query does, or any question you might want to ponder, you can craft within the BigFix analysis and go out and say, here, go see if I have this. But you also have fixlet capability, and you can push out a fixlet that says, go run memdump and give me an image of this thing, at the proper hour after the backups are done, whatever the coordination is. Because remember, at enterprise, you have a challenge. One, you have to fit it in when IT doesn't want to rip your neck off. Two, if you're doing it against a server farm that has shared storage, if you're asking for it to do a lot of disk-related activities, the SAN's going to get beat up, and you'll have a lot of IT guys trying to rip your head off. So you have to take these things into account. But a configuration management tool like, let's say, a BigFix would be a great option here, because I can create a job, push out a memdump job to dump the memory to various locations, storage, whatever, that I can then post-process with volatility. Or I can push out a job with, say, logmd or sysinternals or other tools that will allow me to check the running processes on the fly as a typical job that is less intensive on the system, because you are pretty much looking at only in memory. And of course, again, work with your IT guys to make sure they're not doing some compiling of game code. That would be a bad thing. Again, don't ask me how I know that. So from that perspective, there are tools you have from IT that manage your infrastructure may be of great use to you here. Another one is, if you're in a Windows environment, you have Windows RM built into Windows. It's an already existing agent. If you configure that, you have the ability of command line control across the environment. Thus, Arthur, projects like Arthur, which are a fork of Kanza, as well as the talkover in Track 2, which I wish was off by an hour so I could watch it. But Jonathan and I have already hooked up, and we're going to have some discussions after the fact. But something that lets you do a one-to-many. And I think Jonathan's on track there, right, is a great example. So definitely watch his recorded talk. This is going to be a Windows RM, Windows specific environment where I can run from my security or several security analyst desktops, push a job across my entire environment, 10,000, 100,000 endpoints as well. I used to work for large healthcare, and WinRM was a solution we used and configured for some of the people that were acquired to investigate them. So good question.
Very cool. And just a slight different kind of perspective on that. My primary focus is on the network-centric, investigations, network forensics, and we use scoping in that same kind of a situation where instead of having a problem that is 100,000 size, we try to figure out, like, where are the 50, 60, 70 that are in scope, and then we're able to take that scale. Still, dealing with 70 memory images is not necessarily feasible in many situations, but
Exactly.
being able to scope down your problem. Two questions
Yeah,
that came in that kind of go hand in hand.
To expand upon that a little bit, I would agree. So when we approach threat hunting, we never do it 100% of the time. You don't put a threat hunt tool out there and say, go hunt all the things. For the very purpose of what I said about the servers connected to a SAN, you potentially will crash that environment. And once that happens, trying to get that back is hard. So whenever you address this kind of challenge, definitely do what Phil points out, sampling. Never do more than 10% of the environment at once, ever. Make sure it's refined. Make sure you've talked to everybody. Did anybody see anything? Now, this is going to be more true on servers than it will be on workstations, especially in the case of doing just running process checks. Memory dumps, the user might know something or see something, and if they're compiling game code or any other kind of code where they have a very intensive calculating program running, they will notice that this is occurring. So always do your samples. Go from like 10, then 10 to 20, then 20 to 40, then 40 to 75, and then maybe do the last 25%. But be very leery here of trying to just say, I'm going to go try this and launch everywhere until you are certain there is no impact to running these kinds of tools, because memory dumps across 1,000 or 10,000 or 100,000 units, you'll get a lot of help desk calls and a lot of unhappy campers. So that's a really good point, Phil, that the sampling is crucial here for sure.
We call those the resume generating events sometimes, where it doesn't end well for the person that just YOLOs their admin.
Yeah, RGE as we refer to them as.
So two questions that came in that are somewhat related, so I'm going to try to summarize them both together. Questions came in about doing memory forensics, whether it be at scale or targeted, in cloud environments or in locally virtualized environments. Is there any kind of pointers you've got on how that changes the game at all?
Not really. The process is the same. I won't call it a process, an Andrew Hay-ism with his Canadian twang. The process is the same there, right? You're going to run the same tool suites. It's just this can be ridiculously slow. I've done some VMs and oh my gosh, literally start it and Friday afternoon and come back Monday and it's still not done. So I've been through there. It's time consuming. Understand it's time consuming. Cloud will be a little better, but again, it depends on how big of cloud box you did. But memory dumps, same tool suite. You'll just have to create a jump host potentially within it, and then call that data and save it back and have permissions. So that's pretty much all you have to kind of think about is how do I get to that, like on an open network, and how can I create that jump host or a forensics host within the cloud? Or in the case of the VM, can I create an ESXi box that allows me to see and access all these other boxes so I can do this? But those VMs, those people will notice if you start pounding on them like this. Thus, again, a running process check and looking at their modules is far faster. We're talking a few minutes compared to potentially an hour or more. And not to mention, if you have to do an image info to determine what profile you're going to run against this thing, holy moly, that's going to take up some time.
Yeah, and one that just came in, kind of, I guess that's a corollary to what we were just talking about, and I actually don't even know the answer to this, so hopefully you can shed some light on it. How does something like Docker change this? Do you go for the host, or is there some kind of artifact you can use within the container that will allow memory forensics?
Funny, I just recently did a Docker investigation, and you will have to go to the host and run it from the host. Docker is, for the most part, look at it just like ESXi or AWS. It's an instance, right? It manages the instance. Docker in and of itself has artifacts to tell you what kind of traffic is going in and out of those containers. So there is definitely some configuration that needs to occur in Docker. By default, Docker does not log much. So definitely take a look at that. But there's also the concept of Docker has this snapshot viewing capability where you can see the deltas between what was deployed and what was running now, and that potentially can help you as well. But again, it's looking for the changes of the system disks more so than what's running in memory, because the system is usually powered down when you do those comparisons. So yeah, you're still going to have to look at the container running within Docker for the memory dumps and or running processes. Traffic wise, you know, you're on what Phil does, right? Look at the traffic of what's coming in and out of the Docker containers.
Right. Very cool. Two related questions. Do you have any, and maybe this is something that you can cover in the cover more extensively in the hallway channel when we're done here, but do you have any recommended resources or things to search for specifically when your examples were all Windows centric, when you get into the Linux or the Mac OS parts of the environments?
So there's utility, as people are aware, the Objective-C utilities has an equivalent running processes utility for Mac OS to use. In the case of Linux, obviously a PS command to see what's running in the process, but more so in Linux, when you're looking for hidden kind of things that attack Linux, look at, because it's so easy to do in Linux, look at what is in /proc, meaning for every process that's running, there's a /proc directory. There's a PID and within that, so /proc1, .. 5, .. 10. And then inside
Everything's
that,
a file.
Everything's a file. And inside that is an exe, which points to the thing that's running. And so if they hide all that, they can't hide that you know that the exe is there with this line. And so spit out that line and look for it. And then if you can't see that in PS, then you know that's being hidden. That's a tricky way to go about finding these rootkits. This was how we found the struts vulnerability in the gaming environment, is we ran this check against /proc, found that a couple of /procs were completely hidden. We have no way into it, but we said, well, look past that. Look at the exe and the string that's actually loading the thing that's running. And that's how we found the code that was running on the box, because it was hidden in PS, it was hidden in /proc, but we know the line that exists that will cause this thing to launch. And it's running. And so that would be my trick there, because it's really easy to hide stuff in Linux from, I mean, this was a 2005 method, so it's been around forever and it's still being used.
Right. One of the catchphrases that we've got on our memory forensics class, Forensics 526, is, and I always have to take a moment and make sure I don't cross it and screw the logic up, is malware can hide, but it has to run. And that certainly is the entree to memory forensics. So if this is the kind of topic that you're interested in, we've got lots of good content around that, both webcasts and certainly Michael, a lot of your resources are helping with that as well. A lot of those free resources we can provide to the community, and you really want to sharpen that knife, as best as possible. Forensics 526 is certainly a good option for that as well. Excellent. Well, thank you very much for your time and for sharing with us, Michael. I really appreciate it, as always. Sorry we can't be there in person with you, but hopefully it's something that we'll be able to get back to before too terribly long. We've got a break lined up right here, but I wanted to give a couple quick administrative notes for you. First of all, just as a reminder, all of our speakers go into their hallway channels. So just go and look in the Track 1 Hallways group in Discord. Michael will be able to answer a lot of these questions that we had in here about things like PowerShell and OS Query and different EDR solutions and a whole bunch of other really good questions that we just didn't have a chance to get to in our allotted time. And I also wanted to mention, just for administrative purposes for everybody before we go into the break, all of the slides will be available. They will show up in your portal account. The recordings will be available. We tell you all about where that is, what those URLs are in the FAQ. So jump into the FAQs channel and you will be able to see all that information. So if we don't answer your questions in the Q&A or in the various track channels in Discord, it's because that's going to be in the FAQ. Lastly, just a reminder here that we've got we do have a code of conduct. I think we've got things pretty well maintained so far. We just ask for your common courtesy in the Discord, and we do have a team of folks that will be helping on that. So if you do see something that may slip by our team or something that needs immediate attention, please do reach out for help in the help channel. Let us know what's going on, and our team will be more than happy to help you out on that. And I think, like I said, we've got things taken care of. And I also want to take that as an opportunity to really thank you as the community for helping us to do that and keeping things on the straight and narrow. We've got a break coming up here, so please get up, stretch, grab yourself a coffee or a water, depending on what time it is wherever you are, and we will see you back here at 10:55, where my good friend and colleague Jess Garcia is going to be talking about data science for DFIR, kind of following on to some of those big scale problems, and we'll get you some really good information on that as well. So enjoy the break, and we will see you back here in, as I said, just a little under 15 minutes. Well, we're here on break too. I'll be popping in a little bit. Some of our other folks will be jumping in to talk as well. Just wanted to point out some of the ways we are communicating, both in the Discord and out, of course. If you're on Twitter, show us what your setup looks like. Get a shot of your, we call them our battle stations. If you've got a cool setup, hashtag it with the DFIR Summit so we can take a look and see where you are. I'm going to actually do the same thing here in just a couple of minutes after I refill my coffee, but it'd be a good opportunity to just kind of let everybody feel a little bit more connected, even though we're remote here. Questions coming in. Goodness, throwing my notes all over the place. Question came in about YouTube versus Zoom. As soon as we hit our license cap in Zoom, it falls over into YouTube. So if you're seeing you're only seeing a YouTube link, it's because we've hit that license cap. We've got a higher cap in track 1 than we do track 2, so you're more likely to get pushed into the YouTube side on track 2. The URL for Discord is up here. It's sansearl.com/deeper-summit-discord. And that will also be a link that is available in your portal account if you didn't catch that while it was up on screen. So I'll still be here on keyboard, even if we're not on mic during the chat here, but I'm going to go try and rustle up, like I said, first of all, some coffee, and then we'll also try and bring in a few more folks for, for kind of a chit chat during the break as well. All right, we are back. So what I'd like to do now, first of all, give it a second, let everybody kind of sit back down, settle in. Got some really good material coming up for you right here. If you have not yet had a chance to get to know Jess Garcia, who's going to be talking to us next. Jess is one of the SANS DFIR faculty, and he's been teaching with us for quite some time, 15 years. He's one of our long-standing instructors, teaches a wide variety of courses, and he brings a lot of experience from a variety of different sectors, big industries supporting finance, insurance, communications industry, healthcare industry, with a lot of different high science type organizations as well. He's got some background with the European Space Agency and NASA as well. Now, Jess is going to be talking to us about a topic that I'm really excited about. He's going to be talking about data science, and I promise that we didn't only select his talk because it has The Force Awakens in the title, although I'm a huge Star Wars fan. It's definitely something that I think is going to be really helpful for us as we just start to see consumption of data, agnostic of it being DFIR, data science becoming its own practice. And fortunately, now we have the ability to really focus that down toward the DFIR niche. So without further delay, Jess, thank you so much for joining us. And I know it's fairly late where you are, so I'm glad we can get you on the schedule. We're glad to have you, and really excited for you to share some awesome knowledge with us. Welcome.
Thank you, Phil. Thank you very much. Well, let's get started. There you go. Okay, I hope you guys enjoyed this little intro. Phil already presented me, so I'm not going to be going any deeper on that. But I would like to introduce this talk. Basically, this talk is the follow-up to a research I started last year in data science applied to forensics. Okay, and in general DFIR. So basically, we started a project recently, which is called DS Forensics. The website is dsforensics.io, and we have a mission, okay, for this project: bring the force of data science and artificial intelligence to all forensicators. Why? Because I'm pretty sure data science, specifically AI, is going to be changing the world, and I hope during this presentation I can show you guys a little bit of how this can be useful for us. The idea is not that you become an expert in DS and AI, but the idea is to actually be able to make it easy to use. And I hope this project will help in that endeavor. Basically, we are putting together a number of resources. It stands out the DS Forensics Python library that you will be seeing during this presentation, which basically automates and makes easy many of the things that you guys in terms of analysis on your DFIR work. And also we're going to be putting together blog, news, videos, cheat sheets, a lot of stuff to get you off the ground and in a very simple way, okay? As you will see during the presentation, lots of things that you normally have a hard time to do are very easy to do with this new technique and new environment. I'm a SANS instructor, I cannot help it. And basically, I always live to the SANS promise, okay? That you can use whatever you learn today as soon as you go back to your office. So basically, I've developed this presentation in 3 phases. It's going to be very intense, by the way. There's going to be a lot of content. The first phase is going to be PADA 1 level, which means easy, let's say, just getting you off the ground in terms of data science basics and the environment and some simple things, but always applied to DFIR, okay? So we're going to be starting with something simple that most of you know, which is file system timelines, okay? Then we will jump to Jedi level. That's going to be a little more difficult in terms of using other tools like volatility, Kansa, Plazo, and see how we can use these new techniques to analyze that data in an easy and at scale format. And the last part of the presentation, which I call Jedi Master level, is going to be getting a little more complicated, which is going to be trying to see ways of more advanced intrusion visualization and machine learning applied to DFIR. See what we can do with that, okay? So for those Star Wars fans in the audience, you may remember that episode 8, The Last Jedi, was a little bit tricky because all of a sudden you have Rose, Finn, and going to the Supremacy Starship in order to try to deactivate a supposed command and control, okay, tracking device which is tracking cyberspace or hyperspace jumps of the Rebel fleet. Okay, unfortunately, if you've seen the movie, they fail. Okay, and what happens? Of course, the incident response team, which is us, needs to take over and solve the problem. Okay, so what is our case study in this case? The hyperjack case. We have to find basically the beacon that is beaconing to this Supremacy Starship and disable it. And we don't have a lot of time, as you were seeing, because the fuel is depleting, the shields are depleting, and we need to jump soon. Okay, this is taking place in year 2012, 2211. Okay, just for a reference. And basically, this is our network. Okay, we have 200 space shifts. We are going to be having to do a threat hunting process on those 200 space shifts. I'm just going to be giving you a side note that the data, we've been using multiple sources of data for the presentation in order to enlighten the concepts, but we actually are using real world data from 200 systems, okay, with which we've been doing hunting and doing this process as well, okay? So this is our Starship fleet, okay, with, as you can see, it's funny because we're still using IP version 4 so many years later, but it just works, okay? So this is what we're going to be doing. In order to do that, as I was mentioning, we are going to be using data science, okay? And data science is going to be very interesting and relatively easy to use. The only thing you need is to have a Jupyter environment. You will need to install an Anaconda package, which is very easy to download and install. And then you will have a Jupyter server running, which is basically a browser like the one you see here, which will allow you to run commands and post comments and run a console and many other things. On top of that, you're going to be analyzing the data you produce with your forensic tools, such as volatility, Kansa, Plazo, and many others, okay? And on top of that, in the red box, you have our data science forensic library, which will be helping us in the topic. So let's start with pandas. Whenever you see PD in the slides, FSTL equals PD, that means panda. And this means that reading a CSV in Panda is as simple as that. PD reads CSV and provide the CSV file name. As you can see, the output of that operation is going to be something that we call a data frame. I'm going to be introducing that in a couple of seconds. And it has a number of columns, which is our date, size, type, etc. You already are familiar most probably with file system timelines and those columns. Note that the date column is actually of object type, and in reality should be of date type type, okay? So what we can do, what we need to do after reading the CSV is actually adjusting some columns, like making the date column of date time and dropping, for instance, in Windows some columns which are not really useful for us, like mode, UID, GID. That's super easy to do, as you can see with the data frame, with the drop function. Everything in data science is so easy, so intuitive, okay? And it can get very sophisticated. On top of that, what we've done in order to facilitate even more those processes, we've created in the Data Science Forensics Python library a number of functions which are going to be taking care of the specifics of our analysis, like the small details of dropping those columns if you're in Windows, or just doing that date type conversion as I was saying. So if you have multiple different tools, like a file system timeline, EVTX, or Plazo, we've created functions which are read FSTL, read EVTX, read Plazo, okay? So it cannot get any easier. This is basically the pandas data frame. The pandas data frame is something very intuitive. It's just a two-dimensional array, a matrix, okay? The very small detail about a data frame is that it contains tags. You can see on the top, the column tags, date, size, type, etc. And on the lines, the 9 numbers. This is going to be instrumental in order to have flexibility to managing the data, because those are not only tags. Those tags are associated with the data itself. So whenever you do something to the data, those tags are going to be staying with the data forever. So that's going to be super useful to do your analysis. A subset, or another object that we use in pandas is the series. You can see as each of these columns of the data frame will be a series. Okay, it's the equivalent of a list, but once again with these tags that are very flexible and very easy to use. So let's start with the analysis of the FSTL. First off, a very fast quick win. Any field that you have, which is an integer or a numeric value, you can plot it instantly. So I'm plotting the FSTL field, the size field, and then as you can see here, I can see immediately that there is a file which stands out because it's more than 3 GB in size. Okay, that's pretty cool. And if I do a sort of the data frame by the size column in descending order, you can see that the top entry is a apparently malicious file called dump.bin in the Windows 10 folder. Okay, so let's investigate that a little better. Very quickly, as I told you, there's going to be a number of functions that are going to be helping you from the data science forensics library. There's a function called FSTL size top n, which basically is going to be taking care of small details of the file system timeline, that like those file underscore name annoying entries that sometimes are getting in the way when you're sorting your data. Okay, so let's analyze the Windows temp. As you can see, it's very easy to do any type of search, just doing the string dot contains and then whatever type of search you want to do. Okay, case sensitive and case insensitive is also very easy. And doing just that search in the Windows 10 directory, you will find other 2 interesting files, b1 and b2.exe. Okie dokie. So now I have some findings. I want to scale up to do analysis of all the executables in the whole 200 starships fleet. Okay, so how can I do that? We've created, of course, you can repeat what I just did, which is not very difficult, right? You could create a small loop in order to do that over and over again. But there is another way. We've created another function which automates that looping and is called read FSTL's file types. What it will do, it will create the dictionary of data frames in which each data frame is going to be one of the file types that you're specifying. For instance, in this case, we've extracted executables and DLLs. And as such, I will create a data frame called XSFS and DLLs-FS. So 2 interesting data frames, which as you can see are super easy. And then I will have my data frame with all those executables. Okay. If you take a look at this, I can, from the executables data frame, I can extract those which contain the Windows System 32 path. I'm going to be doing here a Windows System 32 analysis. Of course, you can do any other type of folder, right? And as you will see, pay attention to the path hash column, which is the last column on the view. Okay, that path hash is nothing else than a hash of the file path in case insensitive way. That's going to be very easy. It's going to be much easier to use that field than using the uppercase and lowercase combination in the path. So we will be using that. If you see the number, the Windows 32exe account for 76,000 rows, which means 76,000 executables. Oh my God, that's quite a few executables to actually deal with. However, one of the very cool things that data science and specifically pandas has is the group by function. What you can do is group the different entries in the data frame by any combinations of field we want. Okay, if I group them by path hash, I'm going to be generating a group of 867 individual executables will repeat all over the place. Of course, there are not infinite number of variations of the executables in Windows. It's going to be depending on your patch level and versions of Windows and such. And In total, there are 867. But let's be focusing a little more. If I'm expecting malware, I'm probably going to be finding something which is not installed in all the systems. So I'm going to be restricting that to only 3 Express starships. Okay. So how if I take a look at all the binaries in Windows System 32, which appear in less than 3 starships, and you can see the way to get that value here. And guess what? I get only 47. Okay. So from 76,000 binaries, I came down to 47, which is completely manageable. If I do the analysis of those 47 binaries, I immediately see that there is one of them which has a timestamp which is very recent, and actually is one of the key Windows 32, one of the key critical processes in Windows, which is LSA ISO. So that's interesting. We have found till this point, only with file system timeline in a very easy to use, in a very easy way, several interesting findings. Okay, let's jump to the next level. Let's go to some other tools like volatility, Plazo, CANS, and some others. We're going to be repeating the same process. Okay, if you do a volatility dump, okay, you will have, as you know, TXT files or CSV files. And those TXT or CSV files will need to be read. Is it difficult to read them in Pandas? No, absolutely not. It's super easy. If you have formatted text, you can use the read FWF Pandas function. If you have CSV, you already know you have a CSV function. But wait a minute, volatility gives you only formatted output, right? Well, not really. You have the output text option in volatility, which allows you to dump the data in pipe separated format. Okay, that's fantastic, and that's Pandas is super happy to read that. So you can read that with read CSV, specifying of separator of pipe, and there you go. You have your PS list data frame with all the different columns that you already are familiar with about. Okay. Now, what you see here is that in reality, it wouldn't make a lot of difference if you get this PS list from other utilities like a PS in Windows or Linux system, or if you get it from any other endpoint solution that actually can get you the process list. The analysis I'm going to be doing is going to be very, very similar. Okay, and we have created once again another process, another function in the data science forensics library, which is called read volatility. What does it do? If you have a lot of individual files, okay, out there, which you may have processed with volatility, it's common that you do a lot of processing in your memory image. You can read them all at the same time. Okay, so basically you can have them in a folder. You launch read volatility, and bingo, you have a dictionary of data frames. Individual plugin outputs are going to be in each of the data frames. So a couple of interesting processes that we normally do when we're doing hunting and forensic analysis in the Windows environment, especially from the memory analysis point of view and process analysis point of view, is first off, if there are anomalies of processes that have been started at boot time. Okay, so if you take a look at the fantastic Sans Hunt Evil poster, you will see all these processes that actually appear in which they're the critical process of the system. The poster actually gives you how many times these processes should be running, who is their parent, and if they start at boot time or not. Okay, so what we've created is a function that analyzes those critical files and sees if they are actually starting within 30 seconds of boot time or not. And guess what? If you run that analysis with the 30 seconds option that I was mentioning, you will see that there is this LSA ISO that we were mentioning before is actually running in the system, and it's actually was not started at boot time. We can do another similar analysis, I was saying, like the parent process analysis. Doing that manually in any tool is complicated because you don't really have the process name. What you have is the process ID and then the parent process ID, but not the parent process name. So comparing the child with the parent is not very easy. So what we've done is created the volatility processes parent analysis function, which will do that analysis for you. And what do you find? That the LSA ISO process actually has a very interesting parent, hsengine vc.exe. Okay, once again, everything points in the direction that this is a malicious executable running on the system. Let's go for another, for an example, to another artifact, Kansa. Okay, Kansa, many of you know, already know this this framework. It's a PowerShell framework that allows you to search, hand your environment for different type of artifacts, get them in order to analyze them in an easy way. So once again we've created a function to make it easier for you, which is read Kansa, and read Kansa will create once again a dictionary of data frames, and in each data frame you will be able to see each of the things that Kansa actually is parsing. For instance, the services, and then with all the columns in the services you can actually do all your analysis. I'm going to be focusing on auto runs. Okay, so one of the data frames that you've created is an auto runs data frame, and we can do an analysis. You have here a few instructions, which, for instance, eliminates everything that is Microsoft signed binaries. That eliminates a lot of noise, and it will point you in the direction of a few interesting entries. One of the ones that stands out is the run key, the infamous run key. If you analyze that one, which is very easy to do, as you can see from the pandas point of view, you will see all the contents of that run key. Okay, so once again, once you have the data in such easy to parse format, it's super easy to analyze one column of the other. And by the way, it's not only easy, it's super fast. If you're running a query in hundreds or thousands or hundreds of thousands of lines, I would say even millions, it shouldn't take more than a few seconds, maximum a minute, which is, compared to anything else, is amazing, because pandas is actually, and the whole data science environment is actually optimized for that. So I'm going to be jumping now to Plaso, which is an amazing tool. I've been loving Plaso since it was born in its origins by Christine in the log timeline. And we've created, many people work with a CSV version of Plaso, which as you know, it can be easily read. And we created the function called read Plaso CSV. But I'm going to be focusing on the JSON output of Plaso. It's very easy to actually generate that JSON output with Plaso, with psort. And actually you will get a format in which the details, the parsed details of the data are inserted. So with read Plaso JSON, you will have individual data frames which contain the parsed artifacts. Okay, let me give you an example. If you look at the prefetch, the Windows prefetch execution data frame, what you will see here is not the general characteristic of Plaso, but it's actually the things like the map files on the round count, the count run, okay, which are the things that belong to the artifact itself. Which is absolutely amazing is that then with just running Plaso on a disk image, which is literally one command with three words, actually will get you all the artifacts in parsed format, okay? And with all the flexibility that the data science environment provides. Going back to our case study, we can analyze the prefetch for the prefetch data frame for the b.1.exe and b2, and we actually see that they have actually been executed. And guess what? The LSA ISO has also been executed, and the HS engine as well, this one very profusely. So, looks like we found our beacon, okay? Now, we've been able to kind of solve the case at this point, okay? But let me go to the next level, the Master Jedi level. Can we do something more sophisticated with data science? I'm going to be giving you only two examples very quickly. The first example is going to be analyzing Windows event logs with advanced visualization. What I've done in this case is, first of all, just as you are probably getting familiar, we created the function in the data science forensics library, which is called read EVTX. What will this function do? It will read the event logs, the Windows EVTX, using Willie Valentin's amazing EVTX parser, which we have integrated in the data science forensics library. And it will read the EVTX and generate a set of data frames. As you can see, it generates a data frame for each evidence type, event ID type, and then also a general data frame, which is called all, okay? If you analyze one of the first things you normally want to do when you have your events is identify how many events of each type you have. And it's super easy to do with the value counts function in pandas. But let's be honest, how many of you really know by heart all the meanings of all the event IDs? Okay, maybe a few, but all of them. So what we've created is yet another easy to use and useful function, which is called event ID stats, which will dump the statistics in a data frame format with the event descriptions. Okay, so what is the ability over other tools? Not only you have the events, but now you can parse everything in the data frame environment, in the pandas environment in Jupyter. Okay, so can you do searches on all your events? Yes, certainly. You can do search a string, any string. We're searching here for a file name and num, and then search that string in your whole event log in a very fast, as I say, very efficient way. And we can get the hits that we need. Another thing that you normally have to do almost every time, and it takes a little bit of effort, and which we have simplified, is take a look at the statistics. For instance, what users have been logging in. I'm focusing now on 464 events, which tend to be one of the most useful in the Windows event logs, right? So what users are logging in, and from what machines, what IP addresses, what logon types. So we've created this event non-sys user stats function, which will basically give you, with just that command, all the statistics information, okay? Allowing you to analyze and identify potentially suspicious entries. But let's get a little deeper. Those 4 fields that I just mentioned, workstation name, IP address, target username, and logon type, are extremely useful. So we've created yet another function, which is very flexible, which is called event non-sys user access stats. Okay, what does it do? You provide the data frame with the 4624 events. You provide a first date, a last date, and a periodicity, and it will give you how many times each of that combination actually appears in your data. Okay, so this means that if I'm interested in seeing how many, what combination of user logon times or workstation IPs happen in a specific hour or day or month or week or year, we can do that this easy. Okay, remember that what you obtain, the Y here, is actually also a data frame. So not only I have the output, but I can also filter in the output for maybe logon type 10 in order to see basically a lateral movement. And to end up with, I'm going to be doing advanced visualization. Okay, so what I've done is create a combination of all these 4 parameters and put them all together in the y-axis, and I'm printing that versus time. So if you took a look at the output, well, it's pretty clear that the central line is where the standard user is actually operating. The upper line is probably some type of administrator, and there are another 3 lines which correspond to other users, which are kind of strange, especially if you take a look at the lower bottom user, which is the HS engine user. It contains lots of logins during the last period of time where the intrusion happened from a lot of different locations. That clearly stands out. As you can see with that visualization, guys, it's super easy to catch strange stuff. The next thing you can do is go one step beyond and put together the same analysis for multiple systems. Okay, we've included here 4 different starships, and each color represents a starship. And on the left, you have actually the users. So as you can see, each user, for the most part, logs in to his own workstation, but there is a user, HS engine, which it actually logins to multiple different workstations. So how difficult it is to see an anomaly with this type of visualization. As you can see, super useful. I'm going to be just going to the last section, which is going to be probably something that is going to be getting you very excited, which is, can we actually apply machine learning to all this process? And I'm not going to be I don't have the time, and I'm not going to be getting very in-depth in the topic, but I'm going to be giving you the big idea. First of all, how do you work with data science in order to create a neural network, okay, in artificial intelligence, machine learning or deep learning? There are a couple of libraries which are extremely useful, TensorFlow and Keras. Keras is a very simple library, which is a wrapper to other machine learning libraries and deep learning libraries like TensorFlow, and it's super easy to use. We're going to be using also another library, which is scikit-learn, which provides generic functions that are also very useful in creating neural networks and artificial intelligence in general. So let me give you an overview of the process, how the machine learning process works. The first thing is data preparation. To be honest, that's where you're going to be spending 80% of your time, okay? Understanding what you want to do, how you're going to be doing, what is the diagnostic data that is useful. Remember, in the previous analysis, I didn't select all the events. I didn't select all the fields. I focus on 4 fields, which are especially interesting, and I focus on 4 6-4 events, which are especially interesting. You need to know your data, and from there, you will be preparing. I'm going to be going on the details now. Then you design your neural network. Then you build it in code. Then you train it, and then you can run your predictions to see if you can find something interesting or not. So how do you prepare your data? Well, there are several steps. First of all, you need to select your features, which are the interesting fields. Remember, in our example, are the workstation name, the IP address, the username, and the logon tag. Okay, I have selected those 4. I could have selected more, and actually machine learning and deep learning algorithms are better the more features you provide to them, as long as they're meaningful, okay? But I want to keep things simple. The second thing you need to do is normalize your data. Why? Because machine learning algorithms don't like strings. So if I provide this, it's not gonna work. I need to turn this into numbers, okay? So there's gonna be a one-to-one relationship between these strings and those numbers. And how do I do that? With a very easy to use function from scikit-learn, which is called label encoder, okay? That, as simple as that, it will create that mapping. After you do that, machine learning processes require a training and a validation, okay? So it's common to do the splitting of your data into parts, training and validation, okay? It's very easy to do. There is another function from scikit-learn, which is called train test split, and it will split your data. Normally it's 80-20, okay? 80 for training, 20 for validation. Now you have your data ready. What's gonna happen? Now you need to design your neural network. There are lots and lots of different types of neural networks, and there are lots and lots and lots of different types of architectures. I have selected an autoencoder. It's a very simplistic model that is very good at detecting anomalies. Why? Because the way it works is basically creating a model of your data. So basically, I'm going to be putting an example with cats. You're providing cats to the neural network. Okay, the neural network, the autoencoder, actually creates a model of the cat, okay? And then it will try to reproduce the cat in the output. This is very useful because this doesn't require you to provide tons of malicious data. On the opposite, you need to provide tons of normal data, okay? Why is this conflicted? Because of course you don't have tons of incidents and tons of malicious data in your environment. So it's good to have a model, and the autoencoder is this model that actually allows you to do that. So what you provide is input. As you provide lots of cats as input, it creates a model of the cat in the middle, and then tries to reproduce the cat. What happens if you provide a dog as an input? Well, a dog is pretty similar to a cat, but it's different, okay? So there's gonna be an error of reconstructing the cat on the output. What if I provide an elephant, which is really different? Then the error is gonna be tremendous in the output, okay? So what we're gonna be doing is basically looking at that error in order to look for anomalies. The first phase, remember, is building your neural network. And guys, it cannot be simpler with Keras. You have 3 layers: input layer, which is the input, the 4 dimensions, note the features at the beginning, 4 features. The input layer is going to be the 4 features. The encoded, which is the representation of your data, which is two dimensions, okay? Normally, the autoencoders are good at compressing the data in model. And then the output layer needs to be in the autoencoder the same as the input layer, okay? So it's a shallow neural network. Why? Because it only has 1 hidden layer, okay? If you have more than 3 hidden layers, that would be called a deep neural network. The phase 4 is going to be training your neural network, okay? So how do you do that? With the fit function in Keras. And as you can see, if you look at the output, there's a number of, you can see the loss. At the beginning, it's loss 13, then 10, then 8, then 6, and at the end, it's just 1, okay? And it barely changes. This means that your neural network has learned. It's doing now the right stuff. So we go to the phase 5, and we predict. We provide the data and see what happens when trying to do the reconstruction. And as you can see, if you take a look at the loss, there's a very big spike. In my previous example, that would be the elephant. Okay, it has detected an elephant, which is very obvious. But there are other minor spikes that are also interesting to look at. So if you set a threshold, let's say an interesting threshold could be 3.8, which doesn't give you a lot of false positives, but give you some of the peaks. This is what you will get. It stands out that HS engine and certain logon types like 9 and 3 are actually detected by this super simple neural network. So let me go one step. At this point, it's like, yoo-hoo, our neural network has been able to detect the intrusion. Not all the intrusion points, but we don't really need that, right? When we are doing threat hunting or incident response, we are not expecting to get all the data points. Just give me one or two, and then I will pull the string from there. So the next thing is, I'm going to be trying to overplot this data on my previous graph and see what happens, okay? See if the neural network actually was able to detect the intrusion. And if you remember the previous intrusion, the lower right corner was where the anomaly was happening. And in here, you can clearly see that there are 4 data points which have been detected. The red data points are the ones that the neural network has detected. And actually, it has been detected automatically with no knowledge on my part in terms of what users, forensic science, etc., forensic knowledge, etc. It was automated. So it's an amazing thing, guys. Imagine what you can do with more sophisticated neural networks models, where you can actually include the timing, which has not been considered here, more features, more events, etc. Artificial intelligence is the future in so many aspects, and it's actually going to be the future of DFIR. So that's why I truly believe in the DSN forensics force. Okay. To end up with, guys, this is the end of our case. Hope you enjoyed, and I can only rely you to Yoda's work. Okay, words. So please use the form, learn the ways of the force, and use it. I leave here a list of the functions that I've been using in the Python forensic library. We have just uploaded the library and make it public. It's free to use. Download it, use it, look at the code, and that's it, guys. I hope you enjoyed. There's going to be much more coming in the data science in the dsforensics.io website. Join us, follow us on Twitter, send us your suggestions, send us your comments. We are looking forward to create a community that actually help us promote data science and artificial intelligence in this field. And of course, if you need professional help in order to implement this in your environments, let us know. But let me finish with this, of course, traditional saying, may the DS forensics force be with you guys. Hope you enjoyed, and thank you very much. I will be happy to hear any questions afterwards in the channel. Thank you, Bill.
Yep, you got it. Thank you very much, Jess. We do have a couple of questions that are in here in the Q&A. I'm going to leave those up for right now. I'm going to port those into your hallway channel in Discord. We are moving into a break right now, so we're going to come back in just about 5-6 minutes. We'll get a timer up there for you. And during that, you'll also have the link to the evaluations. So if you can jump on in there, we'd appreciate it. Thanks very much, Jess. Fascinating stuff. Our data is not getting smaller, of course, and being able to address it at scale is going to be a very important thing for us to do if we're going to maintain the upper hand in any kind of analysis, especially in the DFIR world. So I'm very excited for the project, and thank you and your folks for bringing that out for everybody. And it's always good to see community resources. Thank you.
Thank you, Phil.
All right. Once again, we're going to be going into a bit of a break here. And when we come back, Dr. Brian Carrier is going to be talking to us about autopsy, which we had a few questions about as well. And just go ahead, get up, stretch, and we'll see you back here in a couple of minutes. All right, I'm going to go bring it back together for you real quick here. Lots of good questions going on in the Discord, and those hallways are great ways to keep those questions going and keep the conversation moving. But I also want to keep track one moving because I want to make sure we give all of our speakers their due time. I've got the great honor and privilege of introducing you today to Dr. Brian Carrier. And if you've been around forensics for a while, you obviously know Brian. And if you haven't been around, this is definitely somebody that you want to keep track of. His book on file system forensic analysis is kind of one of the seminal books in the DFIR world, which really takes you down to that atomic artifact level awareness from a file system. And certainly that's not the only thing that he works with. He's also a developer behind several tools, Sleuthkit and Autopsy, which he'll be talking a bit about here today, and works with Basis technology on a variety of both community-facing as well as contract consulting type opportunities as well. Really good to have you here. Someone I'm glad to call a colleague and a friend. And that all being said, I'm eager to hand this off to you, sir, for talking to us a little bit about using big DFIR data, kind of a follow-on to some of the things that Jess was talking about a minute ago. So I will hand it to you.
Great, appreciate it, Phil. Thanks. All right, let me. My slides were a little wonky apparently, so I'm going to share my screen. I'm going to present, I think. So let me share that. All right, so it's all working. Sound good? Phil, you confirm?
Yep, you're good to go.
All right, great, thanks. So thanks for this opportunity to present on this topic of big data. And as Phil said, it kind of ties in with some of the stuff discussed in the last talk. Advancing. There we go. So for me, one thing I've come to realize is one of my kind of missions of the work that I do is all about kind of making examiners more efficient. That there's a lot of people out there on the front lines, whether they're corporate incident response or law enforcement or military, who are dealing with digital devices and investigating them. And what I really kind of focus on is like, how do we make all these people more efficient to deal with all the diverse data sets and size of data sets? And it's really kind of what we focus a lot on. Some of these examples that we're going to tie into as part of this talk are being able to like automatically flag things that you tagged as bad before, so that you make sure you see them again. Another big thing that we're spending a lot of time on is ranking, right? It used to be forensics was all just about like getting access to data, right? Be able to view a file system and poke around every file and folder, or doing a keyword search and getting lots of things. That's not enough anymore. There's just too much data, and it really needs some notion of kind of ranking and prioritization with things, that you can spend your limited time on those most important things. I like to view it as more of a, back in the day in the 90s, there was, Alta Vista, which was the best search engine because it had so much broad coverage. And then Google came in, and their main thing, right, was the ranking algorithm. I feel like in forensics, we're still quite a bit in that kind of Alta Vista days of just showing you raw data and not helping the users really see the most relevant stuff first. Other main focus for us has been kind of getting context about something. Again, we can show you things, but being able to show like why it's used, how it's been used, where else you've seen it, to help you better understand what you're seeing. All of these things that we've been solving recently by leveraging data that you might be throwing away right now. A lot of people will go kind of case by case, right? They'll make a new VM for every case, coming from a mindset of contamination and not wanting to bring in data from a past case into the current case and keep everything clean. And yeah, getting a new VM every time and keeping everything contained helps you with that problem. But it means that these other problems become much more challenging. And you can't solve them. So we're going to talk today about reusing your data, kind of like a recycling approach here. Instead of throwing stuff away, recycling that and reusing that data that you have as part of your past cases to help you in the future. So this all comes down to history. There's a very old saying. Back in 2020, this guy Carrier came up with a saying, said, those who cannot remember the artifacts they saw before are condemned to analyze them again. It's a very kind of insightful quote that's lasted for many generations, and many things has been parodied over time, including this guy back in 1905 who said, those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it. But this is the basic idea, right? We kind of want to remember the history in the past to keep memories of all these things moving forward in your future investigations. And if you think about it, So much of what we do in forensics and incident response is based on the past, right? We're trained at SANS or other courses to do things based on people before us, what they thought was useful and what they saw in the past. Our tools are designed to focus on data in locations that were useful in past cases. Hashes like the NIST NSRL is hashes that someone in the past at NIST knows that it came from a known software, and it's bringing in the past notion of what's useful or not. Hash sets for child exploitation are from past cases. IOCs are from past cases. Topic keywords or drugs or child pornography or hacking or whatever are based on past experience. There's so much of our investigations that are based on past knowledge that we bring in, and the trick is to kind of apply that past knowledge to your current case and figure out the new unique parts of the current case. The challenge is scaling, right? It's hard to remember all the notable things that you've seen. It's even harder to know the things that were notable in the past that your colleagues saw. And as we've been going through trying to find things on relevance and making sure you see the most relevant things, we've also realized the boring stuff you saw before is also interesting. Because it was boring before, it's probably still boring. And now it becomes harder and harder to keep on figuring out all this stuff to remember. The general solution here is make your tools do all the remembering, right? That's what software is good at. That's what hardware is good at, to store things, be your memory, save as much data as you can, and then figure out how to use it. We're going to talk some features that we started building a few years ago for different reasons, but started collecting data. And much like the past talk on kind of data science and how machine learning and AI and all these things, once you have data, it becomes really powerful in terms of the things that you can do that you didn't really anticipate in the beginning. So this talk talks about two things. One is autopsy, the other is cyber triage, on how we've used this concept of collecting data and using it to help the examiners and the analysts be more efficient with it. So first, let's talk about autopsy. What is autopsy? Autopsy is an open source digital forensics platform. Hopefully many people here know the basics of it. There's a couple slides here just to kind of get some context, but this talk is not really about a deep dive on basics of autopsy. But the basic goals of autopsy, since we redesigned it 5-6 years ago, is on ease of use, to be easily approachable, kind of intuitive out of the box, and extensible. We've got a bunch of open plugin frameworks and a bunch of third-party modules you can drop in to build modules in Python or Java or whatever. High level, right? We're supporting hard drives, media cards, smartphones, has all the standard features plus some unique features. Here's a basic screenshot, tree on the left-hand side, select something over here, table over here, or thumbnails, choose something there, and get various viewers on the lower right-hand corner. Not rocket science, very simple, intuitive, part of the whole kind of easy to use concept here. The real trick here is just kind of knowing the kind of the structure of the tree so you know what nodes to open up as part of this. But again, basic kind of 3-panel UI flow here. There's other UIs for timeline and pictures and other things, but this is kind of the main default out of the box UI. This is a screenshot of our training course image. Brian Moran, if you're in this course right now, shout out to him who made this data set for our training set, where Renzik, our mascot here, goes missing, and as part of the training course, you kind of solve where he is. High-level features, of the tool on the left-hand side, hash calculation, keyword search, registry analysis, web artifacts, email carving, all the usual things. Unique things that aren't found in some commercial tools, especially not for free, are things like multi-user collaborative cases, where you can have, central servers and multiple users working on the same case at the same time. We think of auto ingest that automatically analyzes data 24/7 if you put images into a folder. A cool thing called analysis-driven acquisition, which means you plug like a hard drive or media card in and you start your analysis on that. And as a byproduct, it will make a VHD sparse image. So you can kind of skip the acquisition step and focus right on analysis and then get that image as kind of a byproduct and not take the time to actually make the full acquisition. Triage, timeline, communications, there's a whole bunch of stuff in there. Not the point of the talk, except for to give the big picture of there's a lot of stuff in autopsy that covers a lot of the features. So today's topic is all about kind of big data, right? Collecting data, keeping track of things. I view autopsy in cyber triage in two concepts here, kind of short-term memory and long-term memory. So on the short-term memory, autopsy is much like a lot of other forensics tools where we organize things by case. And the main motivation for us, and I'm sure the other vendors, was this keeps data sets manageable. It keeps them smallish. And it also helps with this kind of contamination kind of concern some people have of, you can say all data for this one case is here. I'm going to archive it. It is separate from this case over there. So every case in autopsy has a folder. It's got a database, whether it's SQLite or Postgres, depending on if you're single user or multi-user. You got a Solr index, a bunch of other things, but they're all contained, at a case level. And then, given that how much of forensics and its response is the past, you can bring in your past knowledge by things like hash sets and keyword lists. We have a concept called interesting file rules, which are basically folder and file name rules to flag things. The next release has got a whole bunch of rules on like cryptocurrency, wallets, and cloud storage, a bunch of things. But you can basically bring in static information from past cases to help you with your current case. Great. Most tools have this kind of concept. So autopsy also has a long-term memory. We call it the central repository. And this allows you to span cases and is dynamically updated, right? So as you do things in the software, this database gets updated based on what you're doing. You can have it be a single user or multi-user, so SQLite or Postgres. And what it stores, database, what it stores is identifiers from your cases. So as you're processing a case, identifiers get put in there and you can later use them. So we're storing things like MD5 hash values, email addresses, USB device IDs, Wi-Fi SSIDs, ICC IDs, domain names, a whole bunch of stuff. There's probably a dozen things that we're stowing away in there for future reference. We also store the notion of the case, the data source, and the path that you saw each of these in. If you make a comment on the file, we'll store that. If you tag a file, we'll store that. Basically, we're storing this kind of information on the things that are in your cases and how to kind of remember where they actually came from. This was kicking around internally for quite a while. We first released it in 2017, but you had to kind of opt in. You had to turn it on. And the reason was that there's a lot of people that were concerned about this kind of concept, mainly in law enforcement with search warrant scope. They didn't want to kind of be using data from a child pornography case in a drug case, et cetera. So it was turned off by default while we kind of figured some things out, but it's become much more useful. And so now it is on by default, as we'll see a little bit later on, but we've changed kind of the default ways we use it to kind of still satisfy the concerns about if people should be using it or not, depending on kind of search warrants and scope of that. So here's the architecture of this, right? On the left-hand side here, you have the current case database. Here's autopsy, and it can now access this historical data as well as the keyword list, IOCs, hash sets, et cetera. So how to get data in there? So there's an ingest module. So for those who went to the autopsy training or just haven't seen it before, there's a concept of ingest modules that run on the data source as you add it, or you can run them afterwards. This is where you do things like open up zip files or pull out EXIF or run email extraction. And there's a module called central repository. Now, in past versions, up until the one coming out in a couple of weeks, it was called Correlation Engine. It's now been renamed as Central Repository, but it's the same idea. This module is responsible for getting data into that central repository based on hash values or things that like the email parser is going to find with email addresses or domain names. The other way it gets updated is it's always listening. So when you tag a file, when you right click on something, you say add file tag, it's monitoring that and it'll record the fact that you tagged that file and we'll keep track of that. So how do you use it, right? That's how data gets in. It's passive, right? You don't have to know it's there, right? You just keep that module enabled and stuff will be going into that. The only thing you'll notice is that it gets bigger and bigger, but it shouldn't be a problem. So now you need to use that data. So one easy thing is that you can automatically flag files that were marked notable in a past case. We use the word notable. We used to call it bad. We were told that was kind of judgmental. So now we call it notable. It's relevant. So it's called notable, and it's basically a dynamic hash set, right? There are some labs that when an examiner finishes their case, they will update their own local hash set with all the things that were tagged. So there's kind of an additional final step to make update their hash sets of things that they found in this case to make sure in the future they also find those things. This is dynamic. This happens automatically. As soon as you tag something, we're now keeping track of that. And if you see again in the future, you'll see in the tree under interesting items, those will get flagged as things that were previously tagged as notable on a past case. You'll click on it and you'll see all the places it was tagged before. You'll also see it in the table. So in the upper right-hand corner, and we saw that 3-panel layout, there's a table. There's 3 columns that usually occur in the very beginning, SC and O. O is occurrences. So this column will tell you how many times this file or other kind of artifact was seen in past cases. So this can tell you if you're looking at a folder of files, you can say, oh my God, I've seen that 50 times. I don't really care. Or I've never seen it before. Maybe I should focus on that. So this is an easy way for you to see this. And again, our view on this, and we are not lawyers, but this is a very kind of passive use of this past data, right? The last one you could argue is a bit kind of, yeah, maybe you're searching data of 2 different case types and you don't want to do that for search warrant scope. This one is much more passive. This is much more just saying, hey, how common or rare is this file that I'm looking at, and not kind of really correlating or finding intelligence or information, kind of based off of that. Second one is on the lower right-hand corner. We have the other occurrences view, and this is basically showing that if you choose an item, this will show you where else it's been seen before. So it's organized such as this, where the left-hand side are all the cases that you saw that in, the data sources that were in, the file name. This basically allows you to kind of figure out, you've seen this file before. Maybe it is relevant, for as part of a past case. Maybe you want to see where it actually is elsewhere. But this is basically an easy way for you to kind of dive into a given item you found some way to see where else you've seen it. These are the main uses of this data for quite a while, right? It's on this notion of correlation and remembering your past data. But the past year or so, we've started to use it in different ways, which is on ranking, right? So as I mentioned before, we've been focusing a lot on how do we kind of go beyond Alta Vista and into Google and make sure that people can see with all these like overwhelming amounts of data to find the relevant data first. The general theory that we have here is if you've seen a file 10 times before and it wasn't relevant, it's probably not relevant the 11th time either. And if you've seen a file 50 times before, that's even less relevant than one you've only seen 5 times before, right? And so we can use these things as a way to kind of prioritize the data you've seen. That's not to say this file you've seen 50 times before is actually, it could still be relevant, but we want to focus on the unique things probably first, and the things that were previously marked as bad. So we can do this with a central repository that has all the data. We know what files we never tagged. We know what files we've seen before and other artifacts, domain names, email addresses, all of those things. And we can use it to deprioritize the boring stuff and focus on the unique and probably relevant stuff. So to satisfy this, we have the data. We have a new UI. It's called File Discovery. It came out in the January release of Autopsy this past year. It's a search UI. And the main idea is to allow the user to define what they're looking for. Now, full disclosure, this is an incrementally released feature. I'm a big proponent of making small incremental releases on things, getting feedback, learning about stuff, trying it, versus spending 2 years on some major thing and realized it didn't really quite work or it's a little bit different. So every quarter this has been coming out with new features, and the whole thing kind of changes a bit as we learn stuff and apply stuff with this. But the basic idea is the user picks things that they care about and how they want to see the results. And by having this repository and all this data, it allows the user to focus on and display based on past occurrence. So for example, here's some queries we have based on pictures, just because they're simple. There's equivalent ones for executables for more of the incident response people in the audience. But here's just kind of an obvious one for images and pictures, right? If you want to see all unique or rare pictures that are big, and you can organize them by parent folder. So the basic idea here is that you as the examiner want to focus on possibly user-created images that are big, and you want to see them in the same structure the owner organized them if they had some kind of folder structure to mean certain things. So you can do it. You can define I want big and rare, and I want them organized by parent folder. Sometimes you want to show all pictures though, but organized by frequency, right? So you may just want all big pictures, but you want to see the unique ones first, and then focus on the other ones. You can. So you can define the same criteria, but now you're going to use size as a feature and group them by frequency. So UI looks like this. You can choose the type. Right now we have these 3. Web artifacts is coming next. Executables will be after that. Step 2 is kind of define the criteria you want. So based on size, based on data sources they're in, based on the past occurrences that they are. You pick the display options. So you pick how you want to group them. So instead of just giving you a long laundry list of thousands of files, we force you to choose how to group them. It could be based on size, could be based on past occurrences, could be based on parent folder. All depends on your goals and how you want to rank them. You get results such as this. So again, this is more of a picture. This is actually from the same autopsy training set. These are grouped based on size and unique pictures only. And so we see here, these are all the large files, which are in the range of 1 to 50 megabytes. The medium pictures are 100K to 1 megabyte. We deduped them. So you can see here, this file was actually in 2 different locations. We only show it here once. We show you both locations, and then you can have the same viewer down here to kind of dive into all these different things. There's a similar view for videos where we show you video thumbnails. If there's a document, we'll show you kind of a summary of the documents, a few lines of text. Web things, we're going to have more of a domain-based view of this. So you can like view the different domains, which ones have the most activity, etc. So that's kind of the basic idea. It's a really powerful tool. I got to admit, we at some of our sites where we have we help manage and run, we've had this data central repository running for over 2 years. So we have over 2 years of production data that are coming through some of these labs, and it's been really amazing to then fire this up and look at new cases. And it really allows you to kind of focus in on the things that are probably relevant, because you can see what's unique. And NSRL is a great tool, a great utility for like executables and things, but it really helps you to kind of ignore all of the web icons and things that you may find on the internet and things that are just kind of boring and common, and really focus on the things that are unique to that person. So now let's move to cyber triage. That was all about autopsy. Now let's move to cyber triage, and that tool is kind of an evolving thing. For the next year at least, we will have kind of incremental features, for all of that coming out. There's a lot of movement on that. So now let's talk about cyber triage. So the central repository is great, right? It's collecting this data. We're always finding new ways to actually use it. But the central repository is your history, right? It only knows about what you've put into it. And this is good and bad. Right? It's bad because you haven't seen everything before, and it may take a while to build that data up. As I mentioned before, we have some people who have 2 years of data on their systems. Some folks have 0, or some folks may only have for the past 4 months when we actually turn it on by default to start collecting this data to be used for the kinds of relevance ranking. But it's good because honestly, something is better than nothing, right? Having 4 months of data to help you with that is better than no months of data. So this will keep on improving for everybody. And the other reason this is good is because many labs are offline. And even if there's some bigger picture global repository, they're not going to access it. And at least if they have their own data, that's better than no data at all. So, this is good, bad, right? For the CR being kind of just your data. But we changed it for our cyber triage tool, or we're in the process of changing it. So what is cyber triage? So cyber triage is our automated intrusion forensics tool. So while autopsy is a general purpose tool, right, that you can use for intrusions or murder cases, or fraud cases, or terrorism cases, or child pornography cases, right? You can use it for anything, right? Cyber triage is hyper focused on just intrusion related artifacts, right? So it knows where to find the artifacts for things like startup items and auto runs and program run items, web artifacts, WMI actions, logins, networks, all the artifact types you care about for intrusions around user activity and malware. It knows where to find those things. It brings them in, it scores them, and gives you kind of scores as bad or suspicious. And then the user can then review the high threat items and dive in. So there's a big concept in cyber triage of this notion of ranking to kind of elevate the things that you should spend your time on versus just dumping a whole bunch of processed data or things in front of you to try and figure out which are the most likely to look at. So here's a screenshot of that. Bit different than autopsy. Left-hand side are all data types, user things, accounts, logins, what network shares they accessed, what programs they ran, web artifacts they accessed, malware around persistence, things that are running, etc. So you can choose these things. It's a timeline on the right-hand side that shows you kind of what the time stamps are for the bad items to allow you to kind of get a mental model of the events. But basic kind of easy to use kind of navigate tool, and these things are showing you kind of the bad and the suspicious items. So let's talk about the memory, right? Back to autopsy that had short-term and long-term memory. Cyber triage is similar, right? Cyber triage started its life off actually as an autopsy module. They went their own ways because cyber triage was so much more focused on different kinds of data and live running systems and the infrastructure to have collection tools, running and just kind of different infrastructure. But the same concepts still exist in cyber triage and autopsy, right? So we have databases for storing the artifacts at an incident level. It's the same as a case. We just call them incidents in cyber triage. It remembers your past scores, your tags, your comments, etc., so that when you can see in your future collections, you can see what you marked in the past, how common or rare something is. And so with this data, when you look at an artifact like a startup item or a program run entry, it'll show you what past cases you saw it in and if it was marked as bad in the past. So again, we're trying to leverage as much as possible that past data to help you out. And with this, you can figure out, is this artifact unique to the system, or other systems that may have it, right? So uniqueness is really important. As we discussed before in the last talk, right? It's very important to find uniqueness because those are usually the ones that are tied to malware or attacks, and they're kind of the outliers. So being able to have that information is very useful. And then once you do find that, you may find 4 or 5 other systems as part of a scoping exercise that you also want to see. And if you have that data available, it makes it easy to find those initial ones to start scoping to. So you can see this in Cyber Triage, in the table view of Cyber Triage. On the right-hand side, there's usually a column that says seen before. This data is actually a bit boring. It's from one of my systems that I had to reset a little while ago. This is the downside of running a development environment as well. But it basically shows you that this item here, it must be a Chrome executable, was seen 12 times before, which is all of the incidents. This one was seen none before. This number here is if they were marked as bad before, but it allows you to kind of dive in and see how common or rare something is as part of that. So that's great, right? That helps you find the outliers, just that of as part of your past cases. But you can focus on the unique ones. It's all good. But sometimes your past cases aren't enough, right? We have several cyber triage customers who, don't do a lot of intrusion investigations, right? Maybe they do them once a month, and they like the kind of the ease of use of cyber triage, but it takes a while for them to get all of that data built up to really get an idea of common or rare. And maybe they're actually part of, they have a whole bunch of other security roles, and they aren't memorizing all the processes that they need to be keeping track of at all times. And so they want kind of more context about what startup items and things are actually common or rare in environments. So would it be useful to know how common or rare something is amongst others in the industry as overall? So we started to make this global repository for file hashes. Again, we like to do things incrementally, so focusing just on kind of file hashes as the first starting point. And so we're building this up, and we're going to bring this into Cyber Triage as a way of giving kind of bigger picture view on kind of how common or rare something is. So Cyber Triage comes along with an online file reputation service. It's a service endpoint that we have. It identifies a file as being good or bad or suspicious. It's backed up by Reversing Labs, which is a service like VirusTotal. It's got 40+ malware scanning engines. So when you're using Cyber Triage, you can upload hash values or file content and get results back. And if we know about it, we'll tell you about it. We're also going to Reversing Labs and get their opinions on these things. And it's been storing anonymous data about hash frequency. So it's not tied to anyone. It's not stored with any association of who it came from, where it came from. It's just keeping track of that this hash value was requested, information about it. And the idea here is that this has been going on since like February. The idea here is that as this goes on, we'll be able to kind of then provide results to you as you're looking for things to find out, is this hash value unique? No one's been seen it before. Is it rare that a couple of people have or a couple of users have? It's common, etc. So we're not going to provide core numbers. We're just going to provide kind of generic information. And again, this is all anonymous, not tied to any specific kind of company or incident or whatever. But the idea here is that how can we provide some basic feedback to people about kind of frequency analysis, of these items. So this is the architecture of that. We have Cyber Triage right in the middle here. It's got its local incident database, its local historical repository, and then has access to this global historical repository to get information on kind of frequency analysis in the community. After we roll this out, there's also plans to roll this to other artifact types. Again, in the incremental idea here, start with file hashes. That's pretty easy. We understand file hash functions. But the idea here is that how do we extend that concept to other data types besides just file content? So one example, this is all TBD, it hasn't been finalized yet, but for startup items, right? One way to kind of make a hash for a startup item would be to normalize the path and kind of hash the string. So maybe the path is, C, users, JDO, app data, local temp, blah.exe is the program being run as a startup item. One idea is, we normalize it, so we make it all lowercase. We pull out the username, JDoe here, that's irrelevant to what the actual username is. And that will kind of, different usernames will cause different hash values. Make it all lowercase, and then run it through SHA-256 or MD5, whichever we choose for that. But that becomes kind of a hash value for that startup item. Maybe we want to tie in the key that it was in, whether it was kind of a run once, maybe it's irrelevant. There's a bunch of things to think about here as part of this. But the idea here is that once we roll this out, to start to kind of do this for other items. And ideally, this is a kind of a community effort, right? There's nothing unique here that we're doing as part of this. So ideally, there's some kind of concept of we can all build up hashes for different kinds of artifacts to allow us to correlate these things anonymously, with lookup tables kind of things versus more very descriptive and verbose kind of JSON-y kind of things. And also coming soon, before the other stuff, is that Autopsy will use this as well. So by the end of the year, I assume we will have an Autopsy module that will be able to use the same repository. And so when you're running data sets through Autopsy, it can reach out to that REST API and query that, and both use the malware scanning capabilities as well as kind of give you that frequency analysis, for how common or rare something is, just to give you that more context in your investigations and how common or rare something is, around the world. So in summary, right, saving your data can be really important to solving, your kind of future big data problems. And we all either currently have big data problems of kind of overwhelming data, or it's getting even worse, coming up. And relevance and ranking, I think, are the huge problem to solve right now in forensics. Outside of the usual, there's a lot of data types, a lot of databases to parse, all those kind of things. It's really about how do we make this data available and bump up the highest priority items to the user and the examiner. So basic idea here is don't throw your data away, right? Reuse it. Hopefully your tools that you have are able to kind of start keeping track of this, and you can leverage it either now or in the future. Or maybe these global databases will kind of help out as well. But even if you don't do it locally, you can benefit from that by others kind of putting their in. And remember the great old classic saying by that guy Carrier on those who remember the artifacts they saw before are condemned to analyze them again. Two other quick things. OSDFCon is our annual open source event. We've had it for 10 years now. October 21st, 2020 is the current date for it. It will be virtual this year, as everything else is with all of these events going on. The agenda is still being figured out. We crowdsourced voting for the agenda, and that finished last week, I think. But topics typically included incident response, memory, correlation, whole bunch of cloud, whole bunch of things are there. It's always been free for U.S. government employees. We're still trying to figure out all the registration details with kind of the virtual notion, of it this year. But there is a website down below, osdfcon.org. You can sign up for updates on there if you aren't already to be notified when that becomes available. So there's training. So there is an 8-hour online training available for Autopsy. I saw a bunch of references to it already on the Discord app. We offered it for free for a while for COVID. I thought we'd get a few thousand people who signed up for it, take advantage of it. We had 100,000 people enroll for that and go through. It was crazy. There's a lot of support tickets and things that went through there. Thanks to Brian Moran for helping out with all of that. The training, though, is still free for U.S. law enforcement through 2020. We made this through some DHS science technology contracts and grants, and so therefore it's still free for U.S. law enforcement through the end of the year. And then Cyber Triage, we've got a free 3-hour kind of intro to IR training coming out next month, and then there'll be an 8-hour class coming in the fall for that. Downloads contact, you can get Autopsy for free at autopsy.com. There's a free evaluation for Cyber Triage at cybertriage.com. There's my email. You can catch me on LinkedIn or Twitter. I am terrible at both of them, I will be honest, but email is much more reliable to actually get in touch with me. So that's it.
Excellent. Thank you very, very much. There's some great conversation going in the Discord, and a bunch of questions came in as well. I'll be honest, I don't think we'll have time to get through all the questions here with you, but I wanted to pick, there's a couple of them that were in a similar theme, kind of centering on scalability. There were some questions on scalability with the database, or if Hadoop is being considered, and EO1 size, like, is there any general metrics you can provide about scalability? And most of those questions were specifically on the autopsy side of the talk.
Sure. Yeah. So we've done quite a bit to kind of make, in our experience. So content wise, or infrastructure wise, as I mentioned before, it's all relational at this point, right? It's Postgres, for kind of the one to scale the most. When we first kicked this off, we did a bunch of evaluations on relational versus Mongo versus Elastic versus whatever. Postgres gave us by far the best performance, for kind of inserting and querying for that. And essentially it's because all we're doing is making rows, right? We're making basic rows of here's the hash value, here's the case name, here's a file, the case index or ID reference, whatever. And they're actually pretty fast, inserts that we do when we batch them up. So that was by far the best performant, wise of that. Things like Hadoop really become important if we want to actually do a lot of kind of clustering analysis or things. We found that's better for clustering things, but for the simple task that we're doing of more of like inserts and query to see how common or rare something is, I mean, Postgres is really good enough for that. We do break the tables up by type to keep them small, right? In our experience, the real performance hits comes when tables get far too big. And so we have been doing a lot to kind of keep the table small, to keep file hashes separate than domains, separate than email addresses, separate than whatever, to kind of keep those small. But the final thing is that we do have this place that or a couple places that have a couple years of data on them. This is not the bottleneck, right? Solar historically has been more the bottleneck for kind of performance in things than actually maintaining this database, just for kind of context and for reference.
Yeah, I've seen that a number of times as well. So excellent. Well, I realize we're getting ready to head into lunch. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to ask our moderators to not kill off the questions that are still outstanding. I'm going to get those. Don't worry. I'll actually copy paste those into your hallway. It'll be a bit of a dump, but that way we're not losing, because there are some really good questions that I think you'll have some quick, easy insight to. It's just with the timing, I don't want to push stuff too far one way or the other.
Sure.
So that all said, thank you very much for sharing with us. Excellent material as always. Really some of the classic tools in the forensic toolkit, and it's always nice to hear from someone such as yourself who's so close to the creation of tools like that, and really give us the closest information we can get on them. So it's pretty awesome. Get the info right from the source.
Thanks, Phil.
Absolutely. Thank you for your time and for sharing. I'll get those questions pasted into the hallway. Bear with me on that for everybody who's in the room. We're moving into a lunch cycle here. So here's the way this is going to work. Hey, it's right up there on screen, coincidentally. So our lunch is going to go until 1:30 Eastern. However, in the middle there, we're going to actually have a lunch and learn from the Net Enrich vendor, and Brandon is going to be presenting some information about how to deal with remote workers. Obviously, that's a problem not a problem, excuse me, that's a different operating kind of environment and landscape than most of us were dealing with until recently. So being able to get some idea of what the risks are of that, and more importantly, how to potentially mitigate those as well. So I'm going to go off mic here for just about 20 minutes or so. I'll be checking in now and again, but I will be pasting those questions back into the Discord. And if you're able to join us back for the lunch and learn, that'll be in a little while. And there's also one in the other track as well from Eric McIntyre from Randori. So we're going to have two great talks that you'll be able to pick from for live and follow back up on later as well. Hopefully you can join us. Otherwise, make sure you get something to eat, get up, stretch, caffeinate, hydrate, all the things, and we'll see you back here shortly. Cheers. Hey everybody, we're just a couple of minutes from kicking off the lunch and learn session over here in track 1 with Net and Rich. Brandon Hoffman's going to be talking to us. So just wanted to mention it in case you're in the other room. So if you hear the if you hear things start coming in, right as we do the kickoff, of course, I don't want you to miss the beginning. So that's why I like to drop in here and just kind of remind you that we've got that coming up. So come on back in. I will also say that we will not be using the DFIR Track 1 Discord channel for this. If you go into your Discord interface, scroll down to the bottom, we've got a whole section of exhibitors, exhibitors channels, and the one that we'll be using for this one will of course be for the vendor. So we're looking for Net and Rich, which is down there in the, oh wait, am I looking in the wrong place? Hang on a second. Let me expand that. I will be honest. I'm new to Discord, so I'm still learning. I see the question about it being recorded. Hold that thought. I'm gonna ask that question of our of Brandon in just a minute here. Solutions track. There we go. I just had to unfold it. There was nothing new in there. That's why I didn't see it. I can learn. Yes, so the Net and Rich channel is the one. It's going to be underneath that exhibitors heading. So I will give just a minute for people to come on in here and just make sure. I believe we've got Brandon, who's already in the panelist session, so we're in good shape. So a question about Discord, that's where we're doing the chat portions. The questions you can answer as you're doing here if you can't get into the Discord for whatever reason. But that's really where a lot of the conversation is going. So it's certainly not required. It's just kind of an added means of conversing. And again, I'll ask, and actually, Brandon, if you are on, I know we're just at kickoff, real quick, is this going to be recorded as well? Do you know if that is the case?
I'm not sure if it's going to be recorded separately from here. But I
okay.
Hey, Phil, this is Brian.
All right, no worries. Hey, Brian.
Hey, we will be recording this session. It'll be released later on.
Okay, excellent. Thank you for confirming. I just wanted to make sure. So for the questions in there on will it be recorded, the answer is yes. And that actually goes for all of our talks. They are all being recorded and they will all be on the YouTube channel as well. So I will get that squared away, and we will update the Discord invite as well. So with no further delay, I want to go ahead and get this kicked off so we're not taking too much time and give Brandon his full due. Brandon is going to be talking to us about the risks associated with working from home, and specifically about what his company Net and Rich can do to help mitigate and address some of those. He's the CISO and head of security strategy for Net and Rich, so definitely got a lot of great insight into their offerings and the work that they're doing. And he's also got a lot of background in CTO space as well as in practitioner space as well. So he's actually worked pretty deeply in some various dark deep web type operations, as well as worked in security architecture roles, worked in penetration and actually large scale data center operations as well. So with no further delay, I will go ahead and leave it to you, sir. Welcome to the DFIR Summit. We're glad to have you, and I'm looking forward to your talk here.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. And thanks for having me here. It's great to be here. I, here in the middle of your lunch session. So thanks for spending your lunch with me as we talk through a couple interesting things here. So what we're going to talk about first, of course, got to give a little bit of an agenda. The adversary, who is it that is looking at your systems, looking for opportunity? Remote work and attack surface, really what we're going to talk about here is not necessarily the risk that working from home represents, but some of the transformation that businesses had to go through to support this work from home and what risk that could introduce in kind of a simplistic format. So when we talk about adversary opportunity, a lot of people talk about adversaries. They talk about advanced persistent threat. They talk about nation state actors. But I think, as we all know, it's really the cyber criminals the lower level criminals, cyber adversaries that are hitting us all the time. Those are the ones that are really knocking on the door all the time. And while they are skilled at hacking, some of them, which, you know, in today's world mostly means really stealing credentials, errors still remain a large part of the opportunity, right? So basic misconfigurations, basic errors. We can see here from the Verizon data breach investigation report from this year that errors still, you know, were casual events in 22% of the breaches, and organized criminal groups were behind 55%. So, you know, what does that mean? We're going to explore a little bit more about what that means and why you should care. And when we talk about error, I thought this was extremely interesting, and you might too, again, from the data breach investigation report, is that basically these are things that led up to incidents. So we see hacking, we see social media, we see malware, physical attacks. And then in the middle where that arrow is conveniently pointing is at the errors. So what we see over time here from 2015 to current day is that all of these methods or entry points or whatever you want to call them, all these opportunities are going down over the years, except strangely error has slightly gone up. It hasn't decreased at all. And you know, with all the tools that we've invested in, all the people and process and everything that we have going on, we solved this problem years ago, right? You'll note the carrots in my sidebar, the carrots in my thing there. I was told that's now the sarcastrophe, which apparently is some old thing. So of course, sarcastically saying we've solved this problem years ago as we see errors, which should be easily contained, on the rise. So that's really the opportunity space that's being presented to the adversaries. And with remote work, of course, it's growing. We all know that. It's not just a recent trend. We can see this chart over here from FlexJobs. Even over the past 12 years, growth up 159%. Over the past 5 years, 44%. And then, of course, recent events sure did expedite things, right? So going from March just to April, an increase of over 30% of, at least in the US, workers working from home. So what does this mean? Why do we care? We care because it increases our attack surface. Here we have 4 basic examples of how rapidly shifting to a remote workplace represents an increased attack surface. So secure resources, there has to be an increased access to those. Services are being deployed more rapidly. So while we've all spent a lot of time building a lot of process around how to secure our services and how to deploy them properly, the need for speed is upon us. And so that means minimal security, as we all know from the past. Remote IT. So it's not just the, you know, the salespeople and the marketing people, you know, that are remote. The IT people are remote too. Security people are remote. And we need access to sensitive tools and systems. We have to do that remotely now. So of course, having those sensitive tools and systems available remotely increases our attack surface. And similarly, along the same vein, opening and leveraging remote management tools. You know, many of us out there who have run those types of tools before, we're saying, oh, we would never turn on remote management. We'd never let that admin panel be exposed. We never turn it on. We shut it off. And even if we do turn it on, we're comfortable because it's inside the data center. It's where nobody can get to it, arguably. But now we have to leverage that remote management, those tools, and we have to leverage them remotely. So that represents some risk for us. Now we're going to go over a couple different use cases. So, you know, use case 1, talking about this controlled resource, the idea that we have this resource that's usually controlled, it's in a controlled environment. We have to move it out to a place, we have to move it to the DMZ because in this case, this company is a services-based company. They're providing services to their customers. And one of the core tools used to deliver those services, according to the security architecture, completely contained and, excuse me, due to the tool being placed in the DMZ, so remote workforce could get access to it. Now, from an adversary perspective, several new opportunities for reasonably basic attacks were presented. And so we're going to walk through a couple of those examples. So first set of findings, credentials leaked. Not a surprise. This is a hot topic for everybody. It's not just malware, but, you know, basic mistakes also lead to this. So what we found here, of course, API credentials embedded in code in GitHub. So, you know, finding this type of thing in GitHub one of the key things to do if you guys are leveraging, or if the engineering teams are leveraging things like GitHub, of course they are, putting sensitive code, putting credentials as examples of code into GitHub, huge problem. You might be asking yourself, Brandon, why does this matter? We're talking about remote work and this change. It matters because in this case, the API is the thing that was exposed. So there's two parts to this challenge. One, finding the credentials, having them in GitHub, that's a huge problem. But then the fact that the API those credentials are to be used for is now exposed remotely, that obviously compounds the issue. So that's one of the first findings. The second findings, of course, that API being exposed, we can see SQL injection vulnerability led to full database access. So again, this resource intending to be accessible only from the corporate network, now out on the open, probably we're aware of this SQL injection vulnerability in the system. The security team probably didn't have a chance to patch it because the need for speed, we had to push it out. And so now this SQLi vulnerability available to everybody on the public internet. And as we can see here, it's probably difficult for you guys. We can see some examples here of a normal request and of course the injection request. And then down there, it's probably quite difficult or impossible for anybody to see. So I apologize for that. Is a dump of users and password hashes. So huge problem, of course. And then last but not least, in this use case, what do we see? On RDP port exposed, but it's not just about the RDP port being exposed. It's about the fact that it did in fact lead to the authentication panel. So now we have credentials that are out there. We have a dump of users, a dump of passwords, hashes. Those could easily be cracked, or maybe not easily, but probably. And now we have an administrator login available to the public internet, could easily brute force or of course use those credentials to get into this RDP. So what does this mean from a lessons perspective when we talk about what did we learn from this? All these were foundational security mistakes, right, that are generally the genesis of an incident. So coming from an incident perspective, this is what starts the incident. So knowing your attack surface in advance ideally can expedite an investigation. So we have to go back. We have to determine, where did it come from? Why do I care? Why is this important? Is this real? Of course, ideally avoid one. That's me being the eternal optimist. I'm probably being laughed at right now in many, many home offices. These mistakes happen frequently, right? But without automation, it's not possible to stay above board. As you know, this is the DFIR conference, but if you've been on the other side of it, on the detection side, right, certainly you know that it's a waterfall. And so without tooling, without automation to find these common mistakes, it's quite difficult. And finding the issues really is part of the battle. But understanding how to quickly remediate this, or how to resolve these things, knowing detailed steps to support the IR process without chasing it down massively advances the process, because the volume of incidents and different things that we all have to deal with. We've got staff at different levels, right? So having remediation output or guidance is really the key to help closing these things down more quickly. And so some examples of what that looks like. What does resolution guidance look like? First of all, it's what's affected, the detail. Here's the exact entity. Here's the exact port. And then there's impact and context, right? So what is the impact of this? What does it mean if somebody took advantage of this? And what's the context? Why do I care? How do I prioritize this? Is it happening to other people? And then of course the recommendations, right? Close this port, do this, look for this entity, find this artifact, shut this down, those types of things, recommendations, along with context, details. Those are the things that we need, and we need them rapidly to help increase the pace. Second use case, along the same vein, right? Except in this case, it's more about how open source intelligence can be leveraged and is also leveraged by the adversary. So in this case, we have a product company. They issued a security advisory, not uncommon, as we know. They had default administrative credentials in some of their public-facing infrastructure, right? So hard-coded credentials, already everybody's nodding their head, mistake, mistake. This security advisory went out over the wire. And when it went out over the wire, essentially it becomes OSINT, right? Now, the challenge compounding this is that other administrative ports were opened recently, of course, due to the IT staff having to be remote. So from an outside looking in, exceedingly simple to identify ports generally reserved for management, of course, that's child's play, and that this OSINT tools can and are used by the adversaries to find these things. So let's take a look just briefly at this use case and what it was all about. This is an interface called Knowledge Now, free to the world. It's around threat intelligence, but again, this is what we're talking about here. When these security advisories go out, they go out over news and media, they become open source intelligence. They're easy to find. Here we can see a couple examples of hard-coded issues. Again, this is just a quick example of how to find some things like this. But of course, enumeration of ports and the sensitive service. Here we can see the example of finding SSH on all these different systems, publicly available systems, and so how do we use this? Well, we use this because the credentials that were shared, and I'll show an example of what that looks like, in that product advisory, they actually shared the username and the hard-coded credentials in the advisory. They use those, of course, over port 22 on a publicly accessible system, which again, normally wouldn't be publicly accessible. They gained root access, were able to see full command history, all the authentication details, all the tokens, and of course, execute arbitrary code, the thing that we're all worried about. So here we can see an example of this, just some quick snapshot of what that looks like. Resolution guidance example, again, here's just another example of what this means. The affected entities, all the entities that were publicly accessible with port 22 open, the impact, why you should care, the link to the advisory, understanding the context, again, very important. Maybe you have more of these systems around than just, were enumerated here in this report. And then of course, recommendations. And so how does this support DFIR, the things that we're talking about today? Open source intelligence, of course, is critical. Having access to this, to curated news, trends, helps you prioritize and focus which incidents, need to be worked on, right? Detailed threat intelligence, so not just news and trends, that's all great, it's fluffy, it's helpful, but really the technical details. What triggered? What was the rule that triggered this? Examples of sandboxing, these technical pointers. It's probably hard for you to see on the right-hand side there, but a sandbox sighting, right? So here's an example of a sandbox sighting that might be relevant to your incident. Well, that's going to save you time, right? It's going to ease your process. If that's the same sample that you have, it's the same artifact, somebody who's already gone through the time to do it, you can leverage that, save you time in your process. And then attack surface, right? So again, as we talked about earlier, external attack surface, genesis of many, if not all attacks, continuous automated assessment really is something that is important for everybody to have and understand to help make incident resolution easier. So of course, these three things supporting the DFIR movement. So yeah, I mean, wrap up and the takeaways, attack surface continues to grow, change, evolve, as we know. Understanding your attack surface in real time on a continuous basis, foundational security requirement. We've all talked about it. It's not sexy, but we got to do it. The adversaries are looking at us from the outside. We need to do it as well. Critical thing to do. Pairing the output of these tools with contextualized or personalized threat intelligence can really provide a powerful focus for you from a prioritization, right? We're all perpetually overloaded. The work queue continues to grow. There's skills gaps. We don't have enough people. We need contextualization. We need personalization to understand not only what is my attack surface, but why should I care? Who out there is focused on me or these specific issues so that I can prioritize my workload. And then having the people, right? We've all experiencing this all the time. Huge skills gap. We got to have people with chops, right? And those people provide resolution. It's critical. If those people don't exist, getting resolution guidance from experts, we all support each other in the community. There's also services that support this. Getting that resolution guidance from experts can make an exceedingly difficult task really a doable task. And so I'm probably finished a little bit early, but that leaves time for questions, of course. It's pretty straightforward what I was talking about. So I'd, of course, like to say thank you, but if there's questions, I'm available to answer questions.
Yeah, sure thing. A couple of them came in during the session, so we'll be able to take a look at those live here. The first one in here that came in was like, I'll make it a little bit more generic of a question than specific tools and libraries, but with a lot of the work that's been done to thwart facial identification and facial recognition, is there anything that you can speak to in terms of minimizing the mistaken identity that could be associated with some of those techniques?
Oh boy. I don't know that that's specifically in my wheelhouse, but I will say that, facial recognition, much as we all like it, I don't know that that's really the right move. I mean, certainly with the idea of deep fakes and all the technology that we have going on, snapping up somebody's face is pretty simple to do. So.
Yeah, I've especially lately been found it comedic, if completely off the technical track, with you can get your face masks printed with a face.
Yeah.
So that means, of course, you've got Chunk from Goonies, Arnold Schwarzenegger from all his movies, Eraser and such. Interesting times. Do you have anything that you could speak to about trying to do any kind of searching or correlation to identities used in any of the non-public facing webs, whether you want to call them dark web, deep web, whatever, but just any kind of hidden identities or pseudonym associations?
Well, this is actually a topic that would probably take longer to answer. I mean, working in a place like what people call the dark web, not the best terminology per se, but people are hiding their identity, and compounded by the fact that, let's say you're in a forum, you're tracking a threat actor, you're pretty sure it's the guy you want. Then you jump to a different forum and you have the same handle. What we found too is that sometimes lower capability or new guys to the scene will steal a well-vetted cyber criminal's handle from a popular forum and use it on a less popular forum to kind of gain street cred. So that problem is compounded. The best way, of course, as we know, to track people is by actual artifacts. Indicators, and I don't mean indicators of compromise, I mean indicators of identity, right? So have we seen this email been used? Is it tied to a GitHub? Is that somehow tied to a post made on XSS? Things like that. The way to track it, of course, is data entities, as we all know.
Right. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, and that's kind of what my thought was as well. Is you got this entire, you don't even take dark web like you were saying, just look internet in general, like the problems associated with impersonation or just arbitrarily spinning up new or impersonated identities becomes pretty trivial. So
yeah,
becomes that's why we have jobs, right? That's why we can do that kind of work. Two questions in roughly the same vein. I'll lump these together and ask, have you seen anything in terms of trends that have increased with attacking VPNs as an edge node? Because we are seeing the trend of working remotely, the VPN becomes an even more critical resource. And if so, do you have any tips? I guess either way, do you have any tips that you might be able to add on quick wins of making a VPN more secure? And I realize that's a huge talk unto itself, but any just kind of like quick wins that you might have would be interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I specifically avoided this topic just because there has been a rash, of course, of VPN, targeting going on, as we would expect the explosion of VPN resources to be used with the remote work. I think what we have to do as an industry really is to think about, and this is not to discount the value of VPN, but I think what we need to do is rethink the delivery model from an IT services perspective. Is that how can we deliver our services securely without being reliant on something as monolithic as a VPN? There's a lot of other technologies out there that we could leverage. There's remote workload types of technologies. There's cloud technologies and things that could help us. And obviously, I don't have time to go into those details right now. But I think VPN is important, but VPN is just the beginning. right? And so how can we support VPN or, supplement VPN with other technologies to make our reliance on that less, I think is really the important question.
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of that classic idea, classic mantra of defense in depth. Now we're talking about building security or adding security in depth and adding multiple layers onto that as well. So I think it's a not exactly a new topic, maybe just a slightly different angle on a classic and well established idea.
Yeah, it's like building piers out into the ocean. The ocean's the internet, and how do we secure our pier? It's tough, right?
Yeah, yep, exactly. Well, once again, hey, job security is a good thing, right? This is not a problem that's one that's likely to be just magically solved overnight. We're going to be able to continue doing good things and adapting in the face of a changing workforce, as you discussed, as well as in the face of a changing adversary. So, very good.
Definitely.
Well, that was the questions that we had here. I know there were a couple of comments that were in the Discord channel as well, probably a little bit more detailed than we maybe want to get into discussion-wise and have the time for. But I wanted to say thank you very much for your time and for sharing your information with us. Definitely very informative, and I appreciate you taking the time out of your day to be with us.
Thanks for having me here. Really appreciate it, and appreciate being here with everybody, even virtually. Looking forward to the rest of the great talks today and tomorrow, of course.
Awesome. Well, very cool. Thanks again. Appreciate it. Take care, Rand.
Thanks. Have a great day. Bye.
So for the rest of the lunch time frame until we get to 1:30 p.m. Eastern time, we're going to go ahead and just go off mic here so you can get a little bit of time away from the LCD, maybe get some sunshine if that's feasible wherever you're at. But we're eager to have you back for the afternoon. We're going to be picking up with Jim Clausing, who is one of our instructors as well. And he's going to be talking about if you don't succeed, try something else, which is going to be a great way, especially for those of you who are getting into the field, really trying to understand the workflow associated with learning new things, especially when you've got a very dynamic, rapidly changing environment like we do in DFIR. So that all being said, I will answer a couple of questions as they're coming in, as best as I'm able. But if you're stepping away, a timer. We got 25 minutes until we're going to be back at it. So we'll see you back then. All right, welcome back. Glad to have you rejoining us after lunch. Kind of regroup here and bring everybody back in. We've got a couple more talks for you coming up this afternoon. Let's see, we've got about 5 left that are going to go here. Then we're going to bring it together for a little bit of a wrap up with all 3 of us, with Rob and Heather and myself. But the next session that we've got is actually from one of my good friends and colleagues, Jim Clausing. Jim is with AT&T, as you can see here, and he's also with SANS. He's been an instructor with SANS. Currently, I get to work with him specifically with regard to our Forensics 610 class, which is all about reverse engineering malware. And he's been somebody who we can always rely on to really distill down a lot of the complex material to something that even somebody who's relatively new is able to really grasp and really understand. So it's always been a lot of fun to work with him and to let him kind of spread that knowledge in that way. We'll go ahead and we'll get it turned over to Jim real quick here, and then we will kind of reconvene a little bit later on. But he's going to be talking to us today about, if at first you don't succeed, try something else. And it's really kind of the best skills I think anybody who's in forensics can actually have, which is, we get asked a question, what is the answer? And so many times it's not really a matter of answering the question, it's figuring out what the question really means. And that takes a little bit of this kind of succeed, fail type cycle. So anyway, Jim, I'm very excited for this. Glad to bring you in. Thank you for sharing your time and expertise. And without no further ado, it's all yours, sir.
Thanks, Phil. As Phil said, I am Jim Clausing. I work for AT&T at my day job, and I'm a SANS instructor. And as the slide shows, if at first you don't succeed, try something else. The agenda for the talk is really pretty simple. I'm do a little bit of an intro to set the stage, but I really just want to tell a story. And then hopefully at the end, there will be some time for questions if there are any. But quick little bit about myself. At the day job at AT&T, I'm a forensicator and malware analyst. I also teach Forensics 610. In fact, I'm in the first week of a 3-week run, so if any of my students are watching, I'm glad you could join us. I'm also a cyclist. I have a recumbent bicycle that I love to ride and have about 12,000 miles on it. My Discord avatar is me on my bike. And I'm an instrument-rated private pilot, which I'll talk about, mention here in a little bit. So as forensicators and malware analysts, we don't get to choose when we're going to have an incident. They kind of happen. And so incident happens, we get called in, we have to do our thing, incident is over, maybe we've got a little downtime between cases, and that's a good opportunity to catch up on some project work, update and refresh our tool sets. It's also a really good opportunity if we haven't been able to practice some of our skills to take an opportunity and get some practice in. As a pilot, an instrument-rated pilot, I don't fly in the clouds all that often. I don't fly in instrument conditions all that often. So in order to remain proficient, I try to fly with an instructor at least once or twice a year, just to knock the rust off, to make sure I'm not getting in any bad habits. Well, the same should be true of us as professionals, in forensics and malware analysis. If we don't practice and we don't keep our skills sharp, we get rusty. We become less than proficient. So to set the stage a little bit for this case, or well, not a case, but for this malware sample that I'm going to talk about here. Last year around Labor Day-ish, I had some downtime, and I hadn't had a really serious malware case to work in a couple of months. And I was made aware of a sample that had a kind of interesting little packer to it. It was new to me. I don't know, maybe others had seen it before. I hadn't seen any write-up on it. So we're between cases, seemed like a good opportunity to get some practice in. And a couple of my colleagues also decided to take a look at this, and we decided we'd each look at it independently and, you know, see what we could see. A little competition, friendly competition between the team is always a good thing. So I got a hold of this packer, or well, of this malware sample. And as I normally do, I started my preliminary examinations, you know, looking at static properties of the sample. And so I threw it into PE Studio. It was a Windows executable. I threw it into PE Studio. Love the tool. If you've never used it, do it. And one of the first things I noticed was this, in looking at the sections, there was this section called .pe. And the PE Studio, the tool, flagged that as suspicious. That's a section that I had seen in some other samples where they would hide an embedded PE file, another executable or a DLL or something. So that got my attention. Okay. So I look at some of the other properties and I go down to the version information, and I'm looking at listdemo.exe. Something about that just sounded familiar, but I couldn't really place it. Okay, fine. So I move on a little more and I start looking at the strings, and you know, you got your normal, not too interesting strings up at the top. And as I scroll further on down through it, eventually I run into the section where I've got a number of strings, one after the other, and PE Studio says they're all 260 bytes long, that look like base 64 encoded something. Okay. Hey, that gets my attention. You know, base 64, what are you trying to hide? So I continue on my normal approach to malware analysis. I did some behavioral analysis. I just let it run, and it didn't drop anything on the file system. I didn't immediately see it injecting into other processes. So, okay, well, maybe I'm not going to learn a whole lot about it with simple behavioral analysis. So then I move on to static code analysis. And this is more or less the process that we teach in 610. That's what I do when I normally analyze malware. So I started static code analysis. I threw it into the disassembler. Actually, I threw it into Ghidra, so I also had the decompiled code. But I threw it in the disassembler and I started looking around at the various functions. And now this list demo is becoming even more familiar. I swear I've seen this list demo as a sample project for some integrated development environment, some IDE out there somewhere. But I Googled for it and couldn't find it. But I swear I've seen this someplace before. Looking through the code, and the code really is, the shell of it is this list demo. It goes through all of the gyrations to create a box, put a list in it with a scroll bar. You know, the only thing it doesn't do is it doesn't finally reveal the box, the window with the list in it. Okay. So I move on past that and I find some code that I think might be the unpacker. And as I'm looking through this code in the disassembler and the decompiler, there's a lot of garbage code in here. What do I mean by garbage code? They'll allocate a chunk of memory, they'll do some computation, maybe they'll shove something in that memory and then they'll throw it away. They won't use it for anything. So it's essentially wasting cycles, but I suspect that the code was placed in here to make my job more difficult as an analyst. And this is not unusual. If you're not familiar with malware, the attackers do this all the time. So maybe I could have figured it all out doing it statically, but that would have taken a lot of time. So let's move on. Let's try another one of the techniques that we actually talked about in the class. Let's try to unpack it with the debugger. And the goal here is to try to figure out when the unpacker is done unpacking and when it's jumping to the beginning of the original code, what we call the OEP, or the original entry point. And so, we start to think about what activities might the packer do towards the end of the unpacking process. And one of the things that the malware often needs to do when it's unpacking a sample is to rebuild the imports table, because the imports of whatever the packed executable were are not necessarily going to be reflected in the imports of the packed executable, because all you need in the packed executable is the stub that does the unpacking. And so before you jump to the unpacked code, you need to make sure that the Windows APIs that the unpacked code is going to call are available to it. So one of the ways that you can think to look for the packer unpacking and setting up the imports table is you watch calls to load library A or load library W, get proc address. So I started out in the debugger and I single stepped around through it quite a bit, and then I set some breakpoints and saw it doing these calls to load library. And I found a chunk of memory in, a high address chunk of memory that had been allocated earlier on by the unpacker. And in there I saw a DLL name and then a bunch of names of API calls with space after them. And the code would go through, would find the DLL name, would do a load library to load that DLL. Then it would look at these API names, call get proc address, and take the results of that and shove it into the space after the name. Okay, this is setting up the address table. Excellent. I followed this a while and I saw it filling in all of these gaps, got down to the end, and I found the point where it jumped to an address up in this high address space block of memory that it had allocated earlier on. Okay, cool. Worked just like it's supposed to. I found the jump to the original entry point. I take the jump, and now I try to dump it. The techniques that we talk about in class, not particularly important for this. And my dumping fails. First I try just dumping the address ranges where I think the executable has been unpacked, and there's a lot of interesting information there, but I can't quite get it to work again as a regular executable. I can't throw it in, well, I can throw it into PE Studio and there's some things missing. I can't double click on it and run it. Okay. So then I try the other technique, another technique that we talk about in class. Let's just dump the memory space of the whole thing, and then we'll try to, you know, fix up the PE header to point to the unpacked code and try to get the address, import address table straightened out. And this still doesn't work. And at this point, I'm reminded of a quote that we've probably all heard that's attributed to 18th century Prussian Field Marshal von Moltke, that no plan survives encounter with the enemy. Yeah, my first plan of attack didn't work. My second plan of attack didn't even work. So now I've got to figure out, is there some other way that I can unpack this? Because what I'm really interested in is, what does the malware do? Well, that's in the packed version. So I think back to the stuff that I saw in PE Studio. I saw that .pe section, and I saw those base 64 encoded strings. Thinking maybe that's where I need to start looking. Okay. So I go back and I see in PE Studio that the .pe section starts at offset 39000 hex. So I throw the whole thing into a hex editor, and I go find address 39000, and there are a bunch of nulls there. Okay, that's not particularly useful. So I scroll on down a little bit, and I find a little bit later the end of the nulls. And what is at the end of those nulls? The base 64 encoded strings that I saw before. Okay, so my idea is looking promising. This section contains a base 64 encoded something. So how do I pull the base 64 encoded stuff out? Well, one of the nice tools, and we talk about it in class, written by a friend of mine, Didier Stevens, base 64 dump. And I run base 64 dump with the default settings, and there are 400 some odd strings in there. Finally, I realize if I ignore those that are less than 40 characters, I get down to 2. And one of them, the one that starts with YG capital I, that's the one that I just found in the .pe section. I notice here that it's 55,532 bytes long. Okay, good. I actually did take a look at that other 7,000 byte string, and it turns out that that wasn't related. It's an artifact of the way I acquired this sample. So it had nothing to do with the malware itself. Okay, so I could use this tool to extract and base 64 decode the string. But I decided, and in the past, maybe I would have done that. In the abstract for this talk, I talked about going old school. And 10 or 12 years ago, that's what I would have done. I would have extracted it using maybe this tool or something like it. And then I would have started writing a whole bunch of scripts, Perl scripts, cut, Linux cut commands, awk, sed, all that kind of stuff. It would have been Perl 10 years ago because I've been programming in Perl since 1989. So that's what I'm familiar with. And so I would have done that. These days, though, I like another tool A big thank you to British intelligence, GCHQ, for sharing CyberChef with us. If you're not familiar with CyberChef, you should become familiar with CyberChef. But I decided I'd use CyberChef this time. So I went back to my hex editor where I had put the binary earlier, and I selected out. I started at the top where I found the first non-nulls, went down to the end of that block, copied them out of there, pasted it into Notepad, and I had this block of base 64 encoded stuff. And sure enough, this block was 55,532 bytes long, which is what base 64 dump had shown me. So, okay. So now, rather than writing my own scripts where I pipe together, transformations until I get something working, I decided we'll throw it into CyberChef. And CyberChef has a recipe that you just drag on there to base 64 decode, so from base 64. And I added the recipe to hex because binary, I can't read binary. Doesn't represent well on ASCII screens or UTF-8 or 16 screens. And I started looking through the patterns in, the hex representations of the bytes in the decoded blob of whatever. And relatively soon, in that red box there on the screen, I discovered this stuff. There's a lot of repetition here, but it's not exactly completely repetitive. In the first line there, we've got BD819D84. In the second line, we've got BD819B84, and so on. So that there are one-offs all over in here messing up the pattern. But if you're at all familiar with PE executable, PE file format and executables in the PE format, at the beginning of a Windows program, there are a lot of nulls. There's MZ, and then there's a data structure that's got some sizes and some pointers, but then there's some nulls in there. There's the beginning of the PE, or the stub. This program cannot be run in DOS mode. We've all seen that. And then there are a bunch of nulls after that. So I got thinking, could this be as simple as an XOR? Malware authors do this all the time. Maybe this is simply XOR with a bigger key. And we see XORs with 1-byte keys all the time, but maybe this one is XOR with a bigger key. Okay, cool. But there are some one-offs in here. But often at the end of an executable, you'll see padded out with nulls to the end of a block or something. So I decided to go down and look at the bottom of that. And when I scrolled down to the bottom, I did in fact find a block that had this repeating pattern and then eventually some actual nulls. So I looked at this and I counted up, and I figured out that the repeating pattern was 13 bytes long. Okay. So I took the last 13 bytes, and CyberChef has a simple XOR recipe in it. I took these 13 bytes, threw it in there, disabled the 2-hex recipe, and I got gibberish. Okay, well, maybe it's an alignment problem. So I started rotating 1 byte at a time, and I rotated it right. I could have gone left. I guess it didn't matter. And I rotated it, and after I rotated it 4 bytes, voila, I had something that looked really familiar. I got MZ. I've got this program cannot be run in DOS mode. But there's some stuff in front of it. So, okay, let's throw in the 2 hex recipe and let's try to figure out how much junk there is in front of it. And for those of you who've been doing this for any length of time, the hex representation of a capital M is 4D. The hex representation of a capital Z is 5A. So I found the 4D 5A and determined that there was 24 bytes of stuff in front of it. Okay. So let's strip this 24 bytes out. I'll undo the XOR, but go back to the hex representation, grab that, pull it over to Notepad++, cut those 24 bytes out. I could have cut it out in the hex editor too, but anyway, in this case, I did it in Notepad++. Now, I had determined that the key was 13 bytes long. 24 is not a multiple of 13. 26 is, so I've figured I have to rotate 2 bytes further. Cut this out, put the hex into CyberChef, convert that back to binary, XOR it, rotate the key around, and voila. Now the key, when I was actually doing this, I had all the spaces in it. To make it look nice on the slide, I took the spaces out, but okay, cool. Very nice. Now this took me a little while, but it's a pretty straightforward process. The resulting executable here, the resulting file is 41,623 bytes long. Very nice. So let's take a look at this. I throw this into PE Studio, and yeah, it's got some interesting strings in there. Maybe some of these are IOCs. You know, run DLL 32.exe running shell 32.dll with ordinal 61. I don't know what that call is, but maybe that's a way to run a command without, without spawning a command shell. 51.81.9.201, is that an IP address of a command and control server? All stuff that might be useful as IOCs that we can look for to see if this malware is in the enterprise someplace. Look at the imports. Got Internet Connect, HTTP send request. Okay, so it's got the capabilities of communicating out to the internet. Map virtual key A, set Windows hook XW. Write file, create file. It turned out that the payload on this one looks like a keylogger. Now, we had done and calculated an imp hash of the imports table, and done a search on VirusTotal for that imp hash. And we found about a half dozen samples, downloaded them all and took a look. And they were all the same shell with a different payload. The .pe section was different, but the rest of the file. So this was a packer that was being used at the time, by some actor. Not sure how, what it was being used for, but so, okay, if this is a packer that's being used out there, then why don't we automate the process of extracting the packed executable? It was a fairly straightforward process, a 9-step process. We can write a script to do this. So a colleague of mine wrote a Python script to do this. It locates the .pe section, figures out where that starts in the code, jumps out there, throws away any nulls, pulls out the base 64 code, strips out the first 24 bytes, goes to the end, takes the last 13 bytes, rotates it a little bit, does the XOR, writes out the file. This packer was meant to be script, the decryption of this is meant to be scripted. And great. In the last 8 months, I haven't seen a single match for that Impash in VirusTotal. So this packer was being used for a little while, turned out to be an exercise that was mostly useful for me getting practice. But I guess the real point of this, and hence the title of the talk, it goes back to that quote from Field Marshal von Moltke that no plan survives encounter with the enemy. My first plan of attack, was to just look at the code statically. And I may have eventually been able to figure that out. In fact, I think one of my colleagues actually did manage to work through all that garbage code, but he had more patience than I do. My second plan was to go with the debugger and then dump it out of memory when I got to the OEP. And again, I might have, with another few hours, maybe I could have figured out what my issues were with the executable that I finally dumped out. But it turned out that this particular packer, fortunately, was a relatively simple one. And, just took stepping back a minute and going and attacking that .pe section and the base 64 strings that I saw up front that had gotten my attention. And in fact, I believe that's how one of my colleagues attacked it. We all ended up in roughly the same place using, going our own different ways. So yeah, I guess the moral of the story is, as forensicators, as malware analysts, we need to be flexible. We need to be willing to shift gears when we run into a brick wall. And with that, we're running close to the end of time. I don't know, Phil, if we've got time for any questions or not.
Well, there's one in here that I wanted to think you could probably answer pretty quickly. Do you have a favorite tool when you went back earlier on and you said that you tried to dump the binary? Do you have a tool that you prefer for using that, or any particular workflow that you'd be able to reference quickly?
Well, we do it in Forensic 610 from the debugger. Sometimes I can just dump the memory region and it works. Sometimes we use Scylla and then adjust to try to recreate the imports table and clean up the PE headers. Those were what I was trying here. But that's really it for as far as, I don't have a favorite, just use Scylla.
Sure. No, that makes sense. And, sometimes it's not a matter of needing something different. If you got a tool that works well, I've got screwdriver sets I've probably had for 20 years that work just as well as they used to. There's no need to replace them with the shiniest, latest, greatest if they do the trick.
Exactly.
Other question came in, is the script publicly available? Can you just go back one to your...
yeah, if you can go back there. So yes, the script is available up on GitHub. Since it was produced at the day job, it's under AT&T's GitHub, not my personal one, but yeah, the script is there if anyone wants to take a look at it. It's a little embarrassing. It's not all polished, but it does the job. So.
I would say the difference between coding and developing is that when you're a developer, you're willing to, I sometimes will say like share your code with others. Obviously we get into a position now where a lot of us are sharing code, even though it's not in its perfectly polished, refined form. So I do the same thing. Absolutely.
Yeah.
There's one other question in particular that I'm actually going to refer back to the hallway channel because I think it's going to be a good discussion, and we certainly, it goes beyond what I think we have the time for here. So if we can jump over there for that one, I think we'll be in good shape. But thank you very much for sharing your experience, Jim. It's always good to hear other people's process and the iterations that they go through, because eventually we're going to be in a position where we're doing that on our own, and a lot of times it makes good sense to just recognize that the direct path through that only happens on Google Maps or whatever. That doesn't really happen in real life. So I like it. Excellent, excellent. Well, thanks very much again, Jim. Appreciate it.
Thanks a lot. It was fun. Hope people got a lot out of it, and look forward to the rest of the talks today.
Yeah, absolutely. Good stuff. Thanks. All right. Well, and next up, I am really excited to introduce to you Ryan Benson from Google. Ryan Benson and I have actually had an interesting kind of overlapping path throughout our careers. Kind of had a couple of places where we worked together, even though we were not physically in the same spot. But right now he's with Google. He's a security engineer there, and he's going to be talking about a tool that is near and dear to my heart in the network forensic world called Unfurl. And it's a tool that he'll be able to talk through, and it's also publicly available, really pulling out all the data that is available in those URLs. So this is definitely a library I've been watching, or a utility I've been watching for a long time. And I'm really pumped that we've got a talk on it, because I know there's a lot of things that you've been working on with it. So I'll go ahead and turn it over to you, Ryan. Thank you very much for joining us, and the floor is yours.
Hey, thank you, Phil. All right, so as this kind of shows here, I'm going to be, and from the nice introduction, I'm going to be talking about Unfurl. And so from the tagline here, Unfurl is a tool that lets you extract and visualize data from URLs. So there's lots of tools out there that maybe it's like some kind of threat intel tools that can take a URL, or a domain or an IP, and look it up in some big database and tell you more information. Or maybe there's a tool that will kind of crawl a website and tell you what technologies it's built with, like what kind of stack it has, any tracking codes embedded in it, or maybe enumerate all the subdomains or the pages. Like those are all great tools, and Unfurl is none of those things. Okay, Unfurl is a tool that focuses on just the data that's in the URL, like actually the string that makes up the URL, and pulling out every bit of information that it can just from that URL and turning it into a directed graph. And so, okay, what does that actually mean, a directed graph? I think the easiest way to explain that is just to kind of show you. So here we have Unfurl, and this is the interface. It's pretty simple. There's just a logo. There's a little box and a button that says Unfurl. And so you put the URL in there, and then you click Unfurl. And then let's see what happens here. So this is what you get. So this is what you get. So you take the URL, and it becomes the first node there. It moves down from the box and becomes the first node in this directed tree, or this directed graph. And so this is set up like a tree. And so that first node is called the root node. And the way Unfurl works is that it runs, so there's the core kind of Unfurl code, and then there's all these parsers. And the parsers are kind of like the meat of like what Unfurl actually does. And Unfurl takes every parser and runs it against every node. And if the node, or if the parser is applicable to that node's content, it will create a child node of some subcomponent. So it's trying to break up a big thing into a smaller thing. That's kind of the general gist of what Unfurl does. So this first kind of contrived example, we're taking this URL and we're breaking it up into its subcomponents. So first here we have, it breaks up, first we have the scheme, right? So HTTPS is one node. The next node is the network location, so www.example.com. Then we have the path, and then we have, at the last there, we have the query string, kind of split off. And so Unfurl, again, it runs all of its parsers against all those child nodes. And so for HTTPS, there wasn't really anything else you could parse out of that, so there's no child nodes. If you look at the network location, it pulled out the subdomain and the domain name, and then the TLD. It'd take the path and broke it up into the different segments, and then it kind of split the query string into its kind of pairs right there. And so this is a very, again, simple example, but that's kind of just the general idea of how Unfurl works with URLs. And so, okay, why URLs? So I do a lot of investigations, right? That's my job as a security engineer. And pretty much every investigation these days, no matter like the flavor, involves like internet related artifacts, right? If you're looking at an insider threat case, like what kind of evidence, what kind of activities a person did in their web browser is obviously important and critical. If you're looking at an intrusion case, any kind of network infrastructure that the attacker has or used, or where any payloads came from is important. If you're reverse engineering malware, you might find network indicators in there, or maybe the malware is communicating back to some server using some kind of URL parameters or something like that. So URLs are kind of, I think, the most common, the least common denominator in a lot of these kind of internet cases. And so I think I want to get the most I can out of a URL. I think they're a little bit overlooked as far as their utility. Because also, if you have more data, like if you're looking at somebody's web browser history, right, you probably have a whole mess of SQLite databases, cache files and preferences and JSON files and all this good stuff to look at. And you should definitely look at that, right? You should use all the evidence you have. But what if you just have like a firewall log or a proxy log, or you carved some URL from memory, or you found it in an allocated or something? We can still get a lot of information just from that URL. And so that's kind of where Unfurl comes in. And then of course, everybody loves an asterisk on a statement, right? So we'll get to this kind of at the end of the presentation. Okay, so as I kind of go through this, I have some, I guess, general principles that I kind of apply to my investigations, and they're kind of reflected in Unfurl too. So I'm going to reference them as we go. So the first one that kind of came out of that was use what you have, right? So if you have a whole mess of extra data, you have a full browser history and full profile and all that stuff, you should definitely use it, right, for your investigation. But if you just have a URL, like, you can still use that. You should use what you have, and we can still get value from it for an investigation. Okay, this is the part where if I could actually see the live audience, I would quiz you and say, hey, can anybody tell me what this is? Any information about it? So, I mean, I can't see you, but you can still feel free to speak out what you think this is. Okay, there's appropriate pause. All right, so if you said it was a timestamp, you'd be correct. Maybe you're really familiar and stare at these things a lot, and you thought, oh, maybe it's a Unix epoch kind of timestamp because it starts with a 1.5, so it's probably relatively recent. Maybe if you really stare at these a lot like I do, you thought there was maybe some fractional seconds because it looks a little long to be a normal epoch timestamp. And yeah, those things are all right. So this is a Unix epoch timestamp with milliseconds. And so Unfurl just, again, it has one of the many parsers it has is for timestamps. So there's that kind of that blue bar at the clock. It's kind of telling you that the first node, that number was parsed into human readable timestamp. And if you want more information about that timestamp, how it was parsed, if you can hover over each node, it'll tell you more information about it. This is kind of a general design philosophy for Unfurl. Like these graphs I'm showing you right now are pretty simple and small. But as they get bigger, I don't want to cloud. I don't want to confuse the valuable bits of information with the extra kind of supporting information. And that's obviously a design choice and subjective on my part. But I try and balance what I think is useful for the analyst versus what just might be more extra like trivia kind of stuff. And so some information I hide away in these hovers. So if you hover over a node, you can get some more context around something. In the same way, if you hover over a link, it'll tell you, like the blue link with the clock, it'll tell you what kind of parser ran this. And so again, with that, like this is a number that Unfurl parsed as a timestamp. And so one of the things that Unfurl does, not to be cluttered, is it only parse things that are what I call a plausible timestamp. So for this context, that means a timestamp that is between 2015 and 2025, right? Because there's lots of numbers that you could parse as a timestamp correctly, but it might show like, 2070 or 1972 or some things that like are probably false positives. So again, that's the balance of trying to show you just the most relevant information in the interface. Okay, so the second kind of general principle is automate, right? So that translating a timestamp from a number to a human readable timestamp, That's not rocket science. There's probably a dozen or 5 dozen tools that can do that for you. So maybe using unfurl just saves you 5 seconds. You don't have to copy and paste a number to a different tool. You don't have to try and decipher or click through the options and see what kind of timestamp format you think it is. But again, it's not rocket science. It's pretty simple. But these little automations, I think, are kind of what I call unfurl's like building block approach. So for one, if you have a building block, it just doesn't take you don't go just from URL to like some big complicated answer. It shows you, unfurl shows you all the intermediate steps. So kind of, it's like a show your work approach. So it lets you see what unfurl is doing. It helps you understand, I think, more what's going on in these transforms. And it also lets you, it also lets you double check and make sure it's not making a mistake, right? All software has bugs. And again, also, I hope it'll help you learn a better bit about what unfurl is doing. So then, I guess, also for your knowledge, but also if you have to explain this evidence to somebody else, which you probably will if it's an important case, you have a better understanding about what happened and why, and not just, oh, a tool told me this. Yeah, so these automates, the other cool thing I think with these building blocks is just because the automations are simple and small doesn't mean they're not valuable. You guys are all familiar with CyberChef, right? I think that really nicely illustrates the power of when you chain a lot of small automations together, you can get really powerful results, right? So I think the small automations are kind of like the greater than the sum of their parts situation. Okay, back to audience quiz time. Can you tell me what this is? I mean, I can't hear you, but what does this look like? If you said a UUID, you are correct. But can you tell me anything else about this UUID? Again, if you stare at these things long enough, you could tell me it's a version 1 UUID, right? And so the little cheat sheet for that, or the shortcut for that is look at the third grouping of numbers, the first digit, that happens to be a 1. So this is a version 1 UUID. And again, more background about UUIDs. This version 1 UUID is generated based off the system's the time and the MAC address. So again, that's kind of cool. But yeah, so time generated MAC address, can we pull that out from the UUID? And in fact, we can. It's all just encoded in there, so you know how to pull it out. You can pull those out. And this is where, again, a little bit more of that building block approach. So from the UUID, the first node, this version 1 UUID is based on time and MAC address. That's what I call a descriptor node. Sometimes it just, I think, is information that's relevant to the analyst. And so it's just, there's no data in there. It's from the artifact. It's just explaining a little bit more about what it is. In these next 2 nodes, it tells you the time generated and the MAC address. But you notice the time generated is just a number, right? And the MAC address is just a MAC address. But can we do more with that? And yes, we can. So again, with unfurl, it runs all the parsers it has against every node. It even ran all those parsers against the descriptor node, but I mean, there was nothing to parse there, so it didn't produce any results. But the timestamp parser picked up that time generated as a timestamp and translated it. And there's also a MAC address kind of translator. So it looks up the first half of a MAC address can tell you the vendor of the MAC address. And so it does that kind of translation too. And this is the first example of a graph where we have different colored edges or links in this graph. Like the very first example was all that very simple URL parser. So it was all this kind of base black. It's kind of like what I call it the base parser for unfurl. The UUID parser is in this kind of yellow gold color. And then the blue is the timestamp and the red is the MAC address. So again, at a higher level, hopefully you can kind of glance and get a small idea about what kind of transform each of these parsers were doing. And timestamps, like digital forensics, we love timestamps. So anytime I can pull out a timestamp from an ID, like a UUID, that makes me really excited. So my team at Google, we work on a lot of open source forensics tools. One of them is Plazo, which is basically try to pull the timestamps out of everything you can imagine. And then TimeSketch is a nice way to view all those timestamps that you extracted. So anytime I can find a timestamp as a forensic analyst, I'm pretty excited about it. Okay, back to quiz time again. What is this guy? If you said a UUID, like the last one, you'd be correct. And again, what's the next step? So I'm looking at the third grouping, first digits, that's a 4. It's a version 4 UUID. And unlike the version 1 UUID, the version 4 is random. There's no timestamps, there's no fun stuff hidden in it. We can't pull anything out of it. So, that's sad. And this is also unfortunately the most common UUID you'll find kind of used today, because like there's a good reason why you want to have a random ID instead of extracting things from it. But so the description out here, version 4 UID is randomly generated. Unfurl is telling you that, right? But I mean, I don't think that's a complete waste. I still think that is helpful, because the next kind of principle is recognize dead ends, right? So Unfurl could tell me that this 128 bits encoded as a string here, which is a UUID, is random. Like there's no further value in there. Stop thinking about it, move on, move your investigative focus and your brain power to something where you might actually get some more results. So I think recognizing dead ends in your investigation is a good way to keep focused. And it's also a great way to just kind of keep you on track. So I think Unfurl denoting when something is random or there's nothing in there, I think is still valuable. It's like we just looked at UUID v4, which is probably the most common example of this. So those are random, but also looking more, if you ever looked at like Medium, the blog site, there's like a little hash attached, a random looking string attached to the end of the URLs for tracking. That's a random number, or that's random. So there's nothing juicy hidden in there. I was recently looking at some Spotify URLs and there's this big long hex looking string in there, and that's also, it's just a random number, nothing hidden in there. But it's good to recognize these, and so I can stop like thinking about what it is and move on to something that could actually help my case. Okay, enough with these fun kind of made-up examples. We're at the DFIR Summit and we all love Twitter. Hopefully we're all tweeting as ourselves today. And so here's a little example of looking at a Twitter URL. Right, so we have, again, the simple Unfurl interface. You just take, this is a URL of a tweet from my friend Phil Moore, and let's just put that in there and click the Unfurl button. Okay, so here's what it looks like. So we have at the top, we kind of have the base URL parsers breaking out the domain name Twitter and then like the path. And then the next time the URL parser is breaking up the path into Phil Moore and then status and then this long number. And that long number is split up into some sub things. So let's zoom in on that just a little bit. Okay, so Twitter. I'm assuming most people are familiar with Twitter. So back in the day, in 2010, they were growing a lot and they needed a kind of ID structure. And they wanted these things to be generated quickly and in a distributed way. So on lots of computers with no coordination. And the other wrinkle is that they wanted them to be roughly sortable by time. So if the number is smaller, it's an older tweet, or it's an older object. If it's a larger number, it's newer. And so they came up with a scheme called Snowflake. So this number is a Twitter snowflake. And so from the snowflake, the first part of that number is a timestamp, which we can extract. And then for the kind of uniqueness, the distributed part of the snowflake, we can pull out some machine IDs, some sequence numbers on the right kind of the snowflake. And again, like I could have gone from the snowflake, pulling out that number and translating it immediately inside that to a timestamp, but instead I left it as just a number, and then Unfurl picked up that it was a timestamp and then translated it for you in a human readable kind of way right there. Okay, cool. So we pulled a timestamp out of a snowflake. Great. What does that timestamp actually mean? So let's try and do some looking. So this is that's the tweet, the URL of the tweet at the top, and then here's the content by Phil of that tweet. And then if you look at something on Twitter, you kind of see at the bottom, it can tell you the time it was sent and like the app it was sent with and whatever, right? So here we have 10:34 p.m. And then here we have the node from Unfurl, and accounting for time zones, Australia versus Pacific time. Yeah, so this time is when the tweet was sent. So now that's kind of cool. We can tell just from a URL, no API lookups, no anything like that. We can tell when a tweet was sent just from information embedded in that snowflake. So I think that's pretty neat. And let's actually go back and look at that tweet. So Phil has done a lot of great work on finding stuff hidden inside, or not hidden, but decoding things inside Google URLs. And in this tweet, he is talking about a new one he found, the SXSRF parameter. And he's saying it looks like a bunch of kind of stuff, and then a colon, and then a number that looks like an epoch timestamp. And so again, Google URLs, right? I couldn't do this talk without talking about Google search URLs. They're probably the best example, the most common example of huge, big URLs you're going to see on the internet that probably have a bunch of fun stuff hidden inside them. And you would be correct. But so I think what I used to do and what I still do is the first thing, as I look at this URL, I see it's google.com/search, and then I just scan it looking for the Q equals to find out what the person searched for, right? And I imagine that's probably the approach that most people take. You can just find the Q for the query and look at that and see that the person searched for dfir.blog space unfurl. So again, I think that's probably the most valuable part of this URL, right? Knowing what the person searched for and the fact that it was Google search, but it's by no means the only thing that we can pull out of it. So let's throw this puppy into unfurl. Okay, so I know you can't read that. It's very tiny, but there is a lot of stuff in this URL. So we'll zoom in on the pieces. All right, so here we have kind of the base URL parser. It just pulls out the domain and then /search, but all the good stuff that we kind of care about in this is in the query string. So this is, we're going to step through some kind of examples from the query string here. So we have the first, we just parse out the Q, right? So Q for query is DFIR blog space unfurl. So that was simple. It just did the URL escape, translating that plus to a space. But again, it pulls out this query so you can easily see what the person searched for. There's another query in there, another parameter in there called OQ, which is the original query. This is typically the same as the query, but it can be different if you use like a suggestion or other things like that. All right, next we have the SXSRF parameter that Phil was talking about. And just like he said, we split off that first part. Don't know what it is. So we split that parameter on the colon. So the first part is on the left. And the second part is that long number. And then again, unfurl picked it up that it was a timestamp. And so it translated it. Over here, we have another parameter. So the EI parameter, there's a lot of good research done by people on this. So we know how to split it up into these 4 different components. But right now, we only know what the first part is. I mean, we know that that it looks like a timestamp. The other 3, we're not sure what those are. So unfurl can split those out. It can show you those numbers in case maybe you're the person to figure out what those 3 things mean. But then it also translates that first one into a timestamp. And then the VED. If you've looked at these before, VED is one of my favorite kind of parameters. This is all about how somebody clicked on a link. So this first parameter is the link index that it pulled out. This tells you how far down the page. This was like the 11th link on the page the person clicked on. The link type, there are, like this one is 60,000 something. There are lots of link types. If it's one of the ones that kind of the community has researched, unfurl will translate the link type for you, like if it was a video or a book or a news or whatever it is. Then we have the timestamp. Again, it's just pulled out as a number. Unfurl picks it up as a timestamp and translates it. And then we have these other 2 parameters that we don't know what they are, but they're again just kind of shown there for completeness' sake. And then this one, the GS_L parameter from Google search is pretty neat. Again, I think Phil did it. Maybe some other people did some research on this. This is a whole mess of parameters. They're kind of separated by a period. And if there's no parameter between the periods, that just means the answer or the value is null. There's at least 26 of these. I think we only have an idea what maybe 6 or 7 of them mean. And so those are just the ones that unfurl shows you. But this is all about how someone used the search thing. So it tells you they selected search terms using the keyboard, like using the enter key. It can tell you how long someone was on the search page in total before they started typing, how long before they selected the search box. So all this really nifty kind of like, I mean, it's basically a trivia, right, about what a person did. But I mean, this stuff, like it's trivia and it's not important until it's really important to your case, right? Every case is different. And sometimes these little bits of context and little bits of help can make or break a case, right? Or it can at least be really valuable corroboration of some other finding that you have, right? So I think all this neat little stuff is pretty fun. So I'm just kind of making it easier to see these again. I'm pulling those 3 timestamps we talked about in a little bigger view. So we have the SXSRF, the EI, and the VED. And looking at these, what's interesting is they're all approximately the same time, but not exactly. It's also interesting that they all have different levels of precision, right? So the first one is a millisecond timestamp. The EI parameter is just to the second, and the VED is actually to the microsecond. So again, I think it's interesting that these all are, again, they're each individual points pointing to a timestamp. I think from research, we've kind of concluded that this is the time of the search session started, which many times is very close to when the search itself happened, but that's not necessarily always true. So again, all this stuff is, all these research about what these parameters mean is all from the community trying to figure it out, right? Because these things are not open source, they're not published by Google what they are. So again, this is just our interpretation, and Google could also feel free to change these anytime, right? So that will, again, this is all just kind of with a grain of salt. So yeah, that's kind of cool. We got 3 parameters, we got 3 timestamps hidden inside that long string that we started with that we didn't know before, plus all extra fun timing stuff in there and how they clicked on a link and etc. And so, yeah, so this is the kind of 4th principle I want to say is details matter, right? So we started with that Google search. We can skim it and find that I searched for DFIR.blog space unfurl. And I still think that's the most important part out of all the things that I just talked about. But all those details that we found in the rest of the URL, I think they matter. So don't overlook the details. I mean, with URLs or with, I think, anything else in a forensic investigation. All right, so we're chatting on Discord with this summit, right? So Discord's a chat application. It can be web-based or it can be a client, either way. But this is a URL of a Discord message. If you right-click on a message, you can say copy link to it, and this is the kind of information you would get. And so I'll talk about this real quick. So the URL is just discord.com. I think they changed it recently to Discord, from Discord app to discord.com. But anyway, that /channels and then /3 really big numbers. That's what the URL looks like. And let's see what Unfurl can do with that. Okay, so it kind of parsed out the Discord, the domain, and then the path. And then it parsed out those big numbers into smaller, it can parse out the information from those numbers. So Discord kind of followed suit with Twitter. I mean, and Twitter was, I mean, they're by far the only person to do that. Twitter's Snowflake idea has spawned a whole, there are so many variants of the Snowflake used by different companies. Discord has their own thing called a Discord Snowflake. And so it follows in a similar path. There's a timestamp embedded in the beginning of the identifier. And then there's some other bits that Unfurl will parse out, like the worker ID, process ID increment, that again, less are important, but are still there about in the Discord Snowflake. So like our last URL we looked at for the Google search, we pulled 3 timestamps out of this. But unlike that, these 3 timestamps are drastically different times, right? The first one's in 2018, the second one is January 2019, and the third one is November 2019. So, okay, interesting. So these are all timestamps. I mean, they're all Discord snowflakes, and they're all parsed the same way. And so we pulled out these 3 different timestamps. But again, doing some research and figuring out kind of from context what these things mean, we can pull out lots of interesting bits kind of about the Discord architecture, I guess. So the way these snowflakes, I guess, in these unique IDs in general work is they're often, the timestamp embedded in the ID is often reflection of when the object it identifies was created. So for here, from this first Discord snowflake, we can tell you that represents the Discord server that they're on, or that this message was sent on. And so I can tell you when this server was created just from that snowflake. Likewise, the second parameter is the time of channel. So you can tell you when the channel was created on this Discord server. And then lastly, when the message that we're talking about was created. And again, like when a message created is pretty analogous to when the message was sent. So that might be the most interesting bit. You can tell when a message was sent just by this URL. But the server and channel parts can also be pretty interesting if you're trying to do more profiling on, like, was this channel created exactly the same time as the server? Is this whole server relatively new, relatively old? So lots of these little bits of context, again, might be trivia or might be really important to your case. So again, just knowing that they're there, I think is great. And this is by far the only URL pattern you can pull out from Discord. Another really interesting one is for if you put the URL of a file attachment, there again, the ID that represents the file attachment, you can pull out the timestamp from there telling when that file was first uploaded to Discord as an attachment. So again, it's pretty cool. I've seen some interactions with some people on Twitter about looking at things that were uploaded to VirusTotal from Discord, and you can tell, or like malware that was uploaded to VirusTotal and had some Discord references to it. So you can tell when this was sent and all this kind of fun stuff. So there's lots of possibilities with timestamps. Again, like I said earlier, I love timestamps. Okay, and so this is like the fifth last principle I want to talk about is the context matters. So those 3 Discord snowflakes in the URL were parsed by Unfurl in exactly the same way, right? The snowflake structure is exactly the same, but their position in the URL, like their context, altered kind of what they mean. So I think again, like in with the URLs and with all aspects kind of any investigation, your context matters too. So please don't forget that. All right, we're back to the beginning. Why URLs with the asterisk? So Unfurl can definitely do stuff with URLs, right? Kind of as we walk through. It can do some good stuff with domains, including internationalized ones. So if you ever have any domains that look like they're percent encoded and have this weird funky stuff in there, Unfurl will parse that correctly and showing you like the actual characters that the end user would typically see. Unfurl also parses out magnet links if you do have any kind of like file sharing investigations. Unfurl supports at least a dozen, probably more kinds of link shorteners or short links. And this one is like the one thing I want to call out. Almost everything that Unfurl does is just all local, right? It's just based off transforms for things in the URL. And that's for a lot of reasons, but one of them is, it's kind of OPSEC, right? You don't want to be reaching out to random URLs, right? So short links is the one exception. This reaches out to the link shortener site to tell you what the destination is. It doesn't touch the actual destination. So again, that's kind of a balance of being useful versus OPSEC. So I think it's pretty safe, but you can always disable that if that is a deal breaker for you. And then lastly, with URLs, right, we have lots of these site-specific parsers. Like, so we have ones for Google, or for social media sites, we looked at ones for chat, like Discord. There's ones for email. There's lots for other search engines, other things. So there's lots of these site-specific parsers. We're always working on more, and I'm happy to take requests or help you if you'd like to write your own for a particular website. So I think that's great. But it's not just URLs, right? This was kind of from our examples in the beginning. Unfurl can parse a timestamp. If you want to use it as a tool to translate timestamps into their human readable form, it can do that for you. It translates lots of unique IDs. We talked about UUIDs and Snowflake variants, but finding all these different unique ID schemes with timestamps embedded in them has become somewhat of a hobby of mine. So I have a lot of these in here, and I'm adding more all the time. And there's other things like JSON and some compression, like some zip stuff, and base64 encodings, and then protobufs. And so Unfurl can parse all these things kind of by themselves, standalone, but it's also not a coincidence that all these things are things that you would find in a URL, right? Because that is, again, the main focus of URL, but of Unfurl, but you can use it for more things than that. And I kind of glanced over that last one there, protobufs. If I said protobufs and you kind of got triggered a little bit and we're just like protobufs, then you've probably looked at them before. They're not the most easy thing to examine. Protobuf is an open source kind of technology from Google where it tries to store key value pairs in a very compact, efficient form. So part of that is that you can tell kind of what's in it, but you don't know exactly the meaning of everything without an accompanying .proto file, which defines what it is. But Unfurl can help you show the things that you can tell from a protobuf without the proto file. And so I'm going to show you a quick example of that because protobufs could use some help. Okay, so this is an example of just Unfurl. So protobufs on the internet, I see them most often in Google URLs, right? Because it's a Google technology, kind of makes sense they would use them a lot. But they're also increasingly common in mobile phone investigations, right? You might find a protobuf inside a SQLite database or in a plist file. And if that's the case, you can copy out the hex from like a database or plist and drop it in Unfurl. So that's what this is. This is just a hex string kind of put in there. And you click on Unfurl and Unfurl will parse it out. So the link here says hex plus proto. So it's actually kind of, this is Unfurl's way of kind of skipping a step. It doesn't show you the hex representation or the binary representation of the proto because I don't think that's very helpful, but that kind of hex plus proto is at least letting you know that happened. And then it shows you what that protobuf kind of decoded to. So there's that protobuf with a bunch of numbers. And then again, Unfurl will run against that again, and we'll expand that protobuf into each key value in there is its own kind of node. And then again, because Unfurl runs its parsers against every single node, a couple of those nodes got picked up as timestamps and got translated as timestamps. Again, this is with no knowledge, no advanced knowledge of what this .proto file should be or the definition of this protobuf. But yeah, so this is a way that Unfurl can help you kind of expand or unfurl a protobuf. So hopefully that should help you in an investigation. And then hopefully this presentation made you think Unfurl might be useful to you. So I'd love for you to give it a try. So when you want to try it, you have a couple options. The first decision you need to make is if you want to use the interactive version, which I've been showing you here. It's kind of a web interface. You drop it in, you click a button, you can move the nodes around with the mouse, you can change the colors, all that kind of fun stuff. There's also, if you really want to, there's a 3D version of this that I made. I mean, mostly for an April Fool's joke, but you can unfurl things in 3D if you want. And if you happen to have a VR headset, you can actually unfurl things in VR. Again, that's also online. But there is an accompanying tool called the Unfurl CLI, which has all the same functionality as the GUI version. But if the command line is better suited for your workflow, here it is. So the command line, it kind of, I tried to emulate the directed graph kind of tree, a little ASCII art there. And this just shows you kind of the same thing on the command line. It also supports bulk reading from files and writing from files if you want to do a lot of stuff at once. And then, okay, so once you figure out what kind of tool you want to use, you can use it. So if you want to use it right now online, there's a version hosted on my website. So it's dfir.blog/unfurl, or you can go to unfurl.link. They both go to the same place if you just want to play with the online version. If you'd like to get the code and run it locally or do some development on it, it's on that GitHub link right there. If you like using Python, you can just install it quickly with pip install DFIR-unfurl. And yeah, so hopefully you use it. If you have any questions, I'm available on Twitter, or I'll be on the Discord chat, or you can send me an email or GitHub, or I'm pretty easy to find. So happy to take any questions if we have any time.
That's awesome, Ryan. It's kind of funny. I had to chuckle to myself when you said, hey, go try it. I realized that you weren't able to watch the Discord in track one. They've been posting all kinds of stuff into Discord and talking about all the stuff that it does, including unshortening URLs. So I didn't have a chance to try that one, but I guess short links get expanded, which is pretty cool as well. A series of questions kind of centered on this, and I think it's probably addressed by the command line version, but is there any kind of API or other capability, like can the command line tool generate JSON, for example?
So not right now. It just does a text kind of representation of that tree, but that would be a pretty simple thing to add if people want to do it. So you can also unfurl the two scripts I use from command line are very simple. They just import like the unfurl library and do things. So if you're into Python, you could import unfurl and use it in your own application to get like a JSON from it.
Interesting. Okay, very cool. Yeah, that's my wheels are already turning on to stuff to potentially integrate this with. What is the licensing on the tool?
Apache 2, I think, whatever the Google one is, where it says use it however you want, don't sue us. I think that's the license. Yeah.
I like your TLDR. Okay, excellent. No worries there, nor am I. Let's see, another question. Where did that one go? Onion links. Does it do anything special with onion links or any other kind of similar ones?
No, but that would be an interesting thing to add to it. That's a good idea.
Cool. Well, one of the things you mentioned, I believe is key here is, because it is sitting on GitHub and pull requests are always graciously accepted, as I know all of us that work on GitHub are apt to say. Yes. This great framework exists, and now somebody who's got a one-off, very tiny little minute requirement can build upon the existing framework with just what they need, and then reintroduce that hopefully back to the community as well, so everybody can gain it. So that's excellent.
And if you have any requests or ideas, if you want to build your own parser, I am more than happy to help you, answer questions, coach you through whatever. Happy to help if anybody wants to write their own kind of parsers for this.
Awesome. No, that is great. One of the questions that came in here that was actually one that popped to me as well was how could it be utilized with analysis tools like Elastic? And my first thought was, oh, this would be an amazing filter plugin for Logstash if potentially translate that out. So that's another idea for integration potentially. Hopefully somebody can pick that up and run with it potentially.
That was kind of the genesis of the command line version. It might make integration easier with a lot of these tools. Like maybe embedding a whole graph might be kind of hard, but having the text version is the easier step for integrating. So that's kind of why it came about. Yeah, oh, absolutely. I think that makes good sense. So I guess the last question in here, since we just have a minute here before we go into break, if there's a URL embedded in the URL, so if it's encoded and you've got another URL, does unfurl pull that nested URL out? Yes, it should. And if it doesn't, let me know.
Excellent. That is way cool. Good, good. Well, all right. There's a couple of other questions in here. I'm going to copy paste those into your Discord hallway channel so we don't lose those. There's a couple that are very similar, so I'll try to coalesce those together. But thanks very much. I've followed the project since you had announced it, and I'm really, really, like even just seeing you walk through it here opened my eyes to a lot of new possibilities. So thanks for working to create it and for sharing it and taking the time with us today to explain a lot of what it can do. You did some great work, and it's going to get used a lot more than it already has.
Great, thanks, and thank you for having me.
Absolutely, thanks. Why would I mute myself? We're going to go into break real quick. We got a timer up for you already. We're going to come back top of the hour, and then we're going to introduce our next speaker at that time. If you've got more questions for Ryan or more ideas on how Unfurl could be used, jump on over to his hallway channel. In the meantime, get up, stretch, grab yourself some water if needed, and we will see you back here in just under 15 minutes. Cheers.
Or is Phil not here?
I'm here.
So Heather's telling jokes, and we're now having a joke off between track 1 and track 2.
I'm really sorry that our presentations are so much more fascinating than theirs. So we actually pay attention instead of spend time cracking jokes.
Well, it's during the breaks. Again, I'm just the mediator. I'm just telling you, informing.
Yeah, we can try it. Our tracks have been so interesting that I know the folks we've got in here, they just need some recovery time from the amazement of watching Ryan talk about unfurl. And I didn't realize that actually Twitter has an artifact in the URL that they've named after you. They've got a snowflake in the URL. Or I'm sorry, Earl, as you would probably prefer to say.
There are Earls in there.
Well, the tool is called unfurl, so it makes sense.
Earl. Hey, listen, it's all good. We made Forensicator happen. You only get like one word in your lifetime that you could claim that is yours. Then that is a success.
Hey, Rob, you made fetch happen. We'll give you that.
Well, it was, that word is actually not originated by me. It was actually originated by someone at Mandy and
Obi.
Actually, yeah, it was actually Obi, Forensicator Pro, and that started being used as the actual word for Forensicator.
If only.
Are we waiting for Frank and Matt? Are they here?
Frank's in. We're coming back. You popped in, so
I'm here.
Sorry. Well, we could do beer jokes for Matt.
If only Investigator was still developed. Did y'all ever see Mozilla Investigator?
I did. It was a long time ago.
They did a talk at Sands a while back.
Oh, there's my son deciding to join Roblox. I have to go on mute, guys. He's going to start yelling.
All right.
Bye.
See ya. All right, we are back from break here on that note. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to introduce our next speaker. We've actually got somebody who's a really good friend and a colleague in several ways. Frank McLean's been a friend of Sam's for pretty much as long as I can remember. Always a blast to work with you, and really happy to have you back, Frank. I also get the pleasure of working with Frank at Red Canary as well. So it's either Frank is a glutton for punishment and like seeing me around a lot, or maybe we just work really well together. So without further ado, Frank's going to be talking about a technique that I won't get into now because it's the intro. I'll let him. I don't want to steal your fire. But talk about a technique that attackers can use to basically overtake, make your system load libraries from inappropriate places. It sounds weird when I just said that out loud, but I think you know what I mean. Basically talk about search order hijacking. So we're going to talk about that here. So we'll talk about that not only from what it is perspective, but also how to detect and how to respond to that from a forensic point of view. So Frank, thanks for joining us and sharing your knowledge. We're happy to have you.
Thanks for the intro, and I'm happy to be here. All right. So as Phil kind of alluded to, today we're going to be talking about search order hijacking, or SOH. But first, a little about me. So I spent several years doing digital forensics and incident response consulting, and I moved from there into corporate in financial services, where I ran our security operations team for several years. And now I've been with Red Canary on the detection engineering team for a bit over 4 years, and I also lead our CERT's internal training program. So what is DLL search order? Now, we're not going to go very far into what DLL search order is, but I wanted to kind of set out at least some basic info for it, because that's really going to kind of set the stage for much of what we're talking about. DLLs are shared code libraries on Windows, and based on references within the binary, within the executable, they will get loaded into memory on execution or as needed to perform that shared function. They can be leveraged by multiple processes, even simultaneously. And aside from having each DLL's fully qualified path hard-coded in the binary or a manifest file, the system will search for DLLs following a preset order. And that preset order is where search order hijacking, or SOH, comes into play. Now, if you know the name of a legitimate DLL that will be loaded into memory by a legitimate and presumably trusted, but perhaps not frequently executed binary, you can set up search order hijacking by placing a copy of that binary, the legitimate binary, and a malicious DLL, which has a legitimate name, together in a path that you control. This is commonly done under the user profile because you have, read-write access. Then when that legitimate binary executes, the malicious DLL gets loaded into memory, thus running its code in the context of that presumably trusted process. All right, so this slide and the next slide, there's just an egregious error on these slides. And I blame myself and I blame the 4 other people that reviewed this deck for me for not catching it. And that's the title, is it's just all wrong. It shouldn't say why is SOH important. It should say what is so important. I just had to put that out there because, jokes, right? It's a thing now. All right, so these are the stats from the 2020 Red Canary Threat Detection Report. Right, SOH was in 8th place overall from an adversary technique perspective. Okay, tying things in with MITRE ATT&CK, and it impacted 16% of our customers. And those numbers increased over the course of the year as we developed new ways to identify related activity. And as we continue to improve our detection methodologies, I expect those numbers will also increase. Now, there's going to be a link to that report later in the presentation for anybody that's interested. And also want to note, with the recent rollout of the MITRE ATT&CK sub-techniques, SOH is now 1574.001 instead of 1038. And there's a link to the sub-techniques and whatnot as well. Okay, so we see SOH applied by various adversaries, both commodity and advanced. It provides a means of persistence, potential privilege escalation, and bypassing various security controls, prevention, detection, and so on. And if anybody here happens to watch the full disclosure email list, you'll quickly realize that there are a lot of legitimate signed binaries for operating systems and trusted third parties that are vulnerable to search order hijacking. It's pretty crazy, the sheer volume of it. Now, there are a lot of talks and a lot of articles, blog posts, etc., about search order hijacking from various aspects, but very few address early identification based on ongoing activity. Instead, they focus on the kind of the after the fact forensics, reverse engineering the DLLs or executables, and so on. And if any of you are familiar with Red Canary, you know that we leverage endpoint detection and response, or EDR, telemetry to identify and alert on active threats within our customer environments. And the concept of using EDR telemetry is what I'm going to focus on today, instead of that kind of the after the fact deep dive. But I'm not going to do that from the perspective of any given platform. Nor how we use any of that data specifically. So, if you've got Carbon Black Response or CrowdStrike or, ATP or whatever you may be using, if you're using some type of EDR, I've tried to keep this generic from that angle and just provide methods and concepts that you can use to extract information from whatever data sources you have at your disposal. Now, the most accurate way to identify SOH is based on knowing every single legitimate binary on every single system, every path that they're expected to launch from, and they just check all of those constantly. Combine that with knowing every legitimate DLL that those binaries are supposed to load by name, and check the unexpected binary launch paths to see if any of those DLLs by name are being loaded as well. Back that up a little bit further and look to identify the activity based on the file rights of those legitimate executables and illegitimate DLLs to those unexpected paths. Now, you might think that it'd be as easy as watching for any file rights of exes or DLLs to those paths, but I'll tell you from experience, not so much. And so if the best way isn't all that feasible, right, which is kind of the point of this, at least keep that in the back of your mind, right? While you're doing that, focus on other behaviors that may help point to search order hijacking at various levels of the technique. Okay, so let's say that you have a scenario which looks like it might be related to SOH. How can you confirm it? Check out the exes to see if they're legitimate. Remember, they might be Windows system binaries, often ones that are not very commonly used, or other legitimate binaries for other third-party software. Then check DLLs in that same directory. Do any exist which are named the same as known legitimate ones, but don't contain the appropriate signatures or metadata, or perhaps even have been flagged by antivirus engines as malicious? Again, the key aspect here is that the malicious DLL gets loaded from the same path as the executable. If the legitimate DLL of that name is likely to already be in memory, memory will be checked first, and then the technique fails. So it's not going to be the most common binaries, the most common executables, the most common processes. It's going to be something legitimate, but a little less common, because they don't want to run into the possibility that a DLL is already loaded in memory and then just mess the whole thing up. Okay, so I've talked at a pretty high level about some methods that you might be able to use to identify and validate search order hijacking activity. Next, I'm going to provide some sample logic that you might be able to use to help get started. And as I mentioned already, detecting search order hijacking isn't necessarily straightforward, and some of the concepts are fairly broad and may be prone to noise in order to help raise up activity. So a lot of it really depends on the individual environment. Now, these are some rough ideas that I've pulled together based on some of the things that we look for. I've structured this kind of like a query, but it isn't any particular query language. What is it they always say, that the names have been changed to protect the innocent. If it happens to line up with something that you use, great, but it was not intentional. Hopefully here, the logic construct is something that you can use to create queries within your own environment if you aren't already looking for these types of things. But be forewarned, they may be noisy depending on your environment. So don't go full production right from the start. And also, two of these, right, the bottom two, will only work if you can reliably collect signature information. Depending on your data source, this can be challenging, especially if the information is stored in a manifest file instead of embedded in the binary. All of them are probably going to require further tuning depending on your individual results in your environment. Now, as alluded to before, detecting actual search order hijacking as it happens can be challenging. And we continue working on ways to do that better. One of the things that, or one of the ways that we've approached it is by building detector logic that's focused on other behavior, which can in turn point to the possibility of search order hijacking. Then during analysis, you can identify more concretely, call that out, and help make sense of it by saying, hey, here's where search order hijacking occurs. As a result of using the kind of the broader detector logic that's looking at other things and not narrowly focused in on what might be SOH, we've seen this happen associated with scheduled tasks, process injection, masquerading, use of admin shares, and domain trust discovery, just to name a few. We'll look at a couple of examples from real world activity, not just what we were able to set up in a lab by reversing malicious DLLs or specific malware. Seeing it in this way can provide some clues that we can then watch for as activity unfolds on systems. All right. So looking at some past detections. Here we have the creation of a scheduled task to launch a legitimate Windows binary, a binary that's part of BitLocker, from a path under the user profile in app data roaming every 60 minutes. Now, not only do we have a legitimate binary where it shouldn't be, but we also have persistence mechanism because of the scheduled task. It's important to note, again, reiterate this, that most of the binaries we see used this way are not commonly executing binaries. Leveraging something that is less common but still trusted, like this BitLocker binary, is less likely to cause conflicts with DLLs that might already be loaded into memory by another process. Remember, if it's already loaded in memory, the search order hijacking isn't going to work. Now, shortly following the creation of the scheduled task, the executable itself, the BDE UI serve exe, is written to disk in that same referenced path in app data roaming. Now, the Windows command processor did the file write, and if I recall correctly, it copied the BDE binary from system32 and wrote it to that location under the user profile. So that's a possible detector concept as well. And going through this, we can leverage all of these observables in a lather, rinse, repeat sort of scenario to continue improving detection methodologies as we go. Now, at this point, we definitely know that we're looking at search order hijacking being set up. The DLL being written here has a legitimate name, so WTS API 32 DLL. It's part of the remote desktop stuff. It has a legitimate name, but it is not the actual legitimate WTS API 32 DLL, nor is it in the proper and expected path. Now, this one in particular did not succeed going through all the way with execution, so we didn't get to see that as the activity unfurled, see, See what I did there? Yeah, more jokes. Mark that, track 2. There's jokes. But it is still classic SOH. All right, and so another example detection. This one, we're dealing with masquerading, right? Starting off that way. We have the Windows script host, so WScript, writing a binary under the user profile, this IE.8AA444, whatever, TMP. Metadata indicates that this is the GNU diffutils binary cmp.exe, but the size is wrong, and OSINT says that it's actually imitet. So whether it was a compromised binary or they just leveraged metadata, don't know. Either way, looks like it's attempting to masquerade as that diffutils binary. And this actually kicks off other activity, which goes into the search order hijacking side of things. Probably a trick bot or something like that that leverages SOH more commonly. And then we're right back into a situation that's very similar to the previous detection that we looked at. A copy of the Windows fax and scan binary, WFS.exe, is written to disk under the user profile, again, in app data roaming. And if we wanted more confirmation for it, we've got it here. A legitimately named but completely malicious DLL is written to the same path, and now it's ready for loading. All right, so the binary and the DLL are prepped. They've been copied, written to directory under the control of the adversary, under the user profile, where you've got read, write, execute, access. And now the scheduled task gets set up for execution and persistence. So in 60 minutes, our WFS.exe binary will be live and in living color. And here we go. It is spawned. And what happens immediately after spawning? Drum roll. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. And there you have it. Oops, going backwards. Wrong way, slides. So that MFC42U DLL, legitimate name, illegitimate binary, gets loaded into memory by WFS. So whatever code it contains is now running in memory. Search order hijacking for the win. All right, so is it all doom and gloom? No, of course not. Nothing is all doom and gloom. All that we need to do to prevent search order hijacking is to have all compiled binaries have explicit, fully qualified path references for all DLLs that will be used, including all dependent DLLs. That's all. Simple, right? Okay, so maybe not quite so simple. But at any rate, good security hygiene can help. Microsoft also has some resources that can be leveraged to help mitigate some of the risk, and having solid detection methodologies that balance out signal to noise and still catch activity as early as possible can help as well. We'll have those links. And obviously, you're not going to remember all these. I don't expect you to write them all down. If you do, you get brownie points. But maybe you can make take a picture of it, make a little animated picture. What are those things called, Phil? GIFs? Is that right? They're called GIFs, I think, like peanut butter. Anyway, Sans will post the slide deck, so you'll have access to the links there. And I talked too fast. Should have been just a few minutes longer, but Phil had me so excited I couldn't help myself. So that's pretty much it. We can go into Q&A, hopefully not crickets. It's an interesting topic, I think, because it is something that's extremely prevalent. We're seeing more and more of it on a daily basis, used by all types of adversaries. I won't say that this had anything to do with the Twitter debacle, but who knows? The information isn't in yet, so anything's possible, right?
Anything is possible. I got to. I gotta be honest, Frank. I came close to dropping the ban hammer and muting you for your pronunciation. It was pretty close. I was like, I know where this is going. I know where this is going, and I don't like it. The joke there is, Frank knows one of the things that I obviously doesn't really anger me. I just find it silly. Pronunciation of GIF. I say it's GIF because I looked in the code in GitHub. And that's where it was. There are a couple of questions in here. Question here on, that's a good one we'll come back to as well. Is there a tool that would identify when there's a mismatch between a legit file name and an incorrect location? Is there any kind, I can envision what could do that. I'm just wondering if you know of any that do that.
Off the top of my head, I'm not really aware of a tool that looks specifically at that. There are some tools that are designed to help identify search order hijacking stuff from different angles. I've not used any of them, and I don't know that anything is being kind of really currently maintained from that perspective of the ones that I've seen. And thus not, being aware of any efficacy, I didn't try to include any of that info in there.
Oh yeah, no, I understand. I just wasn't sure if you were familiar with any offhand. My gut check, and I'm speculating here, is that would probably be something that falls into the arena of file integrity monitoring, and or something along some kind of an EDR type of a solution. But I don't know of any either. I just didn't know if you maybe had tripped over some.
The challenge with that is that you would have to know what binaries would be targeted, right? So, the world's your oyster there from that perspective. Yeah. So, you could profile everything under the Windows directory and then just say, hey, if any binaries by these names show up somewhere else. But that starts to get a little bit problematic, because with search order hijacking, the binary name doesn't actually have to remain the same. So we've seen some scenarios where something got copied or written to the user profile where they didn't retain the name to it, right? Like the diffutils thing. It got written as a TMP file with some crazy random name or something like that. It doesn't have to be cmp.exe. Yeah, it'll still run, and because of the calls in from the binary for the DLLs that it's looking to load, the only thing that has to have the proper name is the DLL, not the exe itself. So trying to build a profile for that, I think is going to be one of the challenging things, because you don't really know what that's going to look like. It could be anything, and not just a system binary, right? You could drop some other legitimate third-party binary onto the system that you've snarfed from somewhere, and hey, it's going to work the same too. As long as it gets to launch, then it's a target.
Yeah, well, and it probably speaks to the I'll lightly say the widely various mechanisms by which software developers have their applications just function normally. So it's hard to consistently model that, and that's part of what makes it challenging for us. How do you tell good from evil?
Yep.
Do you know if this also translates in any form out to Macs by chance? Is there any kind of similar? And I'd actually extend on that to Unix and Linux machines as well.
Yes. So similar things exist there. They get a little bit more complicated. But yes, there are shared libraries on Linux and Mac operating systems, and those can, fall prey to a similar type of scheme. It's a little bit different, and not as widely talked about by any means. But yes, it does exist. That is a concern, and something that as those types of operating systems show up in corporate environments, being able to detect on that type of activity is becoming more and more important.
Yeah, definitely. There's a couple of other comments in here that are in a similar vein. I'll kind of sum those up. Like whether it's file integrity monitoring or in the chat, Michael had mentioned, going through your known locations and hashing those files and making sure that you're using just the correct ones, intended ones. Whether it's using app data roaming or whether it's using some of the other common locations, it really just becomes a matter of risk and reward in many cases where, yeah, there's a way that we can solve that problem. And sometimes that problem solving is more trouble than the problem is in the first place, I guess. Somebody else had mentioned a question. Oh, where was that? Oh, shoot, I lost it. Where in your slide you said all you have to do is application whitelisting, or the examples that you had given, application library whitelisting, they're potential solutions, but they come with, a big cost in terms of the complexity of the system, of maintaining it. And anybody that's run any kind of an allow listing operation knows that it takes maintenance. It's not a fire and forget type of a task. So that's a bit of a challenge there as well. Let's see. There's a lot of stuff in the question listing here. Some of these I'm going to have to pull out here to put into your hallway, but I know we still have a couple of minutes. Yeah, there's some good theoretical examples of potential solutions for that. In terms of, okay, that's a good one. The threat detection report that Red Canary puts out, is that a place where potentially, I'm not signing you up for anything, but potentially you might be able to talk about where the common directories are that adversaries might use for search order hijacking? Is that a trend, or do you think that's even useful as a potential indicator?
So like where they would copy and execute from? Yeah.
Just if there's any trends along those lines.
Yeah, app data roaming. I mean, that's the big one. The majority of what we see is under app data roaming. Now, obviously, it doesn't have to be there. That's an easy one, simply because you want the user to execute, or you've got some process like a scheduled task that's going to be executing it as the user. That's a place that has, read, write, execute capabilities. Another thing that will show up on the full disclosure email list that people talk about there is that you can write something to the root of C, right? And that's by default, you create a directory there, you've got full read, write, execute capabilities as well. So that's an easy thing. But we haven't really seen adversaries do that. Not saying that it doesn't happen, but that's not the common thread. The most common thread is under the user profile, and from there under app data roaming. So I mean, yeah, that is something that you can think about from a detection methodology perspective. If you have ways to watch for what gets written there. The as I kind of alluded to in the deck, you might think watching for executable writes or even just execution from those directories would be an easy tell. But when you start going down that path, you really quickly realize that there's a whole bunch of stuff that happens that way that you would think, okay, this is evil. It's not evil? Why is this executable written here under the user? Why is this executable launching here under the user? It's like, what's going on? And head explosion type time. It gets really difficult, and so you've got to balance out that signal to noise. It's part of what I say. Hey, here's some sample query logic that maybe as a starting point, don't turn it on, right? Don't go full production with that. You've got to have a way to check that against, a subset of the environment, something like that, to start to see what your noise level is going to be, because you could not only very quickly overwhelm systems that are trying to log all of this information, you could overwhelm analysts that are having to try to look at those to validate alerts that are coming through. You just want to be cognizant of what's going on, and things that seem like, oh, this is a perfect idea. We can detect all the evil. Yeah, you may be able to, but you may also be killing your people and your systems at the same time.
Yeah, it kind of goes back again where there are solutions there, but when we look at the realities of implementing them, we just may not like those. Yeah, good stuff. Well, there are a couple other questions. We are coming up against the next break, the next talk here, so I want to go ahead and get the handoff for that one ready. Thanks very much, Frank. It's always great to have you, and I know we've got another talk of yours. I believe it's coming up tomorrow, right?
That is correct.
Okay, got it. So I'm excited for that as well, and a little bit of a different talk, and I'll let the introductions go with that one when the time comes, but it's in the agenda as well. We're going to take just a couple of minutes here to get up and handle the handoff to our next presenters, to David and to Matthew, and we'll come back in about 3. So I'm going to get your questions into Frank's hallway channel in just a moment here. So thanks again, Frank. Appreciate your time. How's it going, guys?
Pretty good.
Cool, cool.
Hey,
Your audio is a little bit low, David.
my audio is always low.
There you go. I think it might have just been mic placement.
Okay. Am I okay? Tuss?
Yep, you're good to go.
Cool.
We're not used to seeing you in Zoom without like Deputy Minister of Tacos after your name.
I guess this one's a little more serious. So
You gotta put on the nice name, I guess.
so Matt's wearing his KPMG shirt with a Sans background. I'm wearing the Sans shirt with the KPMG background.
It's Zoomception. That's awesome. All right. I want to try and. I just want to clear the Q&A before we get y'all in there, because I ported all those questions out to the other one. Cool. We're good to go. Excellent. Well, it's great to have you both on the show. I appreciate it. And I'm glad you called out the KPMG shirts. I would not have picked up on that. That's very well done. I appreciate that.
Gotta be on brand.
All right. Oh, what's that?
Gotta be on brand, Phil.
You know, I totally get it. We planned our shirts between Heather and Rob and myself, so we're coordinated. So completely understand that. All right. Well, I'm going to go ahead and get you all started so we can get everything moving. Our next presentation, we've got two co-presenters, co-workers, both good friends. David Cowan is an instructor here with SANS and is also with KPMG, where he's a managing director now. And he has worked with probably hundreds of forensic investigations over the years, and really brings that knowledge into the material that he teaches and that he puts together and the research that he does. And he is also one of the authors, the lead author, in fact, on our forthcoming Forensics 509, which is our cloud forensics course. And I know a number of you in the Discord were asking about that. So I wanted to make sure you knew that David is one of the folks behind that. And we also have Matt Sayer, who was also at KPMG, works with David and has for quite some time. And he has also supported just tons and tons of cases, and he's presented with our summits a number of times in the past. Also worked with a number of technical papers that have been reviewed and published as well. So that certainly is a much different level of vetting and validation that goes into that. And it's certainly awesome to have your perspective and bring the operational knowledge into that research-heavy, research-centric environment. So with that all said, looking at low-level artifacts, I will let you guys go ahead and kick it off. Thanks for sharing your time and sharing your experience and knowledge with us. We appreciate it.
Well, thanks for having us. With that, it's the Forensic Summit. I'm Matthew Sayer,
I'm Dave
and
Cowan.
with me, as always, David Cowan.
That's right. So please note that Matt's name is first in this presentation. I'm here to translate.
So I am actually having a little bit of tech difficulty real quick. I thought the slides were going to be up. There they are. Now I'm seeing them. I was starting to freak out for a minute. Like I might have not had that pulled up and I was supposed to. But all right. So I got to figure out how to work the slides first. All right. So did I do that is the topic of our talk, and it is understanding the action of artifacts in real time, or understanding action and artifacts in real time and the correlation between the two. Of course, none is more famous than Steve Urkel asking the question, did I do that? And this is an important question for a number of reasons. And for us as forensic investigators, and Phil just a second ago was talking about, validation and stuff. This is very important for validation. And obviously, you saw from Lee Whitfield's talk earlier, or hopefully you did, validation is so important in this field. And this is something I've been working on for a while. And it was obviously inspired by David Cowan, because a while back, he started something called Fun Day Sundays. And in Fun Day Sundays, you have to figure out why an artifact has a certain behavior and we don't really know why, but we want you to help us figure it out, right? So, yeah, so did I do that? So we want to understand this connection between action and artifact, and it's not always what we think it is. There's so many times we've gone into CTF making that we've performed an action, and then we go to create these questions and answers for the CTF, and we're like, we're not seeing what we thought we would see here. And well, that's because maybe what we were doing wasn't leaving behind what we thought it was leaving behind. And there's a lot that goes into that, right? So the talk is showing you ways on how you can create these hypotheses and how you can go about validating the hypothesis, right? So some common methodologies, right? A lot of the times when we have a question and we want to see what happens when we do an action and what's being left behind in forensic artifacts, there's kind of two ways we can go about this. One is before and after kind of collecting the artifacts, then parsing the artifacts. But then we have to even do differentials on that data, right? To really understand what just changed after we did something. And it's very tedious work, especially when it's one of those things where it's like, I'm going to change this. All right, do a differential, collect the artifact, parse the artifact, differential, didn't do what I thought it was, and then rinse and repeat, right? But then you also have this concept of live monitoring, right? And we all have used process monitor. Let's see what files are being touched, what registry keys are being added, what values are being changed. And that works great at a high level, but on the low level, forensic artifacts are very complicated binary structures. And we're not going to see what changes in those binary structures with the live monitoring. So my approach to this is, one, I want to make something that's more efficient than just doing the whole perform an action, collect the files, parse the data, difference that parse data. Now I have some results, but that didn't have what it was, so I rinse and repeat. It's very time consuming. So what if every time that, David Cowan throws out a new Sunday Fun Day, I could just like load up some stuff and then see how some of these forensic tools or forensic artifacts are changing in real time? That would be awesome. Unfortunately, it's just not that easy either, though, because you're still having to create parsers for each one of these artifacts because they're always going to be different, right? But so I approach this with a very hybrid approach. Combine the two methodologies. We want some near-time results. And one of the benefits of this method is we can use other people's tools and libraries that we're familiar with. We can even use native APIs. We can use libraries that we're accustomed to, like maybe we want to use libtsk, maybe we want to use a Windows API to parse an event logout or something, right? But the point is, we need to monitor in real time to have triggers that we can use to call a tool. Like, so if I say, hey, every time this prefetch file gets created, I want to use a tool to parse out that prefetch file and then do the differential, right? So, and there's two things. So one, it can be targeted where we say, hey, every time this specific file gets touched, parse and difference, or we can even do it on time, like every 25 milliseconds, just parse this artifact and then do the difference. But the point is to make this process a little bit more efficient and like leave the whole collection type deal behind, because it takes a lot of time. So this is kind of what I was talking about. So like you monitor at a high, you can use these process monitors, even some of the Windows tools that utilize the Windows API. But again, you don't have that very specific artifact view. It's very high level. And then, but this system can be used to call those triggers so that we can kind of do whatever custom actions we want. So one of the first things we want to talk about is USN listening. And this has been very helpful throughout my career. Cowan and I worked a very long time on a great tool that could take the journal, reverse it, show you amazing things. But one of the best things about this tool was that it would look for events within the USN journal. And that was nice because you could go to a bucket and say, hey, show me all of this Dropbox activity that happened. And it's just looking at the USN journal alone. And what's neat about that is there's so much user action or just action in general that you can get out of the USN journal that's outside of just a file create and a file delete. So ways that we can determine these things is we can use Windows APIs to listen to specific artifacts, or we can use the Windows API to monitor events in real time to help to trigger parsing of specific artifacts. So this slide is a good example of the Windows API, the more technical, right? Like you can take this slide later on when you're, hey, I remember this presentation where they talked about monitoring the USN journal. How do I do it? Just go to this slide. It's going to take you to the APIs you need to know about. And in this specific one, we're using the device IO control. You can pass in the query USN journal, and it basically brings you back ranges of USN records in a buffer. So this basically it's going to contain multiple records. You kind of have to go through, parse it out, but it's cool because this is the type of data that you get out of it. Things like data overwrites, truncations to the file, creations to the file, deletions to the file, renames, right? And with that, we can both, one, we can use this to see what's happening in the forensic artifact itself, because the USN journal is an amazing artifact. And don't forget, it's a sparse file, which means you can carve for it. Not as fun anymore with all the solid state trimming, but still useful. So, oh, and another real quick pro tip, USN numbers is actually the offset into the USN journal. It's a sparse file, so it just always grows. Just a little pro tip. Anyways, so here's the potential that you have when you're monitoring the USN journal. So this is a tool that I made that leverages that same API call, and it's just listening to it in real time. So you can see what's happening and what shows up in the USN journal as we perform actions on a test machine, right? And this works really well when you're using an external device instead of your system. A system can get a little loud, but you can see that when we erase this file, there's a pattern in the artifact itself. And this can help us home in on when we see this in the USN journal, hey, this was eraser. We know that because we ran the eraser tool, and we saw the same pattern, right? So now we can create these hypotheticals. We can validate, yeah, we know this was most likely eraser based off of our research. But not only that, because we know there's a pattern, we can now quantify and reverse back the original names of the erased files, and that's huge. So just a little slide throwback. A couple of years ago, I did another talk at the SANS Summit, and it was using ArongoDB. And in one of the examples, there had been wiped files, and I was actually able to create and show an ArongoDB query that would fetch back the original names of the wiped files. And that was based off of a pattern. Well, it goes back to the question of, okay, well, how do you know that pattern? How do you get to know that pattern? So it's all based off of research, right? So when I'm talking about using these Windows APIs, I'm talking about it more from a research point of view than I am from a, hey, here's great ways to, create your own EDR system. Maybe you could use them, great. But I know from the forensic research point of view, this is a really big thing because it enables us to validate our findings. It enables us to validate our hypothesis of, hey, well, it looks like it might be a pattern from this specific tool. Or if I see a tool, I can go back and see, okay, here's what that tool would leave behind because in my testing, this is what we see.
I'm going to give Matthew a chance to breathe real quick while I try to translate a lot of what he just said for the last 14 minutes, because some of you may be entirely lost right now. So before, when Matt and I were doing this kind of research, and Matt figured out how to hook into all of these APIs and figured out how to be able to get this data and then load the MFT and match up records in real time and figure things out, we had a very regimented testing process where we had to do something, hope we didn't screw something up, then pull the data, parse it, and wait to see the result. And so what Matt's showing you is not only valid for testing, because obviously in testing you can do it a whole lot faster if you can see the results of your test as you go along, or you're trying to understand what's happening. Two, if you're playing with malware and you're trying to see from a sandbox perspective what's happening, you don't have to wait for the sandbox report to be generated, and you can interact with the malware as you go along to see what kind of records it's changing. And then three, one of the biggest biases that we get when we do our investigations is that we only see the end result of how things happened. We don't get to see the steps that occurred to get there. So if you're trying to have bulletproof defenses in your work, being able to recreate what occurred is essentially important. And so being able to see what pattern of access, what chain of commands leads to the artifact in the state that you find it, means that this will be even faster as well. So this is something that we had internally that Matt and I have been playing with for a very long time. And now Matt is opening this up, kind of the larger universe. Essentially, we can do that a lot now because we both work for KPMG now, and we don't have a small shop where we have to worry about everything every day. We're able to show you how we were able to get so much faster and be able to create these patterns and understandings.
Yeah. So what's also awesome, and you didn't know about David Cowan, is he's also a Matthew Sayer translator. That's actually could be on his resume, right?
It's true.
So let's talk about MFT listening for a second, because this is a really cool Windows API trick that I found out about. That's just mind blowing, because I didn't know you could do this. You can actually call a Windows API and get back a whole MFT record, which is really cool. Now, there's a couple caveats, like you can't fetch unallocated records with it, but otherwise you just pass it the reference number, and it's going to bring you back the raw MFT entry buffer, which is really cool. So knowing that, I could now take this and create another monitor. So this is where we get to the hybrid approach, where the MFT itself doesn't actually have any type of callback system. So we need to use another system to create triggers for when we want to call this MFT API and get records back to parse and then diff and then show the user, right? So this combines just these different techniques because no specific monitoring API. What does that look like? Something like this. So here we could just, I don't know, change an attribute. Now, it parsed the MFT first before we did anything. And as we change things, it's just diffing all of the attributes and returning to us what changed. It's leaving out everything else, right? So here's an example of time stomping. Okay, what attributes in the MFT just changed from running that time stomp, right? So this is a great way, even if you're coming into the field of digital forensics and you want to know how artifacts work, this is a great way to understand artifacts.
And the big thing here is that Matt's not only showing you, hey, a file name changed, hey, a timestamp changed, because there's lots of tools that'll do that. Matt's actually bringing out the underlying MFT attributes, showing you the attribute name and showing you the parse data as it changed, so you can understand within the full MFT structure what is actually occurring. And that's something that the other tools just don't give you. And it will make, if you're trying to do low-level testing, and that's the whole point of this, is understanding really what's going on beneath the cover so you can fully explain and understand the actions that you're seeing, it's essential.
So now let's talk about some event log listening. Event log is nice because now we actually start getting into APIs that have actual callback systems. Everything else, we're kind of calling on a loop and looking for changes, but none of them are actually being called back to by the subsystem. So there's a difference in kind of how these low-level APIs work. With the event logs, we just create a function, register it, and now as Windows gets events created by certain providers, it just passes those to us, which is nice to develop with, but it's also a much more complicated system. But we use Windows events in so many of our investigations. So why shouldn't we have some type of monitor that just sits there? And because I want to know what my actions are doing and what events are being created out of it. Now, obviously, that gets really noisy sometimes. So we kind of want to create our test scenarios. So how can we filter out the noise stuff and just get to what we're interested in, and then find patterns out of that, right? So again, one of the cool things about the event log API is that you can actually use XPath queries and structured XML queries to really drill down to the events that you want to return when you're listening to them in real time. So another quick demo of an example, and don't worry, at the end of this presentation, you'll see where you can get all of these tools. They're actually all done in Rust, with the exception of fast. They're very fast, right? So you can see here, we're listening to events, and actually in this case, I'm using grep to kind of get rid of some trash. And I just mounted a VHD, because why not? I just want to see what happens when you mount a VHD. But you get the point here is I say, hey, I'm interested in this action. And then I start up these monitors, and now I perform that action and I just see what comes of it. And then from that, you can start looking for patterns.
And specifically, what Matt's showing you is that he's actually capturing the event log entries as they're being created and piping it out to this stream. And if those event logs, the way this works, as Matt's going to talk about, you can actually turn them on and off. You can do all sorts of things to kind of amp up and amp down. So a default system, a fully enabled instrumented system, however you want to do it. But rather than having to go back to the event log and reparse it each time, you actually get to see for the event log you're subscribing to, for the sources you're subscribing to, exactly what's changing as you're doing things.
Right. It's all about trying to eliminate the noise and really get down to the observable events and patterns of every time I perform these actions, I see this specific sequence of events or MFT changes or whatever it is you're looking for. So next we move on to the event tracing. And the Windows event tracing for Windows is a great system. And you see a lot of presentations on this stuff, especially from like the FireEye people, right? But this has such great use for us for doing research and seeing what happens, because it gets so detailed about what's happening on the system, which works out great for being triggers of, hey, when do I need to go parse this artifact and then show you the difference of it, right? Because whereas the USN, the MFT, the event one, yeah, but this is able to show you the processes that invoke the changes that you're going to be seeing, which is very powerful, because now if I want to home in on something a little bit more, now I can do it by process IDs. I can create trees and say, hey, only show me any type of changes that spawn off of this specific process and any threads that it creates and so on and so forth, right? But it's a very difficult system. Like, it is so complicated.
That is an understatement. Okay, I want to interrupt Matt here to explain something. Oftentimes, when Matt and I are talking to other people in the field, especially from other companies who are actively doing this research, there's three things that they want to talk to us about normally if it doesn't involve tacos or barbecue. Number one, they want to ask us about the journals. Number two, they want to ask me and bug me about the cloud class, which is coming. But three, they always say the same thing. We hear you're working on ETLs. How does that work? Can you tell us more? And we always say the same thing. It's really complicated and there's more than you think it is. So Matt is about to do everyone a great favor in what he's about to show you.
Yeah, so needless to say, and there's a huge difference between listening to ETL or ETW live and subscribing to these events versus parsing these off of other machines, right? So if you're doing an investigation and you're doing like dead box investigation, right? Or you're reaching out and you're wanting to grab these event trace files, that type of parsing and retrieving events from those files is completely different than monitoring for these in real time. In fact, monitoring for these in real time is 100 times easier. If you're interested in parsing out these ETL files that get created by all sorts of applications, go watch Nicole Ibrahim's presentation. She's given them at SANS before, and a few others, the Magnet Summit, on how she goes about parsing them and the tools that she's made to do that. Completely different kind of investigation techniques, right? Needless to say, it's great for creating triggers of when to parse out artifacts. So if I want to say, as before, we used the USN journal. So the MFT monitor was actually using the USN monitor to see when a file changed. When that file changed, it would do the diff on the MFT, right? So we can use the same type of technique here, but utilizing ETW. So now I can say, okay, whenever this process touches this file, go ahead, parse it, give me the differential. So it gives us a whole new triggering mechanism for doing this with, right? So this is the initial thing that led me to go down this road. Was Cowan had thrown out a Sunday fun day of user assist, and he said, hey, how do you run applications and the user assist run count does not get updated, right? So what would happen is you try and go execute an executable any way you could think of, right? But then you would have to parse out the registry, parse out the binary in the registry values, do the differentials every time you tried running an executable a different way, right? Way too much work. So I was like, okay, well, how can I monitor registry keys? And then every time a specific registry key changes, grab that value, parse out that value, and then do differentials to see if my action caused the executable to run, but not the user assist run count, right? And so this is why that's difficult, though. This is the Windows registry. These are the user assist keys, and it's a bunch of binary. So it's not like there is no API you're going to find that's going to parse out these individual values for you, right? Like you're going to have to write a parser and then create a triggering system that parses those data structures in real time. So this was the final result of that. And what we're doing is the user assist, this is the only Python script that I'm using in these examples. Everything else is Rust. So I run this and it's just sitting there monitoring the user assist values as they change and parses them out. So I can actually go and type in a command, perform any action I want on how I want to execute this application, and then see in real time how the user assist keys are changing. So if the user key runtime, in this specific example, it's just the user, the application run count, and then the registry location. So if I can execute an application and not see that number increment, I know I've found a way to launch this application without increasing the run count. Pretty cool stuff. And so all of this just goes to show you, like, there's no one great way to do all of this. I'm looking for more efficient means to do research and do these things in real time as I go, instead of having to collect these artifacts every single time, parse them out, do differentials on output, and then being able to more efficiently do research and validation is huge for investigations.
Absolutely. And one of the things that Matt's not saying is that his ability to create that monitor for the user assist allowed us to answer some questions that we couldn't figure out for over a year, to be able to actually see that interactivity, to understand what the triggers and conditions were that let us have blank entries. So now we can actually explain that, and we were being asked questions about it.
Yeah, so now we're kind of just getting to an overview. Here's a little cheat sheet for you. You can take this back if you're ever wanting to dive deeper into this type of stuff. It's not all very user-friendly things. I apologize, but it is what it is. It's Windows APIs, and I like them over Mac any day. But then again, I haven't deep dived into Mac yet, but we'll get into that in a second. So just use this as a reference, nothing more. Just shows you the different control codes, Windows API names that you can use. But what about other OSs, right? Like, what about Mac APIs? What about Linux APIs? So there are some that exist that you can do similar stuff with. So I know of for sure FS Events is an API you can create callbacks to for Mac. iNotify on Linux. I think there might even be iNotify for Mac. I haven't dived deep into a whole lot of those yet. Not at that point in my journey, but hopefully soon, right? So can we be friends? Like, how do you use these type of things? And can you use them without getting too technical? Because the APIs aren't practitioner friendly. But good news, there's already some tools and libraries that can help you out with this stuff. And it's not limited to Windows. So, and we all use Python, right? Because we've got libraries in Python that we can use. Unless you're Brian Morand, in which case you're still using Perl and keeping it alive and well. Good job. I appreciate that. Both Dave and I appreciate you. So for file system events, Watchdog is great. Like, even using something that's a high level, Watchdog will still give you those high level events, file opens, file changes, file deletes, and that's actually cross-platform. So you can use that on Mac, or I believe it's also on Linux as well. And again, I think it's using things like the FS events, the iNotify. And then PyWintrace, right? So another FireEye tool. This one helped me out a lot in my early startings on trying to figure out this whole API system. So there are things that you can use and put into your Python scripts or some tools that are already made, including Process Monitor. But the goal here is to programmatically create a trigger system to parse out these artifacts. So you can't do that with something like Process Monitor. So with that being said, that's about all of it. You can always hit Cowan and I up on Twitter. If you want the Rust tools that I was demonstrating today and the Python ones as well, I have a Forensic Mac GitHub account. You'll find them on either the RS, which is Rust, Windows thingies, or the PY Windows thingies. So with that being said, I think now we can kind of, well, actually, Cowan, you have any final statements?
We only have 30 minutes. I think we used it all up. Thank you very much for all your attention. I hope you realize that these things are incredibly useful. And if Matt and I were smart, we'd charge a lot of money for them.
Don't do that. At least for the sake of the community. We actually do have a couple minutes for a few questions. So there are a few that were in here. And you know, this is one that I was hoping you could follow back up on, just because you know, a lot of people may not be as familiar with the various artifacts like the OSN journal. Can you give just a real brief overview on you know, recognizing the artifacts that it can give us? Like, is this something that is on by default? Do you have to enable this? You know, what is its you know, the elevator pitch kind of use case to the operating system?
Okay, so the big thing is here is that we take advantage of the default state of whatever system you give it. So for instance, if you're walking in for standard Windows research or Linux or Mac research, and you want to say from a base level system, this is what should exist, then yes, absolutely. It just plugs into the existing APIs. Nothing additional has to be installed. It just runs and shows you the data. However, if you're trying to use this for a specific case and you actually have a copy of a VMDK or a disk or a cloud image and you boot that up, then you'll be able to show in that actually recreated environment how those things would have been detected, so you can recreate those things exactly as they existed. So either way, yeah.
I mean, yeah. So like I think there's two different mindsets here. One is the practitioner doing an investigation. The other is just for research. From the practitioner level, yeah, unfortunately, it's not always enabled. The better time it's going to be enabled for your investigations, which is nice. And it's probably one of my go-to historical artifacts. It's going to show you file system activity, and you'll get, depending on how noisy the system is, depends on how far it goes back. But again, that's when you go back to your volume shadows, your carving if you have to, and you can recover a lot of good USN data.
Yeah, absolutely. There were a couple of API questions, which I'm going to actually paste into your hallway channel here, because I think that'll be a easier place for that to go. But I think the last one, if you might be able to kind of sum this up, I think it'll be a really good bookend to the material. Do you have a couple of specific use cases from your own investigations where these tools, or even just these artifacts, which then led to the value of the tools, became particularly helpful?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You go
Do you
first,
mind
Matt.
if I start that and then pass
Yeah.
it off to you?
Yep.
So this is a really cool one because it actually ties back to what Lee Whitfield was talking about earlier of, the validation aspect of things. And like, you've got to be really careful when you do investigations. And one is, we had a case a while back and we saw a lot of Office files being deleted from the USN journal. So, but they weren't actually I can't exactly remember all of the details of it, but it led us to go down the research path of, hey, it looks like there was Office documents that get deleted, but then get recreated with the same MFT number. And if you're not careful and you don't do the research on that, you're going to assume that these files were deleted. So I'll turn it over to Dave on where we went.
And so we were able to do that. And when we took a deeper look, we realized the sequence numbers were updating. It's just the entry number was being reused. And that's because of the nature of Office documents, that when you save them and actually deletes them and recreates them. And we are able to then put that into the pieces to be able to show not only each time it was saved, but how many times the documents were interacted with, which was great because we only had an external drive and we wanted to be able to show what was happening through these documents, how often they were being used. We've used it there. The generation of Triforce happened because of a huge litigation between two giant companies and the existence of one BKF file that was deleted, and trying to understand how it got created, where it got existed. A lot of the Mac stuff that we generated in the original, Mac research and plugging into F's events all stemmed off of the Oculus lawsuit against from ZeniMax. $10 billion they were asking for, and we were able to prove exactly what happened there. There's so many cases where we have been able to take this level of detail for the issues that matter, right? You don't do it for everything. And I think that's the biggest thing to understand, is that I don't stop and say, okay, before we make any conclusion on a case, we're going to take everything apart. No, it's for the things that really matter and the things that have those multi-million-dollar effects.
Yeah, absolutely. Excellent. Well, hey, thank you guys very much. It's always entertaining and educational, and I appreciate the time, and especially I appreciate the releasing the tools to the public so everybody can start to take advantage of these and up the game overall for the community. So thanks very much.
No problem. And KPMG is hiring, and it's a great place to work.
That's awesome. All right. Well, we've got just a brief couple of minutes here before we get into our last talk of the day, and then we'll close it out, of course. I saw a Rob Lee that appeared in here. I don't know if he's going to come back or what. But if you got more questions for Matt and for David, they're going to be over in their hallway channel. And we also have the URL for the evaluation, both here in the chat as well as in the hallway channel as well. So, hi, Rob.
What's going on?
How's it going?
You will probably make fun of me a little bit, but my laptop died right in the middle of Matt and Dave's talk. I'm a little bit upset because I lost about 10 minutes. I don't know what happened. Is either a battery issue or a blue screen issue, but I can't tell between the two. But I plugged in and it seems like everything's fine now. So I have no idea what they said the last 10 minutes. I just got to the conclusion. It was like, that was amazing. I'm like, damn it.
Well, then to answer the question that a lot of the folks in the room and the channel have been having, yes, these will be recorded and they will be on our YouTube channel, and you can catch up on them when your battery's in better shape, I suppose.
Anytime.
Yeah.
What's going on after all the talks? Is there anything special tonight?
I don't believe there is tonight, unless anybody's going to hold like informal stuff, on their own. There's nothing that I'm specifically aware of.
And you already demonstrated your Millennium Falcon.
I haven't demoed it actually.
We have 1 minute and 30 seconds. How long does it take?
I'll have to work on something, so I got to reconfigure my cameras to do that. I'll figure it out though. I'll do it tomorrow. Hey Ellie, how are you doing?
Hi, good. How are you?
Good, good. Sounding good. Brendan, hello, welcome.
Hey, what's going on?
Going good. And Victor, can you give us an audio check too?
Hello.
Great. Your audio is a little bit low, Victor. Do you have maybe turn the gain up a little bit in the operating system?
Yeah, one sec. That help or?
Yes, much, very good. Thank you.
All right.
Cool. So what we'll do in a couple of minutes, we'll just go ahead and I'll kick off. I'm super fascinated for this one. I was very, very glad the advisory board brought it in, and we'll get you rolling as quickly as we can here.
Oh, I'm glad you guys brought us in.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to come back in from break here. Now, we're continuing to grow, maybe not exponentially. I'm kind of tired of exponential curves, but we had one presenter for most of the morning. We had 2 in our last session. Now we've got 3. So I don't know, maybe tomorrow morning we'll have a quadro something or other. We'll see how that goes. Anyway, I'm very excited to present our next talk here. All of these presenters are from Champlain College, Ali, Brendan, and Victor. And they're going to be talking about Linux forensics. And we were just chatting real briefly during the break that I was really excited for this because Linux forensics was actually my first hands-on forensic experience. So I had a Linux administrator's background, and that translated very well into some requirements one of my clients had for Linux analysis, and kind of actually worked hand in hand together. So I'm always happy to see the Linux submissions come in, and I'm really glad that we got this one on the agenda. So with all that being said, I'm going to duck back here and let you all do your thing and learn us up on Linux. I'm excited.
Okay, so just let me check the slides. Okay. So hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us today for our Long Live Linux Forensics talk. We would also like to thank SANS for giving us this opportunity to be here with you today. The whole idea where it came from, we noticed a lot of really good work focusing on Windows forensics, but we only found, let's say, a few focusing on Linux. So we decided to start doing these researches to help others begin their journey in Linux forensics. But before we start, we just want to quickly and briefly introduce ourselves. So my name is Ali Hadi. I'm a professor and researcher at Champlain College.
My name is Brendan Brown. I'm a recent graduate of Champlain College, and I'm a reverse engineer at Invictus International Consulting.
And I'm Victor Griswold. I'm currently a senior at Champlain College, and I'm studying digital forensics and cybersecurity.
So the idea behind all of our talks, which we go out in conferences and we present, is to create different use case scenarios and then go over them and show how to investigate each one of them. So that way we learn how to deal with different use cases. So the first case will be about Linux user artifacts. Our second case will be a compromised web server. And our third case will be more hidden processes. I'm going to hand over the mic to Victor so he can start on case number 1.
All right, thank you. So the first case is Linux user artifacts. And what I'm going to be looking at in this case is going to be specifically the thumbnails that you can find, the user's trash directories, as well as recently used documents that you can find on Linux. Where I performed these tests was on an Ubuntu machine running GNOME and a Kali machine running the XFCE4 desktop environments. And then I'm going to be comparing the results between those two different test environments throughout this section, as well as comparing the results to the actual free desktop standards that kind of dictate what we should be finding there. So for thumbnails, what we can expect from looking at these free desktop standards is that we'll find the thumbnails in the user's home directory under .cache/thumbnails, and then in either the normal, large, or fail subdirectory. Normal and large are different sizes of thumbnails, and then fail is for any files that are corrupted or can't be thumbnailed for other reasons. The thumbnails will all be in PNG format, and they'll also contain at least two text keys that we can find, the thumb URI and the thumb mtime PNG text keys, as well as their name will be the MD5 hash of that file URI that's found in the thumb URI with .png appended to it. So taking a look on Kali, I created a test directory of 11 images of highly illegal cat photos, clearly. And then I looked through where we expect to find these thumbnails, and I found thumbnails by using EXIF tool to search for those two tags that I was looking for. And I found the thumbnails just grepping them out. And then on Ubuntu, there's the same test directory of 11 images, but in that case, all 11 images, instead of just the 3 that I was viewing, got thumbnailed. And in this case, I'm only viewing 2 of those images. So that's a difference between GNOME and XFCE that you have to keep in mind. And then here is just a printout of all of the tags that you can find in the thumbnail. Specifically, I want to highlight the thumb URI and thumb mtime, where you can find the file URI of the target file on the system, as well as the modification time of that file when this thumbnail was created. And then GNOME adds an optional tag of the software that was used to create that thumbnail. And then for the actual timestamps on the thumbnails, if you use debug.fs to check the timestamps on these thumbnails, you can actually see when that file was first viewed based on the thumbnail's timestamp. Its creation time will be the time it was first viewed. And then you can use the access time to get essentially a most recently viewed timestamp. There will be a little bit of caching, so the access time might not be exactly accurate, but it will give you a last viewed timestamp if it's different from the creation time. Then moving on, we have the trash folder. So what we can expect from the free desktop standards again, we can expect to find a folder called trash in each user's home directory under .local/share. And then in that trash directory, we can expect to find a files and info directory. The files directory will contain any directories or files that get moved into the trash directory. And then the info directory will contain .trashinfo files that relate to all those files and directories that got moved into the trash. And just a thing to note, RM commands is essentially like shift deleting, so it doesn't move anything into the trash. Then here we see just a comparison of what we find when we actually generate that data. So we see the trash directory and the files and info directory under that. We see the image and the directory of images that I deleted. We can also see the trash info files. Note that the directory only has the trash info file for the top directory, not all of the files underneath that directory that got trashed. And then in the trash info file, you can see the structure there. And another thing to note is that on the initial system, you won't find that trash directory there. The trash directory is created when the user first moves a file to the trash. And then when a user empties the trash, the expunged directory also gets created, and the timestamps on files and info directory also get updated. Next up, looking at the timestamps on a file that actually gets moved into the trash, you can see the timestamps before here. And then after you move it into the trash, only the ctime, which essentially indicates the metadata information changing, should get updated. the A time and M time and the creation time should all be preserved. And then you can compare that C time to its related trash info file just to get extra confirmation of the exact time that it was deleted. And then finally, moving on to the recently used file, we can actually see from the free desktop standards that the format that we're expecting is something similar to what's pictured on the right here. And it should be found just directly under the user's home directory in a file called .recently-used. But this is not actually exactly what we find. When we look on Ubuntu, we find it in the user's home directory under .local/share and then recently used .xbel. And in here, you can see all of the actions that I took. And here, so I did gedit LibreOffice, and then I opened an image with open with, and then selected my image viewer. And then if we go to Kali, I did those exact same actions after installing gedit LibreOffice and just used the default image viewer on Kali. And I got this result, which only logs the gedit in here. So I still need to figure out exactly why that is the case, but I'm assuming it's some setting that I'll be able to find a little bit later. And then just to break this down for you, in that first initial bookmark header, you can find the file URI, the date that that file has first been logged in the recently used file, and the modified time shows the most recent time that that file was opened. You can also see the MIME type of the file, which shows you just the type of file that it is. And then for each application that opened the file and put a log here in the recently used file, you can see the name of the application, the execution command used, the most recent time that that application opened the file, as well as the number of times that that application opened the file. That is it for me. Now I'm going to hand over the mic to Ali to present case 2.
Thank you, Victor. So case number 2 is about a compromised web server, which we find a lot of the times, and they happen all the times. So this case is a little bit different. You might be saying we've already seen this before presented somewhere, but no, this is a little bit different. In the past, we covered a case where we traced the threat actor using different system artifacts and especially logs. This time, think the case that we are dealing with has no logs. So we are dealing with a web server. There is no logs on this web server. We are also dealing with some kind of hidden processes that we have no idea where they are, what they are doing. And we can also, we can't acquire any system memory. So we are stuck. There's no memory forensics. So even when we have these case constraints, how can we investigate this case and find out where is our threat actor active, how is he active, and what processes are being used there? So the idea here was to use the Apache backdoor module. This isn't something totally new. It was actually found by the Unit 42 by Palo Alto, and it was also there was also an explanation about that covered by We Live Security at ESET. And then there are these 2 researchers which created a POC. So we took that POC and actually deployed it and made this case. So how it works after the threat actor manages to compromise the system, let's say they manage to enable an Apache module. So now they have an Apache module running inside the Apache web server. So the web server is running, and then there is this model loaded into it. They can actually initiate a connection either while they are still on the box, do a reverse connection back home, or while they are still back home or they are remotely, they can just start a remote shell. So they have those 2 options. So first thing you might say, let's start looking at the network services. So if we just do like a basic netstat, we can see everything maybe looks here normal from first glance. There's nothing probably suspicious over here. But then if we just go ahead and try to read line by line and see what's over there, we can see that we have this Avahi daemon, which is suspicious for a reason, that it's first not using the UDP protocol, it's not running on port 5353, and this is a service which is known running on those protocol and port number. It's a zero config service, network service, but it shouldn't be running in this way. And now we can see over here, it's actually initiating an outbound connection to some IP address on port 443. So that's a little bit suspicious. We can see the inode number is just 32914. We'll need that for our investigation. And we can also see the process ID, which is 2106. So if we use also list open files focusing on the TCP/IP protocol, we can see that this process is actually not the Avahi daemon even. It's a bash process, and it's running by user root. It has all those file descriptors, 1, 0, 1, and 2, and 12. And we can see the device, which is 32914. And we can see also the network details about the IP address and the port number. So if we dig a little bit deeper, now focusing on this process, which is 2106, we can see over here that the file descriptors, which is 0, 1, 2, and 12, they are all mapped again to our process, which is connecting back to the outside. And we can also see a socket, a Unix socket being created, and it's found under this temp mod auth z something directory. So we'll need to dive into that in more details and understand what it is. But in general, or let's say the first important thing here, we can see that the device or the inode number, which is 32194, it is actually pointing to this Unix socket. If we focus this time a little bit, also using list open files, but this time we can see the parent process ID, which is 1, which means then this process is running on their system D directly. We'll see that in a little bit. We can also see the file descriptors. We can see the new file descriptors here for those socket files, which is 9 and 10. And we can also see that this socket under the directory here at the down, we can see it starts with the S, which means it's a socket, even though it's named mod auth z something. So that's suspicious. Here under the proc file system, which is a virtual file system, you'll have a process, you'll have a directory for every single process. Under that directory, we can see there's another directory called FD, which is for file descriptors. We can see here all the file descriptors and which file descriptor, where is it mapped to? So we can see that the 0 is mapped to the socket 32914, and so on and so forth. So we can map those now together and understand how they come together. If we also do PS3, just basic commands which are already on your system, we can see that we have here 2 Apache instances which are running. And that's weird, especially if the company's baseline is actually, to run one single instance, then that means this other one is actually suspicious. We can see its process ID is 2103, and we can also see, we highlighted that here, the bash, which is 2106, which we already saw before. So we can prove that the Avahi daemon is not actually a Avahi daemon. If we go check the C groups for the Apache unit, which is a kind of way to group and manage resources for a special process. So we can see for the Apache service, the Avahi daemon is beneath that C groups, which is actually weird. Why would that be over there? And if we also dump the Apache modules, we can see in the Apache modules that auth net module is actually a module loaded into Apache. Digging a little bit deeper for both Apache instances, we can see this one, everything looks normal except for the module which is loaded. And under the other instance, which is suspicious. We can see it's also loading that module, which is the mod auth, which is suspicious. And we can also see the 2 Unix sockets which have been created. So it means this is the process that has the socket connected with this process also. So our bash shell is actually connected through this process. Now we found out this, we can go and check the file itself, which is for the module. So if we do just basic static analysis, no reverse engineering here, using strings and symbols, we can find over at the top on the right, we can find different network functions available, like bind, socket, options, etc. We can find those backdoor functions, which is the backdoor and AP hook, etc. We can find system functions also available, like make directory write. And finally, we can find some process functions also available in there, which is kind of weird to have in the Apache module. Why would they need that? That's all for investigating basically without any memory forensics, how to find that Apache module. I just wanted to put this shout out to everyone in the community who keeps reminding us not to kill a process. And I would say especially for Craig, he does a lot of Linux forensics. So I would highly recommend you check that out. That's all for case number 2. I will hand over the mic to Brendan to go over case number 3.
Cool, thank you, Ali. So what if you're investigating, you've done your whole investigation on a malicious process, and you find that it doesn't tie to an actual file on your file system, right? Now, in Linux, this is totally possible. A process can still exist without its parent file. Right? You can delete the file and the process will still run. Now, on top of that, a process can actually run without a file ever existing on the file system. This is done by creating and writing directly to a file descriptor. This is done by writing directly to a chunk of memory, and it's a really interesting process that's called anonymous process. So what we're examining here is basically a netcat reverse shell. What we're leveraging is just the memory fd create function. And we have just a chunk of code on the right that shows how it's done, essentially. And the reason why we're looking at it is so we can know that the artifacts we're looking at are for a reverse shell. So a non-native ELF is pushed directly into memory on this target system from a host system. So when we're looking at processes, and specifically anonymous processes, we need to understand the process behavior. And the reason being is because when process A wants to do something, which is our initial process, it doesn't actually do it. It spawns a second process, process B, and it's done by forking. And then process B actually does the commands. So process B executes something, it then does it, and then sets the exit part, right? Why do we care? If process B does the actual commands, the arguments, and whatever is happening in like a reverse shell or malicious process, if it goes away afterwards, so does our data, right? So how do we get that information? I'm going to show you how. So there are 2 really cool tools that exist out there. One is called exec_snoop, another is forkstat. Exec_snoop leverages the function tracer in Linux to record execution calls. And it's part of this package, Performance Tools Unstable, which isn't part of the Ubuntu package, or it might be in CentOS. I'm not sure, I haven't checked that yet. But forkstat is another option that is great as well. And it can get a lot more than exec_snoop, not just execution calls. It can get forks, exits, core dumps, comms, and everything you see in the bottom right as well. Now, while these aren't in Ubuntu yet, they might be in the future, and they are going to be a part of this Tsurugi toolkit, this distribution. We spoke to the author, and he's going to include it in the next package. And you might be thinking, well, if I have to install these, it's not exactly forensically sound. That's true. If you're doing IR, it's not always forensically sound. Now, in my mind, if I have to, the ability to get data is a little more important than if I have to document a little bit of change. And when we're doing IR, sometimes we need to realize that's a possibility. So here's what exec snoop looks like. At the top, you see the command pipe between their files. You can look at it later as well. We see the first line, SSHD invoked. This is when a shell is created, right? A bunch of scripts go off. You see updates being checked, the message of the day, the patch state, the mounting of the file system, whatnot. Pay attention to that one SSHD thing at the top. Down at the bottom, you see the actual process executions. These are those exec calls, right? This is the meat and potatoes of what we want, right? That's the process B, what we were talking about earlier. Normally, you can't get this because those processes open and close too fast. If you don't have something monitoring it, that just goes away too quickly. You'll find that your process never existed, or it does exist, but it will say that, oh, process doesn't exist when you try and look at it in procfs. So forkstat, how is it different? Remember how I said, look at that one SSHD artifact? Here we have 12 for the same item of information, right? Forkstat gives us forks, SIDs, executions, UIDs, all of that, right? We can see the parent and child relationship. We can see the ancestry. It's a lot closer to what we're used to, like a procmon setup. And you get a nice summary at the end as well. To me, I enjoy this as a forensic investigator because I have a much more full picture of what's going on in the scenario. I like more data. I feel like a lot of us do as well. So this is what forkstat looks like for that meat and potatoes for the executions for a reverse shell. So everything's color coded here. You have our UID info at the top. You see root going into Thanos as the user. SSH in pink. We actually see Thanos at no TTY as a child process, telling us that there was no pseudo terminal involved here, which is something we didn't get before because this is a fork event. Exec snoop didn't tell us this. You see bash invoking Perl. So this is how it was sent into memory without ever touching the file system. Down in the bottom section of the red, you can see the file descriptor used as netcat actually being used in memory without ever touching the file system. This is where it's actually happening. Down the bottom part of the blue, you can see that fork execute exit cycle actually happening. And I think this is pretty cool because you can see the stuff that normally you can't. And as a forensic investigator, this is a great thing. So keep going. So some manual ways to get information about process information that's sitting in procfs or memory without doing a memory dump is to crawl through files still in procfs. Here's one that's pretty simple but useful to us. It's the session ID. A little too fast, Ellie. Every file or every process that spawns out of the initial process has this process ID, so it's or session ID. Here we see 3230 coming out of the first SSHD, which is out of root, and 3230 comes out of every single picture we see, right? So we see ping come out. If they spawn Metasploit, for example, you see 3230, and it's just like a little stamp saying, hey, I'm part of the initial malicious process. And it's very simple, but it's a very useful artifact to tie things together and know what is related to who. There you go. Cool. Other artifacts in procfs that I found to be most relevant to investigating processes. Starting at the far right, we have IO, which will show you bytes written and read to this process. So if you send 500 bytes in as a file or write it, you'll see that transferred if you have data exfiltration, right? Command line will show you the last arguments passed to a certain process. Pretty cool. Children will show you any child processes sent out, sent under this process, even if they're closed. Status will show you parent process ID, so if you want to do the manual following children process together. Also in other information, but not as irrelevant to us as forensic investigators in this sense. And you keep going. Next slide. There you go. And lastly, there's this environmental file where, oh, sorry. Can you go back? there's an environment. Oh, okay. There's an environmental file which has a ton of information in it that, on its own, can give you a ton of context around the situation, right? And here you go. It's just a bunch of data when you cat it out, but when you organize it, you can see the SSH host, the client address, the ports, the language being used, the session ID, the user, the UID, the current working directory, the home directory, what shell is being used, and the underscore variable, which is the last binary or script that was shoved into this process and used during its execution. That's a lot, right? Just looking at this file on its own gives a ton of context as to what this process is that you're looking at if you don't really know what it's doing. So starting here is a great spot if you don't have anything else. And even in these sneaky processes where they're never on the file system, they still tend to have this context because they need it for execution. So in summation, we went over how to find data from processes with no file system attribution. We talked about how processes behave in memory, that fork, execute, exit cycle. Why they can be hard to track normally. They split and close really quickly because that second process, process B, or child process. Tools to help you follow the chain of execution, forkstat and exec-snoop, and artifacts and procfs found to be most relevant. But we just talked about the environmental file and those other things. And you can explore others as well. There's a bunch of them. So thank you. If there's any other questions, you can ask us on Discord and chat on Twitter, etc. We're happy to keep the talk going on Linux and keep the conversation open.
Awesome. Thank you guys very much, all. Really appreciate it. And there's been a lot of really good Linux fan talk going on in the Discord as well. There's actually a couple of questions in here. We have a few minutes to potentially go through these. I would assume, well, let me not do that. That's a bad way to ask the question. Have you done any consideration or research on how this may translate out to Android devices, being that they are Linux based on the OS?
Do you know which section this question was for?
So
Yeah,
it was asked earlier. I think it was asked during the first
Android.
section, but I think it would apply equally to the three.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah. We currently we are only focusing on Linux distributions. We didn't do anything related to Android. So to be honest with you, we don't have an answer to that.
Yeah, happy to figure it
No,
out at some
no
point
worries.
though.
Yeah, and it's certainly an interesting opportunity to take a methodology that's been refined on Linux platforms of one general category and see how that may translate out to others. Somebody just posted in the chat here that there is strace for Android, so it's possible that whether it be a cross compile or some other kind of tool chain porting, that a lot of the stuff that you had talked about could potentially apply there as well. In terms of the file system, were the tests done on ext4 or were they done on XFS?
ext4 for my tests.
It's kind of what I figured based on the distributions, but I didn't want to make that assumption. And is there an equivalent of prefetch in Linux? Prefetch on the Windows side being something we go to for evidence of execution of individual processes and binaries. Is there an equivalent on the Linux side at all?
Should I answer that, Brendan? So we started to do a kind of mapping between what you see on a Windows system, the artifacts, with what you see on Linux, but we just put it now, it's in an Excel sheet, so it's not really presented in a proper way. So that's why we didn't put it out there. But it should be out as soon as possible. We didn't find an prefetch file equivalent to Linux, but that's based on the current research that we have done.
Yeah, we don't have a solid prefetch file like equivalent. There's some things that could be similar, but we need to look into it more. We have leads, and we're definitely trying to map stuff to have that ability for people to kind of have a cheat sheet for Linux as we do for Windows, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and that's also another example of how within especially the DFIR field, research is always ongoing. It's never, you can know about that operating system, and then when it upgrades or anything changes, we're always in this cycle of needing to learn more. So it certainly speaks to that reality of the field. And one other one, there's two questions left that I hope we get to. Have you tried this on orphaned processes? And based on the time of that, I believe that question came in during the last segment. So probably is the context of what was asked.
There were definitely orphan processes during it. I know I definitely looked in them for evidence. I don't know if I recorded what evidence they specifically had and what they had that was different from regular.
We didn't do that. We haven't done that yet.
Yeah, it's not, we haven't documented the difference between orphaned and regular.
No problem at all. There's actually one other question that came in, two actually just popped up, that I want to put into your hallway channels, because I think they're a little bit more in-depth discussion. But I wanted to say thank you very much. I really appreciate the research and the time that goes into describing all these artifacts and really bringing something in terms of Linux forensics that has historically been almost one of these dark arts into a very approachable, very, what's the word I'm trying to say? Just basically a very approachable fashion. So I appreciate that. And I picked up a couple of cool tips as well on some of those newer tools, and added some new stuff to my list to go play with when we're done here. So thanks very much. Appreciate it, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, what we're seeing here, and I'm going to copy your questions into your channel in just a minute here, but we actually have everybody coming back into the main session for the closeout. So that's why, Heather's back, Rob's back. We're getting everybody back in on this side. So just give us a couple of minutes to kind of round everybody up and get everybody transferred back from session 2 or track 2 into track 1, and then we'll be ready to go. How are you doing, Heather?
Oh, thank you. I'm unmuted now. I'm like, I can't unmute or anything. Creep me out. I'm exhausted. This was fantastic, though.
This was great, absolutely, and I'm exhausted
Crazy
as well.
day.
And maybe this is heresy to say it, but I'm not trying to say that I'm glad we're not in Austin, because I super prefer to be in Austin. It's just such a great event, but I'm kind of glad that now I can just go lay on the couch and I can just pretty much crash and regain a little bit of energy.
I know I'm torn on, do I work out and do a DFIR fit like I usually would, or do I just, I feel like I need a moment.
You better do a DFIR fit, because I'm going to go, today's my Peloton weight day. So you will get my pop-up. And if I don't get your pop-up, I will make fun of you.
It's terrible. I'm trying to go through the whole track 2 and copy. I'm going to write a blog of all of our jokes from our channel.
Oh, geez.
So I'm going through the track because people were writing a ton of good ones in there. So I think I got them all. I think I did. I hope I did, because otherwise I lost my spot. So I'm going to do my best. All right, there are some announcements in the chat for you about DFIR swag. Also, please remember to fill out your eval. Remember, there's an afternoon one as well as a morning one. So if you only did the morning one, please make sure that you also do the PM evaluations. It's very important to our speakers. Obviously, it's important to SANS. We want to make sure that we give you the best of the best on everything you need going forward.
Yeah, definitely let us know. And like I said, whether it's general comments, for example, the whole reason we have 2 tracks of talks this year is based on feedback from the past couple of years, where that was a very definite trend of what our attendees were interested in adding on to or changing the way that we delivered it. So that stuff is really important to us, like Heather had said. So please take a moment to check that out. The DFIR Gear site is going strong. We got lots of orders coming in, which is so cool. And I'll also say that, as it's noted here in the chat, any proceeds that we get from that do go to right now to the Girls Who Code organization. So it's not a profit generating entity at all. It's just something that we realized We got a lot of cool gear. We got our deeper sneaker shirts. We got another one we're wearing tomorrow, and we will give you a chance to pick those up, as well as the limited edition runs of things such as the 2020 Summit T-shirt and all the other items as well.
You know what was really cool about today that I didn't know or realize it could happen like this, but the fact usually we sit in the audience at a summit and it's rude to talk while the speakers are talking, but Discord gave people an opportunity to actually answer questions, and I loved seeing the collaboration. It was pretty sweet.
Yeah, definitely. Well, it's kind of cool too. We were talking with a few of our staff folks. For those of you that may not realize, when we changed SANS to the completely live online delivery mechanism, so obviously along with the rest of the world, we had to severely curtail gatherings to the 100% curtail. We actually added on in our classroom environments a Slack component where it's very similar to how we're using Discord here. It's a just slightly different structure. But anyway, it really changed the way we teach. It also changes the way the students engage and interact. And it's something that we're also bringing back to the live classroom in some capacity whenever that does come around. So it's a really cool development of kind of pushing things forward, which is a lot of fun. So you're seeing the benefit of that here with the Discord, which is just a lot more suitable for such a large group. Let's see, are we still waiting for, like, I know Rob's popped on here for a minute and then disappeared.
Yeah, I don't know. We're supposed to wrap up by 5, I believe.
Yeah. I'm just looking to see if our ops team.
I hear him. I hear him.
There we go. All right, we are good to wrap as needed. Rob, anything you want to add on for us before we break?
No, I've just had a blast today. I didn't think that it would. When you sit down and think about a virtual event, this is, getting this many people, this many folks chatting back and forth. Discord gets a little bit chaotic at times, but man, Heather, you're right. And Phil, you're right. The ability to watch the back and forth, the discussions, during an event. I mean, it kind of changes the way we think about, having something like that at a future live event. And while, I truly miss being in Austin, this is seeing the presentations, today and the practice that went into them. It's the same ability to learn and the same ability to share in this community. And this community is like none other. I'm just so happy at this point. I can't wait till tomorrow to wake up again and take another stab at day 2. It's amazing. Thanks to all the speakers for all your hard work and prepping for this event.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks to speakers, staff, everybody that's been working through it. And thanks for everybody for sticking around and making it a big, awesome event too. Cool.
Thank you. Good times. See you tomorrow.
See everybody tomorrow. Have a great evening.